But before we get further into the analysis, I want to say welcome to every single one of you. We had some incredible games yesterday. However, unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to two teams. The Real Red and Thorek, unfortunately, are no longer here today. But considering that it's 30 degrees, we have 3 best of 3s on the lineup. It's going to get even spicier. However, before we get into that, I'm going to be throwing it to our lovely casters. We got RJ and Mac on the mic for the first game. Guys, introduce the matchup.
Hello there. Thank you very much, Jeannie. Of course, it's our pleasure to be back here on the desk, feeling ready and refreshed to tackle another beautiful, beautiful day of Valorant. McVire, my dear friend, my beautiful co-commentator, are you ready for this?
I was born ready for that game. Obviously. I mean, I still wait for the Holak game a little bit more because I'm looking forward to the second semi-final as he's the sole representative from Poland.
Yeah.
But still, the first matchup might be quite spicy. Team Mugi not dropping a single map. And on the other hand, we have, of course, Team Spike, who won the game, who actually tied the game, and who lost the game. So they've tasted everything so far during this tournament, but somehow managed to get the second place. Yesterday, the second game, especially the second map on Haven, commanding victory over the enemies.
Yeah.
And this is something that I will be looking forward to. You know, just jumping a little bit ahead in terms of maps, but overall, I feel like Mugi is going to be a favorite to win this one, but by no means should they, you know, like, should they not respect the enemy, because Team Spike is a legit enemy.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Spike can, I think, be a very, very surprising factor. But Team Mugi has shown incredible dominance. The 4-0 does a lot. And let's also take a look at those standings again to kind of bring that point home, right? Team Mugi, as we can see, right on top in that Group A. 12 points, the most of anyone in the entirety of our group stage. Then followed by Team Holak on the other side, points-wise, and Team Spike coming in on the 3rd place there. Eventually, Team Targonka, 6th place. And with that, of course, you know, that kind of clears it up, right? You have Team Mugi facing Team Spike and Team Holak facing Team Targonka. Yeah,
Team Mugi, of course, being Greek representatives, not dropping a single one. So the question stands, can those guys blade? Because so far, that was a strong showing from them. 13-6 against Team Targonka and Team Torek. They stood no chance against them. You can really see the improvement. I've actually talked to Mugi, and he's so happy with the improvement and how much practice they've put into preparing into this tournament. You can clearly show it. You can clearly see it show on the server, and on top of that, they are in the perfect individual form. Like, if you look at the firepower from Team Mugi, that was something that took me aback, because I was not suspecting, expecting them to do so well in terms of the firepower, and so far they've been showing us that they can shoot. So, so I'm looking forward to seeing them face Team Spike, because they've also had some tough opposition, but managed to snatch the 2nd place in the tougher group, which means that they still might be, you know, a dangerous enemy.
Yeah, I really believe, you know, Team Mugi in that sense. Also with, I believe, the skill that is right there. We spoke about those ranks all the way during the qualifiers as well. And Team Mugi, the first thing that then immediately pops into my mind is the fact that we've got those immortals there. So many players that are just on a top tier. That, I think, does a lot for the team. And that is a lot of skill that is actually right there for the rest of them. And something that will, I think, do a lot to kind of help Team Mugi and propel them forward.
However, same goes for Spike. Team Spike, those guys, all of them were professional players in before the tournament, actually playing on the same team 2 years ago. And before that, you know, coming from CSGO, coming from other FPS games, FPS titles, which means that, well, they aren't new to the FPS genre.
Exactly.
You know? So they have this much needed experience, and LAN tournaments are not anything new to them, so they are quite comfy. They're getting, you know, in the zone, getting warmed up. Actually, players just walking by a few minutes ago, you know, being friendly, chatting with us. They looked quite confident in their ability to win the game.
Absolutely, they're confident and just feeling ready to get this party started. Let's also take a look at the bracket for these finals, and obviously with the TBD Grand Final, because the semi-finals will decide who gets to go through. Team Mugi versus Team Spike will be our first semi-final of today. Later on, we have Team Tagonka taking on Team Holak. Definitely some home soil advantage for Team Holak in play there. And, of course, the winners of each respective semi-final move through to the Grand Final. Those spots still up for grabs, and, of course, those Grand Finals putting a team just a few map wins away from getting that fated 10,000 euros prize. That's what you get on that #1 spot. I mean, dearie me, 10,000 euros. We spoke a little bit about it today. You asked me what I would do with it, and frankly,
you had some time to think about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
you're still staying with the.
I'm staying. Yeah, cool,
okay.
Right. Sorry, you know that's like my main goal in life. You know, to get a little place of my own, and you know that's important, man. That's just, you know, call it a boring answer, but it's just the way it is. Let's actually, by the way, speaking of beautiful things, take a look at the introduction video for Team Mugi and get a look at the lads just one more time.
Of course, Team Mugi on our screens. So my question is, do you feel like there's any standout player from this formation, or like me, you see them as one cohesive unit that everyone plays a vital part in the success of the team?
That's like the direct thing that I thought of. You can't really point out one player because you've got players like, you know, Mugi himself, Narsil, Nyaru. I believe, you know, we really saw everyone just clutch things out at one point. I do believe we had Mugi actually dominantly at the top of the leaderboard, but everyone put in the effort. Everyone said, hey, we know when to get a kill in, we know when to get a clutch in and get a very powerful triple kill. So that's, I believe, one of the things that actually powers Team Mugi, that gives them that leg up over the others. Just strong players all around and everyone able to put in a great performance.
I've actually enjoyed quite a lot seeing Team Mugi being played, being actually built around him, because you would think that during the Streamers League, some of the lesser skilled streamers, they will just pack their teams with skilled players, you know, ex-professionals. But actually, when it comes to Team Mugi, he packs a punch. Like, a couple of times he was top fragging for his team for like 5, 6, 7 rounds, maybe even ended up the top of the scoreboard. So I have the same exact feeling about Team Holak. He's playing with professional players, with the, you know, from the amateur scene, from the amateur circuit, but he's also packing a punch. You can see him just pushing confidently, getting those skills, you know, participating in what's happening on the map. So I feel the same way about Team Mugi and Team Holak. That's why I am just a little bit closer to seeing them face each other in the final, because, for example, in Team Spike, I will highlight 2 players. It will be Oko, and it will be, of course, Elzoy, the Jet player. Shortly, we'll be going to the Team Spike, because we've just talked about Team Mugi, but I just felt like yesterday the chamber action and the Jet action was quite necessary to get those wins. And when the games were quite close, 12-12, 13-11, you know, a small difference makes a big change. So if it had come to you know, to Spike himself, maybe bringing some more numbers, I'm not saying he's bad. Not at all.
No,
not at all. But I just feel
absolutely not
stronger about Team Mugi, you know, being able to pull his weight and actually add an additional layer on top of that for his team. You know, go this extra mile.
that is what you need to do to actually get yourselves those results. But speaking a little bit further about Team Spike, actually, let's take a look at those lads again as well and talk about them a little bit more. And there you have them, of course, coming up once again with, actually, you know, the captain, not even in the middle, just all the way to the right, which I think also...
He's a humble guy.
A humble man, right? And he does seem like that down-to-earth person that is just ready here to show up, to prove himself, and to make the best out of it. I really do hope that they can just put up that good fight, right? I mean, I absolutely appreciate Team Mugi, but I do hope that Team Spike can actually rise to that challenge, right? That they are able to say, let's get in there and let's actually get that result. Let's say, boom, we've got a chance and we can maybe steal away that grand final spot from, I'd say, the favored Mugi.
Yeah, but however, going back to Team Spike, I need to add something on top of that because like Spike himself, he's not. I don't want to say a flashy player, but he's more of a supportive role within the team. He picks up Breach, he goes towards Sage, so he's facilitating a lot of plays for his team. Actually allowing Oko and actually allowing Elzoy to shine through, and he's not taking all of those skills for himself. Whereas on the other hand, Mugi, he's such a confident guy. I love talking to him. Like we've actually made friends, and he's just saying, "Yeah, I came here to to play, to win, to actually dominate enemies." So he has this mindset where he's just so confident and so sure of his ability that he will pick up those fights, that he will be happy to go into the duels and actually win them. That would make him stand out as a captain from the others because he just buzzes with this confidence about himself.
I mean, confidence is so important. That does a lot to just keep your mental going very well. But speaking of keeping things rather well, we've got a lovely little analyst desk set up on the stage, and we're going to be taking a look with those wonderful people to have a chat with them and see what they have to say about the upcoming game.
Lovely little analyst desk indeed. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be walking you through some of the action. I know the casters have already done quite a good job at that, but we still have a few points to cover. I'm Janiro, your host for the rest of today. Joining me for now is going to be Haza. Hello, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm really looking forward to some of the games that we've got coming up later on. Obviously, I'll be casting a few of those, and yeah, just can't wait to get into the action. We've got the 4 best teams, I think it's fair to say, qualified through here now, so we'll have to see what they have in store for us.
Yeah, absolutely correct. These are the 4 top teams. We went through those qualifiers. We went yesterday through them as well. The last 2 months, all building up to this specific day. The last 4 teams here, they're all going to be walking away with something. But of course, the first place is going to be walking away with a trophy and 10,000 euros. And let's be completely honest, that's quite a huge chunk of change. Who wouldn't want to bag that cash? But without further ado, let's get right into it. The first match of the day, we got Mugi versus Spike. Mugi being that first seed out of Group A, they had a really, really solid performance. They didn't drop a single map. They just absolutely blazed through those qualifiers. Whereas when we're looking at Spike specifically, they were the 2nd seed out of Group B. They didn't have such a trailblazer performance. It wasn't a 2-0 for that first performance, for that first game. The second game, they only won because of a round difference.
I suppose that is true. I think when you consider the way that the bracket sets itself up, you have the 2 groups, and it's pretty much the same format now that we're seeing as we go into the playoffs as it is in the traditional qualifying stage, where you have those 2 groups and it builds into that playoff bracket. So I think on the one hand, while Mugi, they have already won all 4 games, every team put in front of them demolished thus far, the bigger tests are still yet to come. There's bigger fish yet to fry, and while they've done everything on the first day that you could possibly have asked for them, things are only going to get tougher from here. So if they can rise to that challenge and get stuck in straight away as they did yesterday in the same kind of fashion, then they'll be putting themselves in a fantastic position. Team Spike, on the other hand, while they didn't qualify as successfully, I suppose, Team Holak on the opposite side, they only qualified over them through round differentials. So the real difference between the 2 teams, I don't think you could put it down to much. Both of them were capable of beating beating each other when they went head-to-head. So looking at it still, I wouldn't necessarily say that because they qualified top of their group without losing a map, that they're in a much better position than the teams that had a bit more of a feisty affair between them.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a fight and a survival of the fittest here. It's the best of 3, so they have quite the stamina they need to bring that out to be continuing. But without further ado, we're going to be heading into that first one specifically. We're going to be sending it back to RJ and Matt. Guys, good luck with the cast.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. Of course, I think that we'll have a lovely, lovely time with the cast. And that right now, looking at this setup, looking at this matchup, I will stay with that dominant position that Mugi has got. If we'd actually, you know, go out on a limb and make a prediction, I would even dare to say that this is going to be the 2-0 for Team Mugi. Are you following me in that one, McVire?
No, I feel like this is going to be a 3-map series for sure.
Okay.
However, I am not so confident who's going to actually take it.
Fair enough.
I believe that Holak has an upper hand over Team Targonka, and they just demolish them. Sorry, Targonka. Prove me wrong, if anything. But Team Mugi and Team Spike, I feel like those two teams are, you know, faring against each other quite well.
Absolutely. And speaking, by the way, of the amount of maps, we've actually got the map picks coming on through. First map for today will be Ascent, picked by Team Spike, followed up by, of course, Team Mugi, opting for Bind this time. I believe you said a kind of both maps being classic Polish selections here. And then at the end, as a decider, we get Split coming on in. How are you feeling about this one? It looks like a fun composition.
Yeah, I've predicted this series to be 3 maps, so I'll enjoy my Split that I've actually asked for yesterday. But yeah, I feel like those maps are such a well-known areas and such a well-known maps to all of those players that they should be ready, they should be prepared. However, like I mentioned before, I really enjoyed seeing Spike playing Breach, so I'm actually curious if he's going to bring him towards Ascent, towards Bind, and towards Split, because you can see the potential for the Breach on all of those maps. And I honestly felt the biggest, not improvement, but the biggest input from him during those games. Even on Breeze, when he was playing on Breach.
I mean, that was the whole thing, right, yesterday. We actually saw that Breach pick on Breeze, and it kind of, well, I think made you, most of all, look up and be like, wait a minute, that doesn't compute right there.
Yeah, you usually don't see Breach on Icebox or Breeze, such a open maps, and he actually made it work. This is why I'm looking forward to seeing him play Breach on Ascent, on Bind, because in qualifiers, those were the agent picks that he actually went for. And they made them work, because Ascent was 13-4, Bind was 13-3. They are quite well aware of what's going on those maps and how to actually play around them. And another thing that yesterday Team Spike, I feel like they were doing quite well, was following their own plan and coming up with the ideas. Yeah, like the game against Team Holak, I believe, got kind of out of hand and out of control, and they were a little bit guilty of losing it themselves. So I feel like after yesterday, a bumpy road, today, if they fix those issues, if they polish those problems, they'll be able to iron out the mistakes. Yeah, they'll be able to bring some good competitive maps.
Absolutely.
Against Team Mugi.
No doubt about it for a second, I think. And I do hope that both teams kind of are taking that time. I do believe that Team Mugi has had more of that time to analyze their potential opponents and say, like, okay, let's go ahead and take a look. I mean, I assume that they've also been catching those games at the end to just at least take a look and see what Team Spike brings to the table, because you want to be able to go up against them. You want to be able to deal with that target if you can. And I would argue that if both teams have done this, we'll just see a next level sort of a Valorant coming through, and we'll actually see a good matchup coming all together. I do wonder about those agents, right? How is that going to pan out? What is that going to deliver? Because indeed, for Spike, the first thing that really comes to mind is that Breach pick, right? The moment that he has that, then you just kind of know that he's going in there to support his teammates as well. And I really believe that a good agent composition is so important in that. You've got to be able to support your teammates. You've got to be able to say, let's actually work as one cohesive unit and make sure that we can facilitate each other and get the frags and win the rounds. Yeah,
it's important to play around, you know, your star player in Elzoy. I feel like Breach, especially third up with Jet, has a lot of power. If you can pull it off correctly, if you can combine the abilities, you know, like a flash or maybe like a fault line, and then Jet follows up with a dash, actually executes the player
like directly. You know, it's all about that speed.
Yeah,
that's what you got to do. You got to make use of the fact that the enemies are stunned, flashed, and that they don't have any sort of way to respond.
I also have this thought that I am giving a benefit of the doubt towards Team Spike because they've actually lost the game yesterday. They actually, you know, had to play till the very last moment to fight for the spot. They've tied one of the games. And Team Mugi so far, they are 4-0. So we don't know how they will actually act in a situation when they are playing on the back foot, when they are losing the series, when they start 0-1. Is the confidence going to play a huge factor in that role? Or maybe not.
It's possible.
So yeah, I really feel like Team Spike stands a great chance of winning against Team Mugi, but they just have to go with Team Mugi. He's such a cool guy, and he was so impressive yesterday. I want to see him play in final against Team Holak, because we've already had Team Spike against Team Holak. We know what to expect, probably, from both of those teams. So I want to expect the unexpected and see the Mugi inside of the semifinals, the finals.
Let's have a look at the agent selected as well, right? No direct lock-ins just yet. A early start from Mugi and Wombo saying, okay, Breach plus Killjoy. Killjoy for Ascent is definitely a pick that can work out, right? Nothing too crazy there. And it does feel like the rest of the agents have already sort of been selected. I don't expect any last-minute changes. On the Team Mugi side, actually, we don't see a Chamber, which nowadays you'd almost say is a default pick on pretty much any composition. But they opt to not take that and, you know, go for the Jet or Sova instead, for example. Narsil also coming in with that Omen. I think, you know, if anyone would have gone for a Chamber, then it would have been Wombo. But obviously, with him now opting for Killjoy, that is basically the other selection that he usually makes. He just differs between Killjoy or Chamber. In this situation, he went for Chamber. I think also because of the power of the abilities, right? That ultimate, you know, being able to put that lockdown right there. You're going to get a lot of people away from a very large area. Where I imagine it right away is just in that B main spot.
Yeah, because usually a Killjoy, she's good into the first tempo attacks. She can put a stop right into them, or maybe for you know, after plant setups with turret as well as her ultimate. So I feel like Killjoy, the Ascent is the perfect spot for her. If there is any map that you want to have Killjoy at, it will be Ascent. However, you mentioning Chamber, so basically I've seen some teams go for the you know, duelist-less compositions without Jet and actually going for Chamber and Killjoy. I've seen some teams, you know, exchange Killjoy for Chamber. I've seen some teams, you know, not even pick up the Chamber and go for Jet Killjoy. So you have a lot of options and you can play to your strengths and to your comfort. So whatever you feel like playing with, you just pick it. And I feel like Killjoy has been in the game for such a long time that you have so many lineups and so many strategies ready, especially in Ascent. If you're a Sentinel player, you probably want to go towards Killjoy. Me, myself, I like to play Cypher, so I know some lineups and some, you know, spy cams on Ascent, but being completely honest, Killjoy is much more powerful because she also adds a lot of pressure during the attack rounds. Fighting for the control over the ultimate orbs is a little bit easier in Ascent. You can do that with Killjoy and then play around her ultimate, which usually gives you an access to the site, or maybe makes the enemy Sova use his ultimate. So you exchange the ultimates and you are shaking hands, and actually, you know, you feel like you've got better of the trade because Sova's ultimate is usually more powerful.
Yeah, it can really, really get the kills. If that is aimed well, because he obviously automatically adds on the tracking and he just knows where his targets are going to be, then that can be deadly, and that can sometimes lead to even a whopping 2 or 3 kills. I do want to touch upon that like attacker-defender side thing there for Killjoy. That's also one of the things I really like about that agent. The fact that I think she's very versatile. You get that fact that she's good on the defender side. You can just literally put those turrets down and the likes, the nano swarm, right? And just the moment that anyone's in the area, you know directly that they're there because of the fact that they trigger either one of those two. And hopefully that's going to be put into play as well by Team Mugi. They can actually say, look, we've got this Killjoy, we've got that versatility, and that's what we want to work around.
Yeah. So we've also seen Mugi pick up Breach, not the Spike though. He'll be playing with Sage, which is like a really old school pick, which I don't like that much.
Oh no! It was a very classic Asian composition.
It was a very classic. I mean, Sage is always a good pick, especially if you have a player who's comfortable in her. Usually, you know, players who are just starting playing the game, they will pick up agents like Sage, because she's simple.
Yeah.
She does her job well. You put 2 slows down, you can heal somebody up, you can res, and you know, putting the wall down usually doesn't require a lot of skill. However, you can mess it up.
You remind me of when we were doing the qualifiers, and Genie very aptly called them, you know, the TikTok walls that came on through, because kind of you got the really default setups and the really standard walls that you can put down, and that everyone kind of knows already, because you just have a few key points on a site, and that just does a lot to actually get the result. But hey, let's actually, speaking of results, move into Ascent, where we might just be seeing one of the first results appear. Will it be Team Mugi to kick things off and continue his dominant streak, going 4-0 already yesterday, and maybe being able to start off today 2-0 as well? Or will it be Team Spike to surprise, to deny, to send Team Mugi flying?
Oh,
dearie me,
I love it.
Nyaru, so aggressive, but he gets a double out of it. Beautiful way to start. Mugi putting the pressure down. Still somebody stuck in that corner. That is the chamber.
Perfect.
Oko falls, and oh my lord, Team Mugi. That's a start and a half, all right?
I love it. Team Mugi pulling out big brain plays, and they're really the simplest ones. So what they did during this round is you flash A-Link, B-Link, and then your Jet dashes in, executes the flashed enemies, and you play aggressively towards B-side. So you see that Coach Shinji actually puts a lot of pressure towards B-main himself. You can see that Mugi is also covering one of his players towards the middle part of the map. This is something that you usually do whenever you have like an eco round, or maybe a bonus round, or Jet plays with knives, but you can pull it off during the pistol round, and Team Mugi shows us how.
Most certainly so. This is a fantastic start. Now Team Spike will have to do their best to counter that, and there you've got one of those traps coming through from Killjoy. But Humlik will come through as well. Finds himself the first frag. Narsil trying to off-angle a little bit there, right? Try and strafe to and fro, because that's what you got to do when you've got an SMG in your hands like that, Spectre. Wombo also looking around, but maybe Elzoy getting himself another chance. As right now, Killjoy is caught out. Wombo goes down. And this is looking like Team Spike can very quickly restore, very quickly get themselves a round in return.
An already messy round for Team Mugi, losing 2 players towards A main and then losing a lot of control over the map. That's why Wombo just died, because he was not expecting the enemy to be in the middle. Is Mugi, however, going to make it towards the middle? They are reading the enemy movements quite well, and those should be ready
30 seconds left
to put up a great defense towards B main, especially seeing that you have a lot of abilities. However, Mugi decides to actually go towards the middle part of the map. Oh, Shinji knows that he will be under a lot of threat right now. Oko finally gets the kill.
Oh,
that's
the
huge.
timing, 10 seconds alone. And a 1v1 remains. Mugi realizes that he's got the time, the ability will be key.
Oh, no. He doesn't know. Oko will be just behind him.
Oh, can this
He
work
did.
out? He's got it through, and he actually commits to get the half in already. This is key for the timing. Mugi now taking the angle. That Bulldog is stronger than a Spectre. Gets the first tag through, but Mugi tries to bait. And look at them waiting, but Oko wins the battle after all. A thrifty round for Team Spike, and Team Mugi put down a notch right away.
Wow, such a cool round on so many levels. First of all, Team Spike, they wanted to play aggressively towards A main, you know, having 2 players there. However, it's Elzoy who falls first, and then Humlik is unable to refrag. Sorry, not Elzoy. It's Nyaru who falls first, and then I believe it's Narsil who cannot refrag. He goes for the hero play, 1v2, but he just manages to snatch one of the players. Mugi, you can see the frustration, because that was supposed to be quite an easy round for this team.
Exactly.
It was an eco round for Team Spike, but they make it work. However, Sheriff's in the hands of Team Mugi right now, so they could bite back.
It would be rather impressive, wouldn't it, to be able to return it like that? But those kind of things can actually happen. Nyaru, though, the angle he was holding doesn't quite work out. It's Oko to retort with the Headhunter, waiting for the next. And obviously, I did like the fact that in that replay we just see Mugi response. Narsil throws himself to the wolves. And at least Mugi gets the upper hand. Oh, dearie me, but there's a read there. You've got Tumblr clicking that way, and Elzoy catches it out. I believe that might have been a noise cue that was made or something that gave away Mugi's position.
They heard him. A real game of touching grass, they heard him.
Very unfortunate for Team Mugi, but deserved to go to Team Spike. This first map kicks out in their favor at least. And I do wonder if right now Team Mugi will be able to retort very quickly, or if right now this is going to be that difference. If right now Team Spike will maybe just go for a beautiful attacker side start.
They actually have finally money to start playing full buys. So the importance about what's important for Team Mugi is to actually not let the enemy get away with the score, especially on Ascent. You want to get as many points as possible in the defense, because usually it's such a heavy defender map that when you don't win at least 7 or maybe 8 of them, you are quite unlikely to come out victorious at the end of the game. So yeah, Team Mugi, of course, they're not in big trouble yet. They've lost the anti-eco round. That happens from time to time, but now it's finally time to start playing, especially on the full buy. Since they spent all of the money, if they lose this one, they go broke again. And then real problems start. So they have to focus. Mugi is, however, ready with the fault line to start the attack, the advance towards the tree.
Elzoy then with the first kill, Spike following it up, but Mugi and Narsil, they both know how to retort. Spike has not been planted just yet, and the angle's being played rather well. Narsil comes ahead, a 4K though, not possible if you run out of ammo.
30 seconds
Oko
left.
then to take control, at least has that A main position, but right now it's going to be a tough time to get that spike planted. 20 seconds and Team Mugi is close. Plus the recon bolt does at least give something away. They know his position rather well. 15 seconds now and Nyaru is right there. Available to dash in, but will actually hesitate for a moment longer. Doesn't seem to need it. Shinchi takes the last frag and Team Mugi retorts right away, 2-2.
So every UFC fighter knows that the movement is one of the most important assets that he can have, and you could see Narsil taking a lesson out of the UFC book with fancy footwork. That was an amazing paranoia, and then he just shifted over to the other side, catching 2 players off guard, getting those 2 crucial things, and getting Team Mugi on the board with yet another round. However, they've lost 3 guys. They don't have that much money, but I believe that they will be able to actually scrub up a decent buy. And of course, the enemies, you can see Oko. He's almost capped at 9K already. That's quite impressive. He has some buck in his pocket, so he'll be good to go for the next couple of rounds. We have a small technical difficulty. We have some small difficulties, but we should be getting back to the game shortly.
I believe that there's actually no struggle right away. It was fixed in a mere moment, seeing as that time is ticking down still. So no need to worry, no need to fret. Let's keep this going. And let's make sure that this party does not die down. And let's now find out who is actually going to be leading the fray further into this round, into this map. They both stand at 2 rounds 1. So the tide just has to be turned. The balance has to be shifted. Will it be Nyaru to find the first frag? Most certainly looks like it. Elzoy goes down. And Oko now standing ready to return at least the Tour de Force, the first one that we've seen today. Moves through, but will not get an actual kill, just an Aldern.
You can see the confidence coming out from Nyaru as he didn't even activate his dash. He was so sure that he will get the kill that he just stood there waiting for his enemy. and actually being, you know, his execution there. So Team Spike, without Jet, they don't have one of the assets that usually gets you control and information over this side. However, they're attacking towards Wombo. He is prepared with his killjoy abilities, though. It's Hamlik, though, who gets 2 kills, completely surprising Shinshi and Mugi.
30 seconds left.
Very nicely done, Wombo, maybe to balance it out. Still, Oku's ultimate taken away. Narsil pushing it up further, but Wombo now losing vision. The paranoia was excellent from Mystic, and even though they cut it close, it will be a situation where Hamlik does not find the frag, and now the angle's held rather well. Nyaru was able to do it at the start of the round, but cannot do it at the end of the round. Team Spike to take the third, and to now have the upper hand.
So Hamlik got this amazing flank. He actually managed to kill 2 of the enemies, and then he misses the easiest shots in the back of Nyaru. Nyaru himself, he was close to pulling it off. Like, he had a good crosshair positioning, so just tapping the head of the enemy, that could have happened. How did Sova actually get into that position? That's a good question, because you usually don't see him going, you know, as the first frontline, as a frontline player. You usually just see Sova as this supportive character who drones, who also, you know, shoots some arrows into the sky, plays with his bow, just being cute overall. Not pushing like that. And getting those 2 kills was crucial for Team Spike to cut out the rotation and actually get those most important kills on the side to plant the spike and get the round win.
Exactly. Sova, you'd like to keep him a little bit more on the defensive, because that recon bolt, those shock darts are so strong to get the info. Now, speaking of things that are strong, Nyaru's ultimate, the Blade Storm, will also come into play. Looking around, hoping to find, but not directly getting the connection. Team Spike still holds things out, moving around mid, getting just all the control there. But I wonder, perhaps realizing that B is wide open. Elzoy now makes the entry. Wombo goes down, but indeed they're pushing further ahead. They're starting to create towards that B side, and they're still catching out the team members of Team Mugi, who'd opted to very quickly move for that A stack to try and at least surprise their opponent by being there with a lot more players at once. Now the plan comes through, and Team Spike stands strong.
Yeah, Team Spike controlling the situation. It's just Nyaru who is probably the biggest danger, since he has those blades still available. However, the rest of the abilities not online, nothing that helpful. It's Urko who gets the first kill. However, Narshil answers with 1. Even though Spike, the Team Spike planted the spike, they were controlling the situation throughout the whole round. You've got to admire the dexterity from Elzoy, because he was quick to get a kill, and then when all hell went loose on him with the abilities from Sova and Breach, he just dashes back, get 1 kill on the board, gets 1 additional kill on the board for him. Then he falls, of course, to the enemy as he was stunned, but he's managed to do that, which was huge to start off with the advantage towards Team Spike. Team Mugi, however, this time around, they'll have money, and I believe that they bought themselves an Odin that we've mentioned yesterday, Assen being map made of cardboard.
Yep.
So the attacks towards B side might be just a little more difficult right now.
I wonder if Shinshi can find his result with this, because Team Spike, they do move far more for the middle angle, but as they've done earlier, they still got that chamber pushing ahead, still hoping to find the next. Shinshi, though, coming into play in a moment. Oh, that looks like it was bang on the money, but he won't directly find the connection. Oko teleports away and survives. For now, Team Spike still out trying to find.
A good effort from Team Mugi, because first of all they're using Recon Bolt, not spotting anyone, so the enemies get more confidence and actually start approaching B main, and the moment that the Killjoy turrets get contact and start shooting the enemy, Shinshi actually starts shooting his Odin and scanning the enemy. However, he did not manage to get the kill on Oko, not even 1 tag, but the idea behind it was really cool, and I appreciate it.
30 seconds left.
Always do appreciate that Odin getting its chance. Oh, now that shock dart won't directly connect, and the ammo is going to be another factor, but 81 bullets should be about enough. For now, there's still no spike plant, and time is starting to tick. Wombo can also come through, and Shinji, you realize he can just hold things out. Great breach ult that comes
10
through.
seconds left.
Shinji and Nas still finding 3 critical kills over 7 seconds on the clock. This doesn't look like a situation where a spike plant will be able to happen. Nas still for the third, and Mugi to finish things off. 3-4, and even though this is Spike's map pick, it is still looking a little bit so-and-so for them, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I think that still the team composition, if you look at it, it can be good on the defensive side too. And like I mentioned before, I think that Ascent is a little bit towards a little bit heavy towards defense. So yeah, 4v3 they're leading. However, this last round, it was too obvious. All of their moves, the enemy knew 2 moves ahead of them. Like Team Mugi actually made the effort to move most of the players towards B side. They've had the abilities ready. They've had the Rolling Thunder ready. So they were well aware of what's going on the map, and Team Spike, not winning a single gunfight, just had to lose the round.
Absolutely. So, I do like how now Oko retorts and gets an Odin of his own. Team Spike with that, perhaps maybe a little bit unconventional, but a strategy that can work for them, no doubt. Currently, though, Spike will keep looking, will keep trying to find. So at this point in time, Nyaru gets the first kill. The operator trumps the Odin, so it seems. And it will be a bit of a worse start for Spike, but maybe it can be turned around, and indeed, it'll be Elzoy to pull that off. Now Spike committing to the wall, but Wombo getting the read on that, realizing what's going on. Elzoy then waiting, looking, trying to find something with the dash and the ready. But that recon bolt that comes through, I believe, does quite a lot. Elzoy then with the Blade Storm. Can this find success? The Hunter Fury instead. But Wombo comes right on through. Beautiful double. And Shinji still alive with the Odin, but Mystic realizing it's time to dip.
However, look at Nyaru. He's so close because he has not moved that far on the rotation, so he'll probably be able to actually surprise the enemy. However, Mystic is looking towards the fast lane. Not this time around. Nyaru gets the kill, and it's 4-4. Team Mugi making it even. And despite Ascent being the pick from Team Spike, you can clearly see that Team Mugi, they are well aware of what they're doing and that they have prepared for this map. I really enjoy seeing Killjoy, especially in the hands of an experienced player, because you can just appreciate how well Wombo is using his utility all around the map. He has setups for A defense, he has setups for middle control, he has setups for B retakes. He's got pretty much every setup available in the game, and he's switching them up all the time. So the enemies, they have to be, you know, in the
very quick on the uptake.
Very quick on the uptake. Yeah, they have to really understand or predict where the Killjoy is going to play and play reactively around her, because she's just such a thorn in the side.
Oh, Elzoy, the Hill! That's a 4K put down, and nowhere can you still find a Team Spike member anywhere in the vicinity of B main, but it's Mugi at the end. And that is a beautiful put down. Dearie me. Absolutely ruined Team Spike there.
Every team came here to win the tournament and get this 10K on their accounts. But I've got to tell you, if I were to be a player of one of those teams, I would love to sit alongside Mugi. You can just see the passion, you can see how excited he is to be winning those rounds, and he's hyping up the rest of the players.
I love the look there from Spike, by the way. You can just see him, like his face just turn like, what do you do against that, man?
Yeah.
I can't even.
Uh-oh, Nyaru, he's managed to escape and actually get the kill!
Just going so aggressive, but it's completely unanticipated, right? Team Spike just does not see that kind of thing coming, which is logical. If you've got an enemy fleeing, pushing away, you're not going to think, oh yeah, they're just going to peek again in a moment, right? That is not how you normally do it.
You will not
so
kill my
he switched
ally.
it up. However, Sage finally getting some value out of her ultimate, bringing one of the players alive. But this is the issue I have with Sage. When you're playing around her, you usually don't get more than maybe 2 reses throughout the one half. So this is not that much value. And let's see if it actually brings back Team Spike into this round. Doesn't look like. Not yet. Yaru switching to Shorty and just straight up murdering Elzoy. Wombo, he's also found his way on the flank, getting 2 kills on the board, and it's just Mystic alone. What can he do as sole survivor? Marine, you're the last one. Complete the mission, as the announcer would say. But I don't know if he can pull it off.
It's a tall order Mystic figuring, well, micromanagement, I might as well throw away that weapon.
Yeah, that was cute.
10 seconds
you know,
left.
it's the little things. It's the little things, but Mystic realizes that he is never ever going to get this plant put down. He'll be taking the high road, moving away, and just chilling in his little cloud, his dark cover.
They were closing up on him
Yeah,
quite quickly.
Man was afraid. Man was afraid.
Yeah. Man was so afraid of the boomstick that the boomstick went flying, you know?
Oh, dearie me. It's just 2 more rounds in this first half, and whilst initially I did have this feeling, okay, Team Spike, nice back and forth that they got going on, you know, solid leads, that 4-2, but now it's been completely turned around. That strong start that Team Spike made has been decisively changed up. Nyaru, again, such a key factor on the operator. Team Spike just a 1-man down, but this can still be compensated, although you've got to be wary. Nyaru is such a scary player to go up against.
The prospect of the op player, a really skilled one in the enemy team, is always one of the scariest things that you can come across, especially if you're playing with Sage. This is the issue. Had you gone for KO or maybe Sky, you have those flashes.
Yeah.
You have the EMP dagger that you can disable Jet abilities with. As a Jet, as a Sage, you just pray to God that he misses you or shoots you in the leg so you can heal out.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury is pretty solid, though. That's a great entry from Humlik to come through. But it will be a mere 1 entry. Team Mugi holding on. Narsil trying to be that key player, but now his positions, no, they'll read on this. And Narsil would just spray it down. Wombo doing the same. Trying to make the Phantom work right now.
30 seconds left.
This is a situation in which the 3v3 rests, and the Spike is still nowhere near the, or actually planted itself. Narsil's position, though, threatened by the shock dart, but he's moving closer, and he is right on the money. Spots Humlik, but does not find the frag. It'll be Wombo instead, but this engagement is too tough. The Phantom can't win it out, and the Spike will be planted. Only Shinshi left.
And Greeks, they just dropped the ball, especially considering the fact that they couldn't aim at all. And you know, however, Coach Shinshi, he wants to, you know, redeem his team after this round. That almost was in the bag. I just felt like Team Mugi is controlling everything because the dark cover is blocking the entrance towards A side. The enemy team has like 10 seconds left on the clock, and both remaining defenders on A side, they just miss their sprays. So this gives a backdoor towards the towards the better score after the first half for Team Spike. They still could pull off 6-6, which will be quite promising going into the defensive half. And taking into account that they've actually lost the pistol round, of course, then following it up with a win. Oh, it's the same thing that Team Mugi did during the first round. However, during this moment, without that fruitful effects.
Nyaru does tend to go for that aggression at the beginning. I think, consistent pattern that established itself. The only difference being that Nyaru does every time try and kind of go for a different angle, so that it is unanticipated, that Team Spike can't say, oh no, he's going to be there, or he's going to be there. And in that sense, it's Team Mugi keeping them on their toes. Now, though, a 3v3 rest and a chance for a even half-time is out there. Team Spike still, however, have to get onto the site itself, but they'll make a good start. Shinshi heavily tagged up. Now, though, Nasa coming through with the paranoia, but Shinshi getting a good read. Spike taken out. And a 2v2 turns into a 1v2. Shinshi takes out Elzo, and only Mystics left. A Killjoy comes on through, and it is used as excellent bait. 7-5, that's the result, and that is your halftime score in favor of Mugi on Spike's map pick.
I really loved this half so far. We've got some cool stuff going on. I'll give it to Mugi. They've got you know, Killjoy lineups prepared and Killjoy setups prepared, you know, for the defensive side. But they've also played a little aggressively towards middle, using Jet Bridge combo, which I'm quite fond of, as well as, you know, understanding the flow of the map. Sometimes you fight for the control over A main, then you give it up, then when the abilities are back, you also just try and regain it once more. So, Team Mugi showing us that they were prepared on the defensive side. However, do they have the plan to do it when they are the ones to attack?
Hey, 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 is Mugi a man with a plan? It's a reference to a song, but I was hoping if you get it, but never mind, it did not arrive. Maybe someone else out there will actually know the song. It's pretty good, but what's also pretty good, obviously, is the look that Team Mugi's got going on right now. They are 2 rounds ahead, and this pistol will be a key moment for Spike. It could be the comeback. It could be their chance to shine once again, to move from 5-7, 7-7. An excellent position to be in, and Team Mugi right now just waiting and eventually moving through. Nyaru the first, Mystic falls. Oko, though, the shorty. It's a very powerful play, so it seems like, but Mugi puts the pressure further on. The breach abilities being excellent to scare away his opponents.
He's the real supportive player, buying all of the abilities during the pistol round. However, he might be in trouble being spotted under the heaven. 4 of the players from Team Spike are trying to go for there.
But the shorty can't ruin again. Already Shinshi comes ahead. Nyaru at the end after Shinshi grabs his 3rd kill. This is Team Mugi with an excellent start where Team Spike really needed to return from the get-go. But they've done it before on the 2nd round in a half, so maybe they can do it again.
Yep. Let's keep an eye on them and their buys. It looks like 2 sheriffs, and I believe that Oko will also go for Headhunter. Oko trying to make this shorty work, but not this time around. It's Ko Shinshi who just nails those shots to the enemy's skulls, and you can see Mugi. He's excited, even though he's not doing that well, you know, score-wise. During this map, he's helping a lot and facilitating a lot of those plays for his team. That's a huge shot. That's one good shot from Oko, giving a haircut to one of the enemies, but it's not enough, at least not yet.
The power that Mugi shows right away is quick spike plants. They can get on the site time and time again. And now, in this case as well, they can force out the close-range battles. They do so much, and they rack up the kills. It's inventive or a beautiful 5-kill streak at the end. Everyone from Team Mugi just participating, chipping in. But clearly a top line that is established. Nyaru, Narsil, and Shinshi this time, putting in the majority of the work. 9-5, and Team Mugi a mere 4 rounds away from taking the first map in this best of 3.
And 4 guns remaining in the inventory. This might get risky. And of course, we'll be getting a lot of those Mugi cams. You know, Mugi, yeah, Team Mugi.
Nice.
Actually, Mugi told me that in his community, after me announcing his name Mugi, the meme started. So I'm you know, proud godfather of Team Mugi. But Team Mugi, the actual players and the representatives on the server, they are falling like flies during this bonus round. It has not gone their way at all.
No, it seems like Team Spike knows how to put up resistance. That defending side actually being helped quite a bit by a Vandal. Or two, or three. And Team Spike now creating much better chances for themselves. The 6th round feels like it's pretty solved. Judge comes through from Spike. Look at that. Just absurd reaction speed. And Oko finding the last. A flawless round. Great for the economy from Team Spike.
Yeah, so each one of us, we all have our flaws. You know, like little, how do you call them?
Little thing, you know, little characteristics.
Little things that you do, like a little pleasure, guilty pleasure.
Guilty pleasures, that's
so
what you mean,
all
yeah.
of us have the things like a guilty pleasure. And for me, it's watching the judge getting those juicy headshots. I completely hate this gun. I had
Yeah,
the guts of the player who actually go for it, but it's just so satisfying seeing those juicy pellets landing on the head of the enemy. That's my guilty pleasure. Guilty as charged.
Yeah,
Cuff me in.
It's fair, it's fair. For me, I think that's the showstopper, you know? Like, actually being able to see a Raze player get a whopping 3 or 4 kills with just one showstopper. I really love to see that, but it happens very rarely.
Yeah, especially after the nerfs with the showstopper.
Yeah.
It used to be so much more obnoxious. Overall, Raze used to be much more obnoxious.
Yeah.
you remember in beta, she had actual
paint
paint shells. Yeah, and the blast packs, they did like 75 HP damage.
Just everything's got to explode, basically. That's the mentality there.
Crazy.
Now, Chamber here, in the meantime, Oko realizing the value of the high ground. I believe that he will be saying hello there to the players on the Team Mugi side. But currently there's not that many players left to say hello to. Mystic catches out Narsil. Shinji is the last man standing, tries to return, but the paranoia denies him a lot of vision, and Mystic will move ahead to get that next kill as well. 7-9. And Team Spike, their return is leading pretty well at this point.
4 rounds in, and we can already see some struggle towards Team Mugi. They have only managed to win 1. They've only managed to win 2. And of course, because of the pistol one, right? So, I want to say it's too late or whatever, but during this last full buy round, I did not see that much from them. So, let's actually wait and see if they can bring something on the board during the attacking side half, because it's much more challenging than defender side. Like, you need to be the one who comes up with the tempo, with the idea, who carries out the plan. And you can see that they have already some setup ready, but it has actually worked wonders so far. Wonder getting the first kill, Nyaru adding 1 on top of that. And it's an advantage, 5-3, the spike went down. Czech Republic, Czech representatives, they have to get going.
I gotta say there, I really like Narsil's position, the one that he's holding. That is great to surprise. But I do wonder if he can be quick enough on the trigger. For now, though, Wombo also on that sort of lurk angle, drawing the ire of the operator. Humbling now finding the next Nyaru, though, still coming through. Mystic also connecting to Mugi, but the time is ticking and Wombo slowly creeps ahead. Says peekaboo, but then runs out of ammo. Luckily, the triple shot can save his life, but that spike is set to go, set to explode. Mystic at least getting out of dodge. No! Wombo realizing I can't escape here anymore. 10-7 regardless, that should be the main focus. Team Mugi claim themselves the double digits.
And it's an eco win, that's really important. I mean, maybe not full eco, but still, they've had some scrappy buys during the last round. Yeah, first of all, you had this setup with 3 abilities towards A side, so you get rid of the player who's playing towards Electric because he's in the fault line from Breach. You also get the players playing close on the bricks by Paranoia, and then you add a Wrecking Bolt on top of that to see if anyone is on the side. Got the kill for Team Mugi, and they really want to, you know, add another punch, follow it up with an even stronger one, since this half still might get out of their control, and after you win eco round, you just want to keep going. You just want to speed the process up, right? You want to follow up with with another punch, and that is what Team Mugi is doing.
Get that momentum going. It has been said a million times over, I think, by casters all over the world. A attacking side is about momentum. It's about just moving ahead and actually getting your results straight away. Being there and making sure that you can just get your target, that you can get that spike down. For now, the execute actually comes through. The abilities are there, but Oko, for the first hold, definitely moves ahead. Nyari goes down, but Shinshi and Nasil, they're both moving closer. Shinshi actually committing to the plan. Wombo holding the flank. We'll have Humlik drawing some attention over there. Now they can wait things out. Recon Bolt will give away a position, but they knew about each other's existence.
Yeah, still drawing the attention of Killjoy. She has an access to her ultimate, and he's already used it. Nasil and Wombo, they're the last man standing. Can they put it off? Wombo is trying his best, but just missing one bullet too many. As this will be the 8th round on the board for Spike, and you could already see some issues and some problems in terms of the weaponry and equipment on the side of Team Mugi. So I believe they will also have to go to yet another eco round following this win from Team Spike.
This is tough for them. Their economy is absolutely ruined. And I've got to say that right now, I can only hope for the lads from Team Spike that they will make use of this. Put that pressure on Team Mugi. Obviously, they're the defender side, right? I don't mean it in the sense, go wild, go aggressive, start pushing out of main, be a silly man. But just make sure that now you can keep them on the down low, right? Get that economy just staying absolutely ruined. But maybe Nyaru's got other plans. That Blade Storm can be something fierce, and he's already so close. He's making no noise as he hops and scoots about. But as he does, his teammates are getting destroyed, and he's only got 2 knives left, and that is the main problem here. Nyaru had to get a pick right away to actually make that Blade Storm come to fruition.
Yeah.
And no success was found. Not the knife. Denied, Mystic. Wombo reclaims the weapon, but Humlik finishes the deal. An almost flawless round for Team Spike as well.
Yeah.
Great for their own economy.
Mystic a little bit overzealous, you know, bringing out the knife. I want to make sausage out of you.
Dearie me, that's a bit intense, isn't it?
Yeah. And you know what else was intense? How this must have been so frustrating for the jet player, yeah, for Nyaru to actually get on side, try and look for the enemies, and they would just, you know, get out of the dodge at the last possible moment, right? So, unfortunately for him, he did not manage to get the kill that was much necessary. 10-9, and Team Spike is just getting closer and closer to tying up the score and maybe getting an advantage for themselves.
I wonder right now how this will work. Can this be that final blow that Team Spike could have to deal? 10-10. It'd be a 10 score, that's for sure. It would maybe even set up this opportunity for, well, let's be honest here, overtime. I mean, now we can actually see it. Now there are no draws to speak of. It would be quite a start to this beautiful day of Valorant.
And well, I may sound like a broken record yet again, but this is what happens when a proficient operator player gets his hands on an op. He actually gets an Elzoi, this gun, and he starts fragging out of his mind. Yet again, he's making the difference, adding 2 kills to the scoreboard during this round. However, Nyaru, he just sneaked behind the enemy, but the timing is perfect for Mystic, and it's just Nashi left in the 1v4. Such a hard task ahead of him, and he's already started running, so Humlik is well aware of what's going on. This is the execution, the easiest one in his career. Team Spike making it 10-10.
Hey, would you look at that? Well, who invited those cuties? Unbelievable, though, as right now.
Those are the players.
You know that's not what I meant. Although, sure, you know, you're absolutely right, them as well. as right now a 10-10 balance has been put up. And Team Spike versus Team Mugi stands strong. This could go either way, but economically, I'd say things are very much in favor of Team Spike at this point in time.
So I think that the biggest issue that Team Mugi is facing right now is whenever they get on side, the enemies that just have so many abilities to run away. Like Elzo, he's just running away with this round, getting 2 kills yet again. This off is making the difference. However, the spike was planted. Team Mugi, they have access to Rolling Thunder. Let's see how it plays out.
Humlick at least going for the intel peek. The L drone can find one player, but Yaru putting that further pressure on. Time is ticking. Wombo also on that slight lurk. Killjoy, of course, having to come in a moment. And Yaru gets a good angle, but now the Blade Storm makes it impossible to hold. Wombo, though, with a beautiful angle, a beautiful hold. And there you'll have it. Normally speaking, the Nano Swarm will get the deal, but never mind, actually. This is going to be on time. Yes, because there was a half defuse coming through. And it will be Elzoy to clutch it out in the end to get that 11th round. Team Spike looking favored. Team Spike getting themselves closer to a map win.
Yeah, Elzoy putting up an impressive performance. He is doing everything for his team right now. Jack of all trades, you know, getting those 2 kills, running away with his life like a Houdini or something, and then switching to Phantom, actually clutching the round. Okay, it wasn't that hard to actually, you know, get the Nashil. But I know so many players that would have missed that opportunity. So you can see that he's not cracking under the pressure. And it's actually Team Spike to get the lead in the most narrow and important time of the game. 11-10. They're so close to actually winning the Ascent.
At this point in time, you've got Team Mugi throwing in the ultimate. That can make a difference, but there is that corner where Oko can hide away in. Nyaru at the start, Humlick returning. Oh no, Shinchi, not Mugi! That is a right shame, and that is Team Mugi at least shooting themselves in the foot.
Top 10 anime betrayals of the year. Well, Team Mugi, they have to sort it out without the captain, and they're just doing that. Wombo combo, 2 kills for him. And the rest of the Team Spike, remaining members, they are standing on their last legs. You can see that shit. Oh, Humlick was just 1 bullet away of from dying, and he just did that. 11-11, Team Mugi. Ooh, they're still in the game, and I just feel like the overtime is the only possible scenario where we can work this game out.
I think that you might actually be right. It's just looking that way, right? It's due to the fact that Spike actually has got those reserves that they can work with. So for Team Mugi, for example, now to pull off a 13-11, is it possible? Yes. Will it be all the more challenging, though? Oh, even more so. Team Spike, on the other hand, well, they've got that margin, I feel like, and they would perhaps benefit more from bringing it to overtime, but I should also say, right, I speak about overtime, but maybe it will be that Team Spike turnaround as well. Equally a possibility, a 13-11. Definitely, though.
I am just keeping my fingers crossed that we get the overtime, because I want this map to get going, to keep happening, you know, because it's just such a great showing from both of those teams. However, it's Team Spike. They will probably get a lead, you know, an upper hand going into the last round of the remaining time. And Elzoy, you gotta give it to this man. But during the second half, he's just shining through.
Give him an operator,
yeah,
and he's a happy man.
Give the guy a boomstick.
A boomstick.
And this happens. Yeah.
We now get the timeout call coming through from a Team Mugi in this case. Definitely the right decision to make. They can most certainly benefit from getting their strategy sorted out, getting their plan already made. Because right now, the team just needs that support. They need that straight battle plan where they know what to do and how they can handle things. They need to be able to get this 12-12. that still keeps their chances looking positive. And I've got to admit as well, I think once we move to Bind, where Team Mugi is on comfortable territory on a map that they've already, or well, played before, obviously, but a map that they've actually picked themselves, that might just be the thing, still giving Mugi that chance to get the 2-0. But to have that happen, he needs to win this round.
Yeah, but having it mentioned before, we will need to see how Team Mugi operates under the pressure. They'll be down 1 map in the best-of-3 series.
Under pressure.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, very nice. Match point, map point, I think is more like it. Team Spike, you've got a great chance to make this work, but your opponents are coming right at you, and they've also got decent weaponry in their hands.
Yeah, they do. That was something that I was concerned about.
Same.
Is Team Mugi actually going to pull off the full buy here?
It's traveling.
They
Can't
got
do
it.
that.
All
Yeah,
good, all
no,
good.
Besides Mugi, but he's going to play with Sheriff and use a lot of his utility abilities. He's just going to help his team. However, Oko pushing through. He really gets aggressive. He wants to get into the gritty details, and he got the kill on Nashil. Boogie answering, however, with some cool shots. Spike resurrecting Mystic, and the advantage, the member advantage is for the Czech representatives right now.
Yep, that is Team Spike looking just a little bit stronger. Defense still held on. Yaru having pulled up the Blade Storm, but at least that B site is going to be open. And Yaru with the updraft moves ahead, but will not get the frag. Shinshi, though, moving to get a target hit. And Yaru committing to the Spike plant, changing the basing, moving things around. Can this be Spike for the retake? Or will that Blade Storm and Phantom combo be stronger? Currently,
Mystic should just use the ultimate to check if there are any enemies backside, because this is the last round of the game. Oh yeah, he's just doing that. He's a live drone and he got the info. They know where Coach Shinshi is. They just get the kill on Yaru, and it might be the end of the very first map or semi-finals. It's Spike himself to get the last kill on the board. 13-11. And this is the very first time that Team Mugi actually drops a map.
oh, dearie me, Mugi's just about perfect map streak actually put to a bit of an end there. They made a grand 4-0 start, but now they've finally been shown that after all, Team Mugi is not invincible. They can actually be fought against. They can actually take things out, or well, be taken out, I should say. Team Spike showing up perhaps stronger than we had anticipated, but deservedly getting that map win in right here. 30-11, it was narrow, but it is Team Spike holding out a little bit stronger.
I just feel like if Team Mugi, if they could have followed up with some more round wins after the eco round that they got, they would probably snatch this map from the enemy. But still, when the Elfzoy got his hands on the operator, the game was pretty much over. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's
Give
true.
this guy a boomstick and he'll make a good use out of it. But all in all, I'm quite happy with what we've seen, because sometimes you've got to cast Valorant, which isn't perfect, and you still pretend that the game is cool and exciting. This time around, I was actually, getting into the details of the game, because those players, being in the Streamers League, they are bringing some big guns and big brain strategies to the server. That was quite impressive from both sides. However, just slightly missing an idea and maybe, like a plan for Team Mugi on the attack side, because they had those two initiators in Breach and Sova, but they just narrowly couldn't pull it off.
That's kind of the downside, really, and that is the situation where I would hope for Team Mugi that their battle plan is going to be updated, that their second map is going to look a lot better, because otherwise there's a chance here. Team Spike maybe just going to upset it completely, say, hey, what about a reverse, or well, a complete upset of the expectations, a 2-0 from them. It's possible, right?
Yeah.
If they feel really comfortable on Bind, it does feel like a bit of a puggy map, so I would say that there are actually chances.
Sorry, I've just remembered that we were still on camera, and one of the Polish casters were
I know.
walking
you
by.
See,
I waved
you see
to
Jakob
him.
right here.
Yeah,
and
I just realized that Jacob, such a cool guy.
Such a lovely, lovely
Yeah,
man.
a lovely lad.
I
He'll
think
be casting the second semi-final, I believe, for the Polish cast. So if you're here for him, tuning into the Polish cast.
At the end of the day, though, we all know that the English cast is, just a bit better, but shh, don't tell them. Still, though, you know what's better as well? Taking a little moment to let that first map sink in. We're going to be moving to a break. Definitely be right back here for Bind, the second map in this best of 3, Mugi versus Spike. See you in a bit.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the Streamers League of Valorant, where obviously we've had, I think, a fantastic start to a lovely Sunday. A 13-11 result in favor of Team Spike. They narrowly, but deservedly, important little ejection or additive there, won that first map. A beautiful showing, a beautiful start from them, and exciting times ahead, that's for sure. We will move to the second map, Bind, picked by Team Mugi. My dear Magpie, is this going to be the situation where Team Mugi says we're going to change things up completely, or maybe this will actually be where Team Spike upsets and claims that underdog position, wins it 2-0?
I don't think that either of those is going to happen. I feel like we are ahead of, you know, a rather competitive and close matchup like Ascent. So both teams are quite fluent with the map picks that we have already had today. So Team Ascent just barely, narrowly going towards Team Spike, but I just don't feel like Operator plays that big of a role towards the bind pick, because you get all of those you know, extremely fast takes, those explode strategies there. So if you can pull off sniper rifle, then great, but usually you don't get those long lines of sights where the snipers can shine. So I don't want to say that Elzoi will not have the same impact, but I just feel like it's much more difficult to pull good operator moves on this map. However, still, Chamber, still, you know, Jet can be picked on this map. But I do feel that Raze brings you more value. And usually, when you're playing Raze, you cannot do that much operator action, you know? Like,
I agree.
This will be the Chamber who will pick up the op. So this time around, you don't have double op setup. You just have Chamber who can opt for the op, or maybe play with the force, but not every round. From time to time. from time to time. Excuse me.
I mean, I also agree with you there on that Raze point as well, right? I think a agent like Raze is very dependent on using those satchels to just like kind of hop and scoot about and be a very close range, very impactful agent. You've also got to like get out there and make sure that you can throw those pain shells at the right angle. Not the type of agent that you're going to normally play with an operator on.
No, not really. Of course, you could try and get, you know, the verticality into the play, especially on the defensive side. On the defensive side, you have some spots where you usually cannot get with the other agents. Chamber and Raze can kind of cheat their way onto the elevation, the elevated positions, and then make use out of the sniper rifle. But still, I can see the world where those players are actually using Jet. However, looking into the statistics and the bind from the qualifier, from the Czech Republic and Slovakia qualifier, we can see that it was Chamber for Oko, and then it was Elzoy playing Omen, while it was Mystic who was using Raze. So this is the small difference, small switch of the roles, swap of the roles within the team.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing Mystic bringing some Raze action, because as an Omen, you can have those highlighted moments, but usually they are because, you know, you're the sole survivor on the side and you're holding on onto it alone, or you are getting this big flank, this huge flank. So this is that sometimes happen when you are playing Omen, but as a Raze, you're a highlighted player. You have to get into the chaos, you have to get into the mix, you know, blow things up, get those double shot satchels, maybe use your showstopper and do that. So let's see an actual agent select.
Oh, Fade coming through from Mugi.
We can already see the adaptation. It's Elzoy on Jet, so they are putting all the eggs into his basket, you know, trying to keep the boomstick man going. And
bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, let's see how it works. Also, some changes towards Team Mugi. They're actually be using double initiator setup without a Sky. It will be Breach and Fade. That's something new.
I think, you know, this is going to be a setup where they're going to depend a lot on the support that, you know, Brim can give with his smokes. Stim as well, actually. You don't see it used that much, but it's still a little factor that comes into play. You know, Breach to actually open things up, right, to get those flashes in. And then Fade also to deny vision, apply that, I believe, DK it is as well. There's just a lot of factors that are coming into play that's setting up a player like Nyaru, like Wombo. I think that the pressure is going to be on them to actually perform, and that the rest of Team Mugi is sort of there to help them along, facilitate them, definitely also get the kills, obviously. But with Fade, with Breach, you're just going to support like that, right? You're just going to be there for the rest of your team.
Much more focus in the terms of the Team Mugi team composition onto, you know, taking control over the certain areas of the map. You have Boombot, you have paint shells, you have Incendiary, you then have breach abilities as well as Fade, so you can get a lot of control over those narrow and small areas of bind. However, the enemy team, they are much more into info gathering and actually picking up those duels, those firefights. They have Sky. She's perfect to get the early info in, you know, checking either bathroom or maybe B long and seeing where the enemies are at. And of course, Jet, you know, an exquisite agent to play aggressively and then get out of the dodge. So we have two different team compositions, you know, like water and fire fighting each other. We'll see who comes out on top. You know, from the looks of things, so far it will be fire. It's like 30 degrees out. So Team Mugi, maybe they'll be on fire on bind. I'm really looking forward to seeing the third map, because so far this series has delivered a lot of good rounds, a lot of good memories to me. So I really want Team Mugi to actually get the second win here on the board. And then whatever happens on Split, it happens on Split.
Well, you know, whatever happens on Split, we don't talk about it. You know, whatever happens, happens. Now, honestly, I really believe that I think the highest odds are for us going toward that decider, going to Split, going to that, well, situation where Mugi now can return. I especially like their setup as well. I'm a fan of Fade, even though that, you know, she is the newest addition, the newest agent. I still really like the style of her abilities as well, and what they can do. Their kind of aggressiveness, it's kind of like a goth version of Sky. Is that a take that I can make? I'm gonna.
It's edgy sky.
Yeah, edgy sky. Yeah, I'm gonna roll with that. You know, I really want to see how this one will pan out. Regardless, Bind now kicking off. We get the fly through. We get the beautiful views of also the beautiful sights, obviously. Altogether, Bind a map where I'm a big fan as well of the dynamic that the teleports bring in. Let's go ahead and take a look, see how this can work out. Maybe it'll be Team Spike to surprise after all. Maybe it'll be Team Mugi to go for that kickback.
Okay, so Nyaru should not be approaching Hooker. He just had Shorty go off. You don't want to face this gun in such a close-up fight. However, it's Urko who almost dies there. Thanks to his teleport, he's back there safe. But, Elzo trying his best, and he actually gets 2 on the board. How did he manage to do that? No way. It's finally Mugi to get the revenge. And Coach Shinshi also, with additional 1 kill, nails the head of the enemy. The spike will go down, and it looks like Team Mugi taking control over this round. The first one should go their way.
Absolutely. Mystic is the last man standing, stuck in the window position. Now also getting pressured by the breach. And just a 1v3 that is untenable. Oh dear, Wombo a bit off the mark, however. And Mystic will push out, but Shinji eventually gets the last frag. 2 for him on that round as well. And Team Mugi all together with, I would say, a pretty solid look, a pretty solid start.
There was one crucial elimination that we did not get to see. So I believe this was Sky who was trying to push from B main, and she actually got caught during the rotation towards the middle. This is the crucial moment, because if she actually got behind the enemies, she might have gotten a good flank off and maybe tipped the scale towards Team Spike. So far, Team Mugi, they've been quite consistent during those pistol rounds, getting 2 of them on the board.
Absolutely. He is a hero when it comes to his pistol rounds, both on the previous as well, indeed. And in that sense, at least Mugi knows how to make a good start. Does it once again. Narsel, Wombo, and Yara, though, actually doing the work, but you know, like a good captain, Mugi doesn't do a lot of the killing himself. Wombo moving further up, Mystic now also falling, and Elzoy being the last player standing and at least take out Nyaru. But Wombo will return with his own headhunter. Almost said Wombo there, but that's because I just said Nyaru. It really trips a man up, you know.
Well, luckily for Team Mugi this time around, they do not drop the anti-eco round. That was something that, well, in the grand scheme of things, might have, you know, like, been the deciding factor in the last game. Have they not lost this anti-eco round, they would have gone to 12-12, maybe first 11 themselves. You know, so the devil is in the details, as they say. This time around, they overcome the evil and actually got the round for themselves. Nyaru will be the first one to get on the board. This is a good pickup, as Team Mugi is looking forward to the 3rd round with the 1-man advantage.
A tough look regardless, but a lot of pressure that Team Mugi tries to apply from the get-go as they are in the buffs.
Smoke's down.
I could swear that they've redone the textures there or something, or is that just me?
I mean, it was one of the players who redesigned the interior with his bullets.
No, not in that sense. I was talking about the tiling.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not a tiling expert myself.
Yeah, maybe that's just on me. I will look ahead further. Team Mugi that have got to press the 1-man advantage that they've got right now. They're in luck that Team Spike is quite clearly divided, but Elzoy sows division himself, taking 2 players out from Team Mugi and returning quite fiercely. Mystic, though, still lurking in this smoke. Now waiting to get a chance, waiting to move out. Spike has gone down, but eventually Mystic's smoke will dissipate. But he'll still be able to move around. Has that surprise factor to come through.
How about Mugi? His position is impeccable. He gets the kill. However, he has to run now, and he just couldn't dodge all of those bullets piercing through the walls. He's fallen down, but it's still Coach Shinshi left alive. However, he's being pushed from the back. Is he aware of that? I don't know. One the kill on Elzoy. Humlik, however, quick to return. Wombo trying his best, but he's just one kill short of making it 3-0. And Team Spike with the first round on the board. However, they lost 4 players in the process. This is not a good bonus round.
No, that's not how you'd like to start it out, but I'm happy for them that their first buy round can at least book success. Team Mugi, though, still on the lead, but now being happy, digging into some reserves, and actually the Chamber ult coming through quite quickly here. That tour de force, I'm sure, will put in plenty of work. Like a massively, massively buffed operator, that gun can get kill after kill.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, Spike playing at close quarters with a judge. So let's. Why did he do that? You have a judge.
Intel. He was,
no.
Intel, man.
You're playing Sage. You're not supposed to be getting Intel.
No, it's absolutely
not
true.
in this fashion for sure.
I'm trying to get into the mind of the player. You know, why would you do that? And the only thing that I can imagine is it just being like, oh, I want to see if there's anyone nearby or anyone close. But yeah, you take
there was Chamber with ult nearby.
Yeah, he was close, and he kind of made that point. You know, he said like, oh, hello there. Wombo apparently seems to be on a bit of a roll. Then gets his second kill as well. Just moving about the map, feeling at home just about everywhere. Okko's location also revealed, and this does feel like Team Spike very quickly getting worked out of the way in this position. Shinji now moving for the plant as Narsil puts the pressure further up. Team Mugi looking rather favored. 3-2-1 is in the future, maybe even in a flawless fashion as Team Spike decide to fall back and save things out.
Rounds done and dusted. This is pretty much it. Team Spike, they didn't show presence at all during this one. Of course, with the scrappy buy, they had to get gimmicky and actually, you know, try pulling off those tricks like Sage playing close quarters with Judge. But for whatever reason, trying to get info as well, that did not work out well for him. And Team Mugi saving 5 guns, getting the third round on the board, and looking strong so far on this bind fake of theirs.
Looking kind of strong. Sadly, Narsil loses his life right at the end. But the thing that matters is Team Mugi. They make that great start. They make that beautiful kickoff. And I honestly really want to see them progress further like this. I mean, they would deservedly get their results in. And I've got to admit that right now, Team Mugi is looking as good as the lovely wireless HyperX Cloud 2 that we've got right here on our desk.
Yeah. You were lucky to get your hands on one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. Very happy with it. And I just love the build quality of this thing. Don't mind me, though. I'm kind of fiddling a little bit. I've got a tendency to do that, you know. When I'm on the desk, when I'm commentating, I do like to...
Our sponsors got to love you.
Absolutely, they do. Because I make these really, really cringy sellout remarks as well. You know, like stuff like Adiri me. Okay, we've got...
you were talking about being built different. So far, it's Team Mugi that's built different during this map.
I've got a beautiful one.
I'll show you a lifeline. No worries.
Yeah, I've got a beautiful one, actually. You know, if you get a Raze entering, surfing around with the satchel charges, the surfing is good as you can surf the web with Surfshark. Nyaru now moving further ahead, but Humley returning. That's Nyaru falling. And a 4v3 standing, but Mugi moves right ahead. Will manage to take out Humlik. Mystic, though, resorting, but this is a situation where a 3-1 will quickly turn in a 4-1. Team Mugi currently really making the waves, making or finding the pressure to move further ahead and to try and make sure that they can directly find this next round and directly get this second map.
Yeah, I think, you know, actually improving on the basis of their own mistakes from the first map, they really want to close this game in this map quickly, since that was something that they struggled the most with during the Ascent pick. So they got this huge advantage after winning the second pistol round, right? It was 9-5. And then they've only managed to win 2 of the remaining rounds, which was not enough. Right now, however, it's a 4-2-1, and they have some ults available for them. I want to see, and those are like the best ults if you want to get aggressive, if you want to get proactive. Maybe besides Rolling Thunder that is missing, you still have access to Orbital Strike, Nightfall, and Raze's ultimate, right? So, so the showstopper.
Yeah,
if
there's
you
a lot.
want to gain control over the side, if you need to push the enemies back, you just press 3 buttons, and they have to scatter, they have to run for the light.
There's the Nightfall coming through right away. Nyaru with the entry. Elzoy will fall. Shinshi committing to the plant, and Team Mugi claim this site in a beautiful fashion. I love those rim smokes dotted around as well. They are so powerful, and now you've got to keep Brim on that lure. Keep it far away, but Shinshi, he just says, don't worry about those ults. I'll get a triple kill. I'll put some flicks down that are just sheer impressive. 5-1 on the board for Team Mugi, and deservedly getting their spot, standing incredibly strong against Team Spike.
Let's go, man. Coach Shinshi with a perfect position. At first, I thought that he's going to miss the entire spray, but then a perfect transfer, you know, actually getting into the zone. 3 kills for him.
Ready.
With the really smart move to hide inside of the smokes. And, well, 5-1. And Team Mugi did actually only use one of those powerful ultimates I mentioned. So they still have a lot of fuel left in the tank regarding the ultimate abilities for the rounds yet to come.
I am absolutely happy for them that they can be this dominant, that they can get these kind of results, because right now that is exactly what they need. And I've got to say, Team Mugi, this is a solid look for them, but this also means that Team Spike will have to play things out a little while longer if they want to try and win this out. Obviously, though, you can argue one thing. At least whomever wins here is looking at a break before they move to the grand final, right? Keep that in mind as well. The players that move to that second semi-final later on, and that move ahead from that, Holak versus Dagonka, who, by the way, we've just actually seen walk right on by us. Well, they're going to be looking at a difficult battle.
Yeah, and they actually get towards their enemies, you know, the adversaries. So it will be easier for them to get into the zone, maybe get some rest, get something to eat.
3 for me.
However, getting back into the grind.
Oh, that's a 4K. Is there ace potential here? Although
yeah,
Humlick's so far away.
Is it Kayak? Is it Kayak on Bind and Raze?
Oh dear.
No, it's Nyaru this time around.
Watching that back yesterday, but he gets it indeed. Nyaru with the ace at the very end. Humlick caught out. And Mugi is still having a discourse a little bit as well with his teammates, but clearly
he's having time of his life. Look at him. Time of his life, yeah. He's happy.
I think he was thanking one of his teammates as well or something.
In a really intensive way. Like, thank you so much. RJ, you're the best. Yeah.
Know you.
Reverse Uno cards.
Hell yeah.
You've got it here. So, there's some magic around Raze and just getting all of those aces, especially on binds. We've got Kayak, who yesterday did something that probably never before happened in a competitive setting, but we'll get back to that in just a second, because Team Mugi are pushing on through the A side, getting the first kill, and it's of course Wombo. Orbital Strike coming through to clear up lamps, but it will be Spike who brings Oko back to life.
And that creates balance again. Shinshi now, though, coming through. And that is another ultimate for to play. Shinshi Narsil retorting right away. A 3v3 rests. But Shinshi's position's caught out. Wombo then to come through. Finds Mystic and now has to stay alive. Oko sticking the defuse. And Wombo being found. It'll be the second round for Team Spike, as they finally, after quite a long while, move back against Team Mugi.
Follow Hatsa, JC.
Wow.
Shameless plug.
Sellout commentator, by the way. Unbelievable. But at least he's having a giggle with it, right? That's what matters as well.
Okay, so regarding last round,
Sort of take me through it.
all of those strong ultimates were actually put into action by Team Spike. They've, if I'm correct, they've used Orbital Strike, Tour de Force, as well as Resurrection, and they've only managed to save 2 people afterwards. Well, the important thing is that they got the round on the board. But if they need that was juicy. Oko just putting a stop, you know, pressing the brake pedal there,
saying, "Hey, you don't get to cross here. You shall not pass."
No
race.
maidens inside the hookah.
Unbelievable how this 4-5 will stand. I've got to admit that Mugi are off to a bad start in this one. And I think that they benefit so much from getting that great kickoff, from finding that power right away, getting right onto the side. If they can't do that somewhere near the first 30, 45 seconds, then I feel like their chances just really statistically drop down. Now they're still stuck waiting out. There's an incendiary to hold them off. All that precious time is being wasted.
However, they could have gotten an easy kill on Spike because Mugi, I believe that he was just a little too late with his Aftershock, since the Prowler caught Spike and he couldn't move from the small pocket of place where he's just holding his ground now. So the Aftershock was just like 1 second, 2 seconds late to get the execution down. And Team Spike is playing around the utility, their abilities quite well. Only 10 seconds remaining. Can Team Mugi do it? They're actually starting to plant the Spike. Wombo escapes with his life, but not for long. Spike is in relentless pursuit behind them.
And that's Oko putting the pressure on Narsil as well. But the Spike is still counting down. That's what matters. That is the key factor. Almost a lucky wallbang there, I think. But in the end, luck is not on the side of Team Mugi in this round either. Team Spike move to defuse, and they stand 3-6.
Yep. Slowly but surely getting some wins on the board. Much needed ones. Have it ready for this map.
Very necessary.
Yep.
And I think right now, at this point in time, you've got Team Mugi that still have an incredibly strong lead, that stands so far ahead, and that will have so much more work to do. I wonder, though, if they can keep this up now, if Team Spike actually will not retort and maybe move for that 6-6 halftime. That is very possible.
That would be the dream. Of course, it's possible, but I believe like the 8-4, 7-5, much more likely. However, Team Mugi, they really need to get back into the game, since all of those operators has found their way into the equipments of Team Spike. It's just getting better and better. The moment Elzoy started playing with the sniper rifle, yet again, they just won 2 rounds. Somehow. Yet another frag from Oko. He is just unstoppable with this op. This is the problem.
To say the least.
Good news for Team Mugi is that they've actually already managed to win 6 rounds, and they will be done with attacking after this half. So the threat of the op for the attacker side won't be that
omnipresent.
Bad. It won't be present for Team Spike during the attack side, during the second half. At least that's what I think.
That's what you think? You don't sound too sure about it, Magpie. Just own it. I believe you 100%.
In my opinion, you can always use a keylock like this. No, not keylock. How do you call it? Pick lock. Lockpick. Lockpicking.
I know what lockpicking is.
Yeah. So the caster's lockpick is, in my opinion.
Oh,
because you always say like it's just my opinion.
The saving
it's
grace.
Not facts.
Yeah,
just
yeah,
my
yeah.
opinion.
Your little trap card, so to speak. Saying, oh ho, but you see, but at the beginning of my my cast, you know, when you've been going for 6 hours, I once said, in my opinion, and that just automatically, you know, like counts.
Changes everything. Yeah.
It counts for the entirety of it. At the moment, though, I wonder what Team Mugi is going to change. They've committed to a timeout. Narsil the one to call that out. And I'd hope that right now you at least get a solid tactic coming through from the team. Something that can help them move ahead. Something that can give them a chance to, I'd say, overtake Team Spike, make that 8-4 halftime score a reality.
So
like
during last round, the moment that 3 guys dropped, it was Coach Shinji, who's playing on the breach, who actually made his way towards one of the orbs because he was well aware that he needs 2 more charges for his Rolling Thunder to be available. And I believe that Team Mugi is actually going to, try and use his ultimate this time around. They're getting into B side, and it's actually working. Elseway as well as one of the other players from Team Spike. They just fall down instantly because of the Rolling Thunder. You can see the power that this ultimate brings into the play.
I do absolutely love the pairing there as well. The Incendiary from Brimstone getting the frag due to the fact that Breach's ability had taken away the vision. So powerful, and Nyaru along with Wombo, they're ready to put it through. Seal the deal, maybe even move for a flawless round as Mystic is the last man standing, and Nyaru can get himself the 3rd kill. Team Mugi, just before we head to the last round. Yeah,
and they have access to Orbital Strike as well as Tour de Force, which in the hands of Wombo so far probably produced like 4, maybe 5 kills. I believe he's been doing great with this chamber pick. 11 kills on the board, and you can see Team Mugi, putting those ultimates to use. This is the most important thing, because if you choose those agents, there has to be a reason.
Let's play.
They're showing us why they picked double initiator comp with Fade and Breach.
There is a chance on the Team Spike side to get a Tour de Force through there as well, but it would depend on Oko getting a frag, and indeed now he will get that coming through. Paint shells being thrown out, and indeed you see Oko. That is exactly why he needed the first frag. Gave him that final ultimate point that he needed and allowed him to pull off the Tour de Force. Looks like we might actually be going to a halftime, very similar to the first map, 7-5 again.
Well, the problem during this round for Team Mugi was that the first player to follow, actually to die was a Brimstone. And without Brimstone, how are you supposed to deal with the snipers? Wombo trying to make the dream happen, however, he still needs to kill 3 of the remaining players. There's no way he's gonna do that. So yeah, if you're Brimstone Force as the first one, you do not have Sky Smokes. If you do not have Sky Smokes, enemy snipers, they can just do whatever they feel like. So you had Urko with the Tour de Force, you had Elroy with the AWP in his own hands, and Team Mugi, they didn't stand a chance after losing a Brim.
You could say, no smokes. It's rather unfortunate if you're in that position for your Brimstone. And I've got to say that right now, with this 7-5, we've got Team Mugi still looking somewhat strong, but they're at the exact same position that they've been in before. That is the main issue, right? Team Mugi, you've been here, now you've got to actually sell this. Now you've got to be able to move ahead, and it looks like they'll try some aggression by the Baths. But they will not find success with it straight away. Headhunter, no heads to be hunted.
Not this time around. So, 5v5, 90 seconds left on the clock.
What are we going to talk about?
And
do you have any idea? I don't know. I'm drawing a blank.
Like an Oxford debate about something.
Oxford debate? Oh dear, you want to get...
That's what you call it?
You want
I think so.
I've never... I know that they probably do debates over there like they do in a lot of places, but...
This was like this discussion, not discussion club. So
debate
like,
club.
Like
Debate
debate
club,
club.
that's what call that, yeah.
That's how we call it, at least in Polish. So yeah, maybe because they debate a lot of at Oxford, you know? Okay, I think it's time to start debating and actually get back into the mix because it is Team Spike who is getting all those kills on the board. Finally, Mugi with the answer, as well as Coach Shinji. They're doing great work, working together. However, these enemies that are dropping them like flies is just Wombo left alive with Headhunter and the Dream. 3 heads to find. One is already there, but Mystic, he doesn't miss.
He got very close, but just narrowly missed that second shot. That could have gotten him the kill, and that would have created a chance, but in the end, it seems Spike to get the upper hand, to move for the 6-7, and maybe actually turn this around properly this time. If they can directly put Team Mugi right on down, you know, give them that proper beating, so to speak, move 7-7, then go toward that 9-7, 10-7, you know, that strong progression, then there's a chance here for Team Spike after all. You know, I'm
definitely
absolutely honest when I've made a wrong call out, when I've made a wrong estimation. And Team Spike currently, they're looking rather good.
Well, it's not op, but still it's a sniper rifle. Marshall in hands of Elzoy, just wreaking havoc in the ranks of the enemy. So yeah, I just feel like still Team Spike, with this team composition, they are destined to do those quick hits. Yeah. Because you run in with the smokes, you put the wall down, you get the spike, and then your duelists, they can play on the edge. You have Jet and you have Chamber. They get a kill and they just fall back instantly, buying a lot of time and a lot of space for you. So this is something that I'm looking forward for Team Spike to do so. And Team Mugi, they have to counter with all of those strong abilities that they have on the board. Of course, not during this round because they don't have money and they don't have control over over B side, since they decided to gamble stack over the other side of the map. And they will just look for some exit kills. They just want to get those guns of the enemy, so the bonus round will be easier for them to win.
The one tight formation that now move ahead for the B site. And just like that, they drop like flies.
How about butterflies?
Butterflies, never mind though. Wombo, he's feeling butterflies in his stomach to get the win. Mystic though returning and the time is ticking. Shinji in the end will fall, but for a moment there, Wombo made it look like something crazy was possible. I was hesitating for a moment. I was going to say drop like the bottle cap of a water bottle.
That you just dropped.
Yeah, that you just dropped.
No worries. It's somewhere over there. Someone will find it.
Over the rain.
Yeah, 3 huge kills for Wombo. He's actually managed to get 3 of those guns off the enemy, and they are actually thinking about buying in this round. They have 3 Vandals. I mean, 2 Vandals and a Phantom. So it looks like that won't be a bonus round. This will be a full buy from the side of Team Spike.
Oh, those are beautiful to see again, by the way, on the replay. Wombo just rocking it with the Headhunter. And actually hunting the heads like he's supposed to do. This time, though, Nyaru, solid paint shells. Those will make Spike's life incredibly difficult. As a matter of fact, so difficult that it will sadly end. Team Mugi now with a good start with the initial defense. Wombo moving further ahead. Elzoy going down. Narsil following it up. There's a bit of a reaction, but in total, it will be Team Mugi looking a lot stronger. Just having to commit to the defuse on time. Oko, I don't think that you can pull this off. And indeed, Nyaru and Wombo, they seal the deal. Defuse will come through. And Team Mugi claim their first round on the second half.
Yep, Coleman collected. That was a textbook retake situation. They saved the smokes. They've actually got the kill when Spike sacrificed his life for himself, because Spike planted the spike and, you know,
it all works.
Spike gave his life for Spike.
Wow.
This is amazing.
That is
like
very poetic.
Yeah, something like this. So it's a huge round for Team Mugi, but I still think that Team Spike will manage to get a full buy out of this. So the last round, I got bamboozled, and they can play with Vandals this time around too. A small advantage towards the Greek representatives, but it can be dissolve. It can dissolve in a second if Team Spike strikes back. And so far, they They were quick with their moves, especially on the attack side. They have one plan: get on the side, plant the spike, shoot heads, go home with 10k.
Easy peasy.
Easy
Lemon
peasy.
squeezy.
Yeah.
No stress,
Just
no
follow
struggle.
all these steps and you get to win the tournament.
Wow, you almost make me consider being a pro player myself. Sadly, though, I don't have the aim for it. Team Mugi, on the other hand, have Wombo, who absolutely knows how to pop off with his tour de force. A fierce weapon, that's for sure. And Team Spike, one man down, even though they haven't even properly attempted their entry yet. Humlick then. Perhaps the next to try something like that. At least getting ready. Waiting to send out that Hawk, but not eventually finding anything. Time is ticking, though. 30 seconds, give or take, to have your spike down. And they're somewhere near, sort of mid-ish right now, moving toward the A site. What's the plan here, guys?
They probably just want to get the smokes down, plant the spike, put the wall down as well, and pray for the best. One of the other guiding lights comes in, but Wombo manages to get 3 kills.
One enemy
10
remaining.
seconds, though. It's going to be a sealed deal already. Mystic stuck in the corner. And Team Mugi with a flawless round to come through. Wombo at the end with a headhunter even. And that is a clean round for Team Mugi, looking like they might be on the path to claim that second map after all.
They're forcing the enemy to go eco this time around, so double digits for Team Mugi. That should be easy peasy. Wombo.
Teleport's ready.
Oh my god, 23 kills already on the board for this guy? That is an incredible performance coming out from the chamber on the side of Team Mugi. Nyaru also putting some big numbers up, 15 kills on his side and doing a lot of impact during most of those rounds. Team Spike, however, they'll try to get a fast execute. They just want the spike down and maybe fight in the close quarters, especially in lamps with those guns that they've got themselves.
Indeed, they move further up ahead. Spike getting put down. Shinji with the first retort. Elzoy moving right on back up. Wombo, though, has an answer as well. And it's back and forth. It's a 3v3 that remains. But currently, Okko moves right on ahead. Headhunter, Judge. Whatever he gets in his hands, he can use it to get himself a frag. This is Team Spike, though, looking favorable. And look at that, the shorty even. It's shotguns all the way, and it's Nyaru with a mere 6 HP remaining. 1v2, and that Spike happily ticking through.
Oh no. It's a recurring nightmare for Team Mugi. Yet again, they lose anti-eco round in one of the most important moments of the match. It's the 8th one for Team Spike. They're actually getting those ultimates on the board, and they didn't let the enemy get too far away with the scoreline. So they're keeping things close. And as we have seen in the first matchup on Ascent, they're not cracking under the pressure.
No.
I just felt like, in terms of those small misplays, small differences, those details.
You see, oh, that's awkward. Oh. Happens, people. Never let your teammate hang. Leave your teammate hanging, though. It actually physically hurts. I think right now, Team Spike have got a chance again. They create this minor opportunity, this moment where they can say, we turn this around after all. We actually prove the haters wrong, so to speak. And we actually end up showing up.
All ultimates ready, and Elzoy, he even manages to get his hands on Op and makes it work.
Yeah.
I am standing here corrected by him.
Yeah, I've got to admit, I understand. On the attacker side, it is not really a weapon that you directly think of.
No.
You know, it's not really that weapon that...
Especially on Bind.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, no, because you've got a lot of tight corridors and way closer angles. There's barely any long-range places that you've got to play for, you know. Even if you move out of Basti, you've got that heaven angle, you know, the window at the back of the site. But besides that, I mean, yeah, what are you going to play for? There's a million corners that you have to check anyway.
If anything, you usually get the op during the attacking side to actually counter the op from the enemy side, right? So if the defenders are playing with a sniper, you probably want to get the op for yourself. If you are feeling frisky, if you want to get into the mix with him. However, it will be
30 seconds left.
next A strike from Team Spike. However, and of course they're playing it quite patiently. They waited for the bait shells. And Nyaru, he should have not been jumping above the wall.
Could this really be Team Spike turning it around like this? So Shinchi retorts. Humbly goes down. A 2v3 stands. But Mystic still finds the frag. Oko finishes the deal. 9-9. And it's definitely looking like it'll be a beautifully close result yet again.
And Team Mugi, they're actually getting desperate. Look, Nashil as well as Coach Shinshi, they both used their ultimates during last round. Couldn't get the win on the board, and this is the last moment to strike back. This is their last full buy actually here. They don't have any more money, so if they lose it, double digits go towards Team Spike, and they will be facing off the enemy that's actually playing an eco round. So
yeah, that's horrible for your momentum, and especially at this point in time, right? We're all so close to that 13 scoreline, right? And obviously that's when it's done, that's when it's finished, that's when there's nothing left to be decided. Nyaru now returns. Spike goes down, but not after one of their teammates has been lost. A 4v4 stands still. Elzoy eventually moving through. Look at this battle operator coming through, right?
yeah, it's always a thorn in your side when Sage dies and she has her ult ready, because, well, she will not res herself, right? Nashil getting killed on Humdick.
No. That's a shame.
Jet, please revive.
Jet, oh, come on, Jet. Just revive me real quick. Things you hear in Iron level. For now, though, what I also hear are shots popping off, but what I see is hesitation. Elzoy eventually connecting, though. Narsil falls. And maybe, just maybe, this will be Team Spike for that upper hand. Team Mugi, though, they seem to move back ahead. A 1v3 stands and the Spike is down. Only Mystic right now that's got a chance, but he'd have to get quite a few kills. At least he succeeds, but Wombo returns. It'll be the defenders to take the 10th round. Team Mugi to finally get themselves the double digits.
Yeah, it's a wake-up call. It was a wake-up call, and they did not turn the sneeze option on. They've actually woke up. They've actually, you know, got ready, sorted their things out in the morning, and went about their way. Team Mugi, 10th round on the board. However, like we mentioned before, Team Spike winning the eco round and then following up with two quick blows. They will not be in the need of financial support, not at all. They should be completely fine to get another buy on the board.
You see Spectre here and there, I believe, but in general, Team Spike, they've got a chance, and more importantly, they get a plant. The showstopper from Nyaru, though, will be an important factor. Keep your eyes on that to pop off at one point. But Nyaru just needs to find that tight bundle of players, all gathered up, and then pair that with an instant execution, because you can hear it coming, but it ends up being committed. Does not connect to anything. Nyaru now looking out, Mugi returning, Humlick is found, and Narsil will attempt the first defuse, gets the first half in at least. It's a halfway point, it's Nyaru and Narsil moving further, it keeps being traded out. Elzoy, though, holding things off, but the defuse being stuck, and Nyaru finding the frag. 11-9. Team Mugi getting themselves that 11th round in.
Such a hectic round. I actually have no clue what happened there in the afterplan situation. Besides Team Mugi actually using Nightfall as well as Showstopper. Showstopper not killing anyone, but actually forcing Oko into the defensive position, so he had to give up the place where he was standing. And I feel like this is the smoke that actually made the difference, because it made the players that had good positions toward the short push out and actually give it up.
Launching smoke.
Team Mugi, 11th round on the board, and Team Spike, they have they don't have that much money, and Spike is the first one to fall again, narrowly. After putting his wall up, one of those bullets just slipped through and got his head.
Painful how that happens. Mugi comes ahead with, I believe, one of the horns moving through. Already a kill found as well. 5v3. This looks like Team Spike might be called out again, but instead they opt for a different angle. Wombo, they're missing the shot. Will he be giving it a new attempt? Some movement going his way, but Wombo with the wall bang. Nar still to move ahead, and Mugi to find the position of the player. Wonderful, really, the power of those abilities. And now Mugi set themselves on the map point. A 1-to-1. Looks like your call was correct.
Team A.
Of course, Team Spike still, they have a chance to bring it back, but they will need 3 straight wins. And then, of course, an overtime will conclude the winner of the game. However, it is Team Mugi, 3 rounds straight on the roll. They've got the operator of their own, and it's actually working wonders for them, as well as those lineups and all of the abilities that the Greeks are using.
And I'd say that there's scary times ahead. Team Spike will realize that a potential win is still right close, that they could get it in a moment, but Team Mugi, on the other hand, they should be feeling confident in this one. They've got the right flow state going. They find Oko to kick things off, but Spike retorts. 4v4, that remains.
He's finally gotten a chance to use his ultimate.
Oh!
No, really! Mugi reads him like a book.
A beautiful teleport coming through from Mugi. Even if it only amounts to 1 kill, that's enough. Wombo, though, about to be caught out by Mystic. Not really paying attention to that one. 3v3 remains then, but in my eyes, any situation where a player on the attacking side is lost is an unfortunate one for Team Spike right now, because it just takes away so much of their power. Luckily, though, they get a site that is relatively free. Umlik can commit to that plant very quickly, will not be contested. The orbital strike is too late.
I've got your train.
Elzoy moving out and about to scope out, take out Shinshi. Now the 2v3 stands. Now Spike plays for that 10th round after all. Nar still moving ahead. Mugi also right next to him. And the close range fight not being won. Elzoy with the 3rd. And another orbital being called right at the end. But it was not actually necessary. 10-12. Team Spike, they extend, they hold on.
Yeah, important rounds. They've actually managed to save 3 weapons and not use that many ultimates. Spike still unable to get their res on the board. It looked like the best possible scenario to actually bring one of his players back to life. But it's Elzoy all the way getting 3 kills. And he's actually looking to maybe fight for the leaderboard position in terms of the, in the kills department.
It's definitely needed right now, though, that Team Spike can continue and actually grab that chance to economically really put Team Mugi down. That is what they actually do or can do. That's what they've got up for grabs, because Mugi have invested quite a lot, almost all their funds. They need to have those funds working with them on that defender side. You need your financial support. You need to be able to buy everything so that you can properly delay, hold off the enemies, track them down when needed. And right now, I would hazard a guess that Spike is still looking rather favored.
That's the worst timing possible for Wombo.
Missed connection.
Yeah, he was just holding this angle for the longest time. And he misses a crucial shot. Of course, Echo being tagged up. Okay, being tagged up, but good to go. Team Spike, they want to get the spike down on A side. Some scans coming through. The defense is trying to get 1 kill on the board, and will do so with Shinshi.
30 seconds left.
Oh, it's that initial return, but the breach ult comes on through. The spike, however, does get planted. Elzoy now looking for the next, but there's a lot of Team Mugi on the site. Engagements will be quick to come. Humlik now for the first fight after plant. Humlik then to take out Shinji and find Mugi as well.
1 enemy remaining.
Elzoy commits further, Wombo goes down.
Doing it.
Mystic, he returns on Narsil. Only a 1 kill found by Narsil. Economically, Mugi put down, and they're going to have to invest everything. This is the final round. But then, after that, if Spike wins this out, we are entering an overtime scenario.
They're actually going to pull it off. Look at them go. Team Spike not crumbling under the pressure.
Once again, that pressure must be mounting on either side, really. Both of these teams realizing that right now there's a lot at stake. Team Spike just practically already having their hands on that grand final spot. They are one map ahead. They are, in theory, 2 rounds away. Oh, well, no, 3 rounds away. Counting is hard. Yeah.
One round away, however,
from the overtime.
From the overtime, and they still need this round, because if they fail to get it on the board, it will be Team Mugi getting the second map on the board. 13-11. How iconic that would be after losing the first map in the exact same fashion.
Identical halftime scores, 7-5.
Teams going toe-to-toe, you know, head-to-head. Such a good showing, especially in the second half when Team Spike to bring it back. But they need to make the last step. Probably the most difficult one.
And that's an excellent ult to come through from Fade. Narsil, though, retorting with some smokes as well. And currently, Elzoy with the beginning. Wombo goes down. Can this be Team Spike pulling it off? Mugi returning. Plant has to come down. Narsil, though, solid kill, but Okko with the double up. Spike with the resurrection. That's what they were waiting for. And that's Narsil still moving up. Those are some beautiful shots. But that's a plant not denied. A 2v2 stands. Narsil moving ahead. Spike getting the frag. And Okko struggling on the tour de force. Spike, can you hold this out? The showstopper could be deadly. But narrowly, Spike will survive.
The plant is not for him. He has to move.
Oh,
he could just stick it. Nyaru could just stick it, but he'll get the kill. It's the 13th round on the board for Team Mugi. The Greeks did it. Holy moly, Nyaru.
Wow.
He's managed to get 3 of those huge kills with Guardian to keep his team alive during the second map. And they actually do not require an overtime to go into the third map. It couldn't be closer. 13-11 on Nasser for Team Spike and 13-11 on Bind for Team Mugi.
It got so incredibly close, and Mugi is also looking at the camera like, what? How can this be?
He's lost all of his hair, you know,
yeah,
in the process of getting the win.
The stress, people. Look what it can do to a man. Clearly, though, this is a solid performance from Team Mugi right at the end, but Team Spike getting so close. I love the fact that this matchup is so well put together that these players, these teams, know exactly how to bring the fight to one another. It's a 13-11 win for either side. One for Mugi, one for Spike. So we will be going to a decider. We will be going to split.
Yeah,
split. Exciting times ahead, that's for sure. And I really, really do wonder what split will bring to us. It's a decider. It's a classic map at least. But honestly, looking ahead at that, right, looking back at these highlights as well, that's going to be one hell of a final battle.
So, please remind me, who won the anti-eco round during this bind map? Was it Team Spike yet again? Or was it this time around Team Mugi, and it actually helped them, you know, close the game up? We'll probably see it throughout the highlights, but we had some bonkers rounds. You know, the ace from Nyaru, then we had 3K from Nashil in the last round, and we just saw the 3K from Coach Shinshi, where he stood his ground in such a smart position that the enemies did not check. We had some op action that I mentioned before, you know, Nashil, not Nashil, Team Spike actually getting those operators in the mix, but this time around, they did not secure them the win.
Nope, not this time. Even though Team Spike would have really loved to have gotten it, it would have meant a really strong 2-0, a perfect spot in the grand finals. Almost no contest there. I really, really do look forward to seeing how the rest of this will pan out. It's such an exciting matchup, and I believe right now when you look at the lads from Team Spike, when you look at the lads from Team Mugi, both of them have potential, so it's going to come down to that sheer skill on the split side. And, you know, I would just love to see this really exciting double overtime battle or something to round things out, to put that cherry on top.
Yeah, it just feels, you know, like that how the series should be concluded, with overtime on split.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like infinite game. No one.
Infinite game. We never stop.
Yeah, no, we never stop. So even the highlights are so long because we got every possible round. 24 on the board. I've got to take a breather out of this one.
Yeah,
like the players, they actually require a bit of a rest before the third map comes, and I'm actually happy for them because, like you mentioned before, they'll get a longer break before the finals.
Yeah.
And after this BO3 series, they actually will require like a long break, to, you know, to put all the pieces together, to rest a bit, because this series is intense.
Well, speaking of a break, Magvi, we're actually heading to one ourselves. We will be right back with you with the decider map, the third one, the final one in this best of 3. Don't miss it, because you definitely don't want to. Be right back with you after this break.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Hi there. Welcome back to the Streamers League Valorant. My hand is on Magvire's shoulder because I was just tactically putting away his cable. See, that's the kind of things that you do for each other when you're commentators. You support each other through thick and thin. Just like the players that we are going to be commentating on right now are most certainly going to be supporting each other as well. It's the third map. It's going to be split.
We had 2 bangers of a game.
I mean, it's
Ascent
going to
was
be
incredible, and the bind finally to Mugi managing to close it, down. I'm so happy for him because I just seen the Greek team, you know, after this small break, you know, getting back to their respective roles and you know PCs, and they were just so happy, so hyped, so pumped. And of course, Czech representatives also bringing a lot of firepower into the mix. I have no clue who is going to win this one.
Honestly, I'm
no idea who's going to finals.
I'm with you on this one. Like, let's be real here, right? When, at least from my personal standpoint, when we begun here, I had this thought of, okay, right, this should be Team Mugi. They looked so strong at the beginning yesterday. They got that straight 4-0, not a single map drop. 6 or 13-6, 13-6, 13-2, 13-3.
Yeah,
just these kind of results that you think, dearie me, man, can you like leave some for the rest of us? Just completely destroying the other players. Now, credit where it's due. He did a fantastic job of that. But now, it seems like he has finally met his match. And his match was in another group that was Spike. He has got a different type of strategy, a different type of style, something that Mugi can't handle quite as well.
Okay, I'm excited. Nyaru is showcasing that the possibility of a Neon is still on the board. In terms of Team Spike, Split was the map that I don't want to say that they struggled the most with during the qualifiers, but they've dropped 6 rounds and then 11 rounds. So you could probably see a wiggle room here for Team Mugi to actually snatch this victory, especially if they are going to use the Breach and Neon combo. This is something that I fell in love with recently. I just feel like it's so effective whenever used by the players properly. So like I mentioned before, you fault line or you just use the flash from Breach, and then Neon can come with her, you know, with her slide, get those kills. She also has her own ability to stun enemies, so she can get out of the dodge. And during those eco rounds where you have access to the ultimate, she can also be a threat, because those players being stunned, being flashed, they cannot really answer and just end up being zapped.
Neon is a scary, scary agent in that sense. The overdrive can be immensely powerful, and looking at the way that the agents are remaining static. Oh, there's even Astra pick coming through from Humlick. Now that's daring. I'm really interested in the team compositions that we've got going here. I wonder how this is going to pan out. It's very different across the board, but hey, that might just be something that they need, something that will actually work a charm. I hope for either side that they're going to be really happy with their agent compositions, because that's what they need now to make it real, to make it true. This is the final map. This is the decider. The spot in the grand final is up for grabs, and there is one map to decide everything.
However, yet again, it's a clash of elements. We have fire in form of, you know, Team Spike, team composition, because they're using a team composition without an initiator. Yet again, which is not that typical. You have 2 agents that are considered as duelists, and you have 2 agents that are considered as sentinels. Of course, Sage being... she still is a sentinel, you know. She can slow down the advances, and this is something that could work against Neon quite well, because you have Cypher with his cyber with his trips, and also, you know, Sage, she just put the barrier orb or slows down the enemy advance. So this is something that you can work around with. But in terms of the attack side, you will need to base your own attack side on pure aim. You don't have any abilities like a server drone, like a recon bolt, like Sky's guiding light. You don't have an initiator, and it's so hard to pull off those attacks without the abilities to facilitate it. And I just feel like if Team Spike is not on the spot, on the point with all of those firefights, they might be missing out on a win here.
Yeah, it's a scary, scary proposition, a scary situation, but one that hopefully for them won't be too much of an issue. Let's go ahead and take a look. It's time for that third map. It is time for Split. And, well, one thing's for sure, these teams are definitely split evenly across the board, though. Both of them have gotten themselves one map, and this is the map to begin. and end all. To decide who moves to the grand final, who gets that chance to play for the whopping 10,000 euros. That first place prize. And of course, a beautiful trophy, by the way. I mean, hey, let's not forget that either.
This is something unique.
The glory, the fame.
Yeah.
To win the Streamers League Valorant.
Have you ever lifted any trophy?
As in, have I actually ever won something, or have I just lifted it?
No, actually won something.
I'll get back to you on that.
Like Spike is winning those firefights, making this shirty work. However, not so fast. Team Spike with all of those shots on the board, making it 3 against 1. And Nyaro, you usually don't see. You know, Neon being the one to get to get on the flank, but he was the guy to lurk.
And right now, Nyaro is the last man standing. He'll try, but there's no abilities left, and it will be Team Spike that make a beautiful start that kick things off. Team Mugi, not what they were hoping for, not what they were looking for.
3 kills for Humlik, who really, you know, got all the glory for letting the enemy through. I think that the idea behind the round was that Nyaro will buy a lot of abilities, try to convince the enemies that he and his team is attacking towards middle or towards B, you know, with high gear and etc. But actually, Team Spike was there to counter the attack towards A side. The counter wall did not work wonders since Spike in all of this playing close quarters with Shorty just got 2-3 kills, even tagging the 3rd player, which resulted in the pistol round win for the Czech representatives. Team Mugi, they did not manage to plant the spike. They've only got 2 kills, so there's no way that they actually are going to follow this round. Just Sheriffs, maybe trying to get some of those kills on the board.
Wombo now making the kickoff, and a one-man down situation for Team Spike. Nothing too dire, though. Team Mugi can definitely recover from this one if necessary. For now, we'll keep our eyes peeled as they dive into the sewers and they start setting themselves up a way. 1 breach, 1 jet to hold things off over there. I tell a lie. I was totally like misaligned there. My eyes were misaligned. Can you imagine that? It's a jet and a raised Elzo, as a matter of fact, going for the first. And a chance for a double is there. Missed it, taking that. Nyaru and Shinshi are able to retort. A 2v2 stands. But that spike has got to go down now or never. And with only 15 seconds, I'm afraid that Narsil is nowhere near, nowhere close enough to pull this off. Oko holds the angle, frags him down. Team Spike makes a fantastic start. 2-0. They will stand.
Yeah, however, losing 3 guys to the enemies with just Sheriffs, this is never a good outcome of the anti-eco round. Still, Team Spike, I don't think that they're going to be buying, to be forcing. This will be a rather classic bonus round right here. In all of this, I think that Nashil was counting on one of his teammates to actually get the spike plant down, so he could complete his flank and get the lurk down. Nyaru, oh yeah, this is something that we talked about. The enemy was stunned, and Neon, she can just close up the distance so quickly and get the kill. This is what you want to see from Team Mugi, from this team composition.
Neon really has great power there. Raze also has a lot of potential, right, with the satchel charges to just hop about, or Jat can absolutely dash forward. I'm also a big fan of the power that Neon manages to bring to the table. 3v5 right now, though, still stands, and that is Team Mugi for a change, looking favored. A classic trade out that comes through. Maybe, though, that Team Spike can still surprise, still get the upper hand here, but it seems relatively unlikely as Oko lurks about, moves around. Good tag at least. That's Mugi found playing his stereotypical, or typical Sage, I should say. Now Oko waiting for the push, and he keeps lurking. There could be a chance, finds the barrel, and now triggers that Cypher cage. Oh, that's a good swing out, but Nyaru with the fork at the end does seal the deal. It will be Team Mugi with their first round. 2-1.
Ah,
A good start.
I wish we have seen the perspective from Yaro. How was he able to actually get the additional 3 kills? Because they just, he just got them out of the blue really there. But it's always enjoyable to watch a skilled Cypher player, and Oko clearly is one. Of course, you will be missing out on his chamber action, where he's such a proficient headhunter and to the force user, but you could see that here with Cypher and his abilities, he just played around the enemy perfectly, getting 2 kills with Spectre in such a close quarter setting.
Wombo now with the entry. Oko just sacrificing that camera right away to check if it was going to be that main angle. But there's so much control that Team Mugi can directly grab on the B side that they let this one slide, that they leave this B. Humblick now retorting. Wombo at least falling, but and Spike being down, the weapon deficiency on the side of Mugi in comparison, or well, on the side of Spike in comparison to Mugi, it's just 2 grand. Vandal now comes through. Shinji gets himself the double in. This pretty much is a done and dusted case, but the shorty might still have something to mention. Narsil taking out Spike, and that's the end of that round. That's the 2-2.
That's why you don't wear your hair in a bun, and you should let it down, because the bun, it actually gave away the position of Spike there. He wanted to get a jump on the enemy. I believe that he actually saw like the pixel of hair.
Yeah, it's true.
Sage.
Yeah, just that little black line.
Yeah, because every agent has a different view model. So sometimes you can see like the cape from Sova in the places where you should not see it.
Yeah, I've heard that before as well. That Sova's cape is.
I'd rather win.
Well, Sova's cape is the reason why I believe it's like a GIF. Like no capes. There's a reason for that.
Okay, Nyaru putting in his high gear and override, maybe getting some on the board. Zapping, zapping, zapping. Spike is electrocuted in. He has to run away though.
And with that, a 1-man down situation for Team Spike. It will be the lads from Team Mugi looking to spray down further. Take out Team Spike member after member, and maybe directly get themselves that round advantage after they had to give it away to Spike at the start.
By the way, we should have a kill counter with Spike and Shorty, because he's been getting a lot of those kills.
Yeah, it's starting to be a bit of a thing, right? It is definitely starting to be a bit of a thing.
Okay. The after plan situation looks good for Team Mugi as they are getting into the crossfire positions.
And now Humblick moving further ahead, but there's actually a bit of a retort that comes through. A bit of an exchange. And Team Mugi that are still somewhat hard fought to make this work. The Astral Divide comes in through. Elzoy can find Mugi, but Wombo returns, and Elzoy figures I'm just going to stick it. Will not work out, however.
That's huge. Well, it's really huge because you take away the op from the enemy team.
Yeah.
And they will have to actually, either play a full round with a Vandal or play a full round where your Jet plays on knives, because she will not be able to probably get the op in the next round unless it's Spike who saves up some more money for his team. And Team Mugi, they know that they got such a huge win already. Coach Shinji on our screens, hyping up the rest of his players. And this
come on, boys.
Yeah, come on, let's do it.
Let's go. I think that really Team Mugi right now, though, have got slightly more hype going. That 1-round advantage, right? Realizing that you can claim it back after having that bad start just gives you that little boost. And it seems like they now have got that pacing sorted as well. They move directly onto the site, get the spike down, and just play a high-stakes game. A 4th round isn't a crazy expectation at this point, because Team Spike currently being picked away one by one. Pressure set on Spike himself. Only Oko who manages to find a return a double, actually. But Wombo does not seal the deal with the headhunter. Oko to move for the triple and recover the Phantom. with 14 HP. He's got to be wary. Mugi coming right on top, but there was a little chance there. You know, Mugi was tagged. Who knows? If that had been a headshot, then that could have been Mugi gone.
Yeah, however, Team Mugi losing some unnecessary guns, and I just feel like there's no reason to actually face the enemy with Headhunter. First of all, you're wasting 100 credits each bullet.
Yep.
And secondly, the enemy was so low, you have a Phantom, you just start spraying, and one of those bullets will connect with his body. Okay, by the way, something that I wanted to mention, you've got to be hyped up if you are having a player who is actually using Neon. Like, this is the best example of a agent that you kind of want to go crazy with, you know?
Definitely. I mean, you just got to go wild and kick things off, go for that fight, go for that battle, and have that play supported as well. You know, make those call-outs from like Nyaru push, or just call the ability that you want to see. And speaking of the devil, Nyaru's listening, but this time runs right into Elzoy's operator. Very unfortunate, but Mugi spraying it down, making sure that Nyaru's covered off and that the resurrection will successfully go through. A second wind for him.
Yeah, so fortunately for Team Spike, I stand corrected, and they've actually saved up enough money to get Elzoy this op, and you can see him actually, you know, getting some kills. Split being a narrow map, it's a tough place for a sniper to be in. However, you have so many different angles where you can hide, where you can surprise the enemy. This is why the op comes into play for Elzoy yet again. However, it's Spike who got the first kill.
Oh dear, Mugi's going to pressure there in a moment, I think, and there comes the peak. There's Spike to get the frag. Shinshi, though, on a bit of a roll, is definitely able to retort. Gets a triple, as a matter of fact. 20 seconds on the clock.
One enemy
But
remaining.
Oko triggers the Cyber Cage, or the Cyber ult even. Shinshi, however, still managed to push it to a 4K, but Humlick in the end seals the deal. Team Spike to resort to move back 3-4. But both of these teams, obviously, they keep searching for rounds forevermore. But these are also just these, I put it, like really close engagements. I just love this matchup. You know, the fact that we've also gotten like map results of 13-11. That just says so much.
Yeah, and no team like actually got this huge advantage, and then the second one played for a comeback. So this is really both teams going toe-to-toe, fighting tooth and nail, and getting those rounds in. However, this is like not the end of the world for Team Mugi after losing the last round, since the enemy, they've lost all 4 guns. Of course, having an ability, managing to save the op, which is like the holy grail of all the weaponry here in Valorant. But round number 8 starts with Nyaru getting the first kill.
Just one more round that's needed for Spike to move back on target. It's going to be all about holding just the right angle, being at just the right position. Astra abilities are also standing at the ready. The gravity wells and the likes to come through. Right there. At this point in time, though, some more patience is definitely required.
Spike is actually making way towards vents, so he can pick up one of his fallen comrades.
Oh, never mind.
For that. However, Spike just hits him out of the server.
Bye-bye. Mugi then with the attempted push. Humlick, though, with the reports. Oh, Mystic right on the target with the showstopper. And continuing on the Phantom. 1v3 now stands, and this looks like Team Spike are going to be done and dusted. Shinshi then taking out Humlick, and now a 1v2 standing. Team Mugi, can you get that Spike down in time? It doesn't look like it. It's actually Mystic at the end with a triple kill, and the defenders winning it 4-4.
He couldn't do it last round, and he also failed this time around. Of course, Coach Shinshi putting up some big numbers on the board, but still missing the possibility to get the round for his team. 4-4, and both teams are, well, looking grim into the future in terms of the economy. It's so tense, it's so close. Just Mystic is the only one that has some saved up money, some spare cash. But besides it, if Team Mugi loses yet another one, they'll have to go to Eco.
In both cases, it's going to be somewhat unfortunate, I believe, to get a loss here. I would slightly favour Team Spike and their economy. Looked a little bit stronger with those 2 players, I believe, that were at 1K. And then if you account for the loss bonus, I believe that's still going on. Oh, well, no. Yeah, the loss bonus, actually, that Spike is working with right now. They should maybe get a chance for a minor buy, you know, something with Spectre or at least some armor coming through. Also, now not seeing those players cross-ice him because this looks like a pixel angle.
Mugi playing quite patiently.
Yeah.
So they're changing up the tempo of the round. Beforehand, they would, you know, do this quick strikes with Neon, but it isn't really working. So they are trying to figure out the better strategy to actually win some more rounds on split. You would think that this map is heavily defender-sided. However, according to data from like last international tournaments, it really isn't.
30 seconds left.
Teams can actually pull off some wins, maybe even more of them during the attacking side. So Team Mugi, they need some more on the board.
Oh, speaking of the attacking side, though, Mugi is going to be denied. Shinshi then, with a better chance, as you would have said, but Mr. Ganoko pushing through. Claim the 5th round for the defender's side, and an advantage again, but it's that narrow fight, that back and forth that we've got going right here. I wouldn't be surprised if Team Mugi still magically managed to win out on this, although I'll be quite honest, it's looking unlikely now due to that economic issue that you also spoke of earlier. That's what's really, well, hamstrung them, right? They have only sheriffs, and there's not even, you know, a chamber with a tour de force or anything. It's just Mugi that's going to have to make it do, or make do with the sheriffs. Only Neon that has the overdrive. Nyaru now moving ahead. Look at that. Finds Spike to start off with. Target right there, and look at Nyaru. At least a chance, I thought, but it's going to be a mere 1 kill. One more returning Humlik. Then at least getting 1 kill. Let's see Mugi looking favoured. Oko, though, now moving further ahead and going for that spray down. That double is a triple in the works. It definitely looks like it, but Elzo says, hey, I've heard from someone that shorty usually works quite well.
Yeah, some dark tech technologies, you know, from Spike. He's actually shared his strategy with the rest of the team. And I really enjoyed watching Oko because this is the prime position for every Cypher to play on A side, just behind the screen, playing around your utility, activating your cyber cages, using your spike arm, getting those kills, you know, just jumping, just trying to get into the best angle possible. And of course, it was Nyaru who actually tried to put things on his side, but he's only managed to get 1 of those kills with the override. Yet again, it's Oko who manages to get Nyaru. I think that they should clear out all of those trips before he actually gets into sliding, because this is something that causes so much problems.
But already, there's so many people down on the Mugi side. Oko responds with a 3 out of the 4 kills that have fallen already. Mugi now, the captain, all by his lonesome. Maybe a spike plant, you could argue, but even that is not looking possible. There's 1 wall to come through. Mugi with the slight frustration there. And now being found by Spike. A flawless round from him and his compatriots. Leaves just the final one to come through. The last round before the switch, as the voice over will usually say.
Well, this is no laughing matter for Team Mugi, as they are getting a little bit desperate, I feel like. And the tactical timeout before the last round on the first half, they really need some more rounds on the board.
Mugi's taking the time for this one, although it does seem to be a bit more of a drinking pause than anything else. I'd hope that there's going to be some tactics coming through. What would you, if you were in Mugi's position now as team captain, actually tell and say to your teammates?
I think that playing fast is not a bad idea, but first, in order to do that, I would probably try to bait out some utility and maybe get rid of all of those trips that are making Nyaru's life so much harder. Because when you're sliding as a Neon and you slide into one of those trips,
yeah, that's
you get
ruined.
slowed down instantly. And Oko took advantage of that numerous times. getting so many kills on the board for his team. And so far, I feel like he's the MVP on this map because he's just so consistent and so strong on the sides that he's holding. Maybe once or twice the enemy actually managed to get through him, but besides it, he's playing it to perfection.
This should do.
A stellar job, that's for sure.
My intel is their obstacle.
As currently...
My intel is their obstacle.
Yeah, I love those voice lines that come through every now and then. They're definitely good to give you a giggle. Sometimes definitely also some very apt remarks that come out of that. I would love to actually do like voice lines for an agent or something. If I would ever get the chance, yeah, absolutely.
It's super cool.
Some crazy kind of rather stuck-up English agent. That sounds totally like my profile. For now, though, speaking of a profile, there's a look, a profile that Spike has got, and it's a profile of a team that's looking favored. Also have those two ults coming through, by the way. Cosmic Divide can be a factor soon, and then the Neural Theft coming out of the Cypher can be very, very powerful indeed. Mystic now with the kickoff, the start. Nyaru goes down, and at least a Breach ult coming in return. Spike, though, standing strong. Oko looking for the next, and Team Spike holding on. If they can get an 8-4, there's going to be a change-up from the pattern.
And it's fine if they let the enemies on side because you still have a man advantage and
30
also
seconds
two
left.
ultimates on top
Spike
of that.
planted.
You can see that Astra is actually ulting right now. If Cypher gets the kill, he can use the Neural Theft to get the info, the intel about every other player. So I feel like Team Spike is in the prime position to actually win this retake situation, and they're making use of all of those ultimates. The Astro Wall just dividing the side in the middle. However, it's Shinshi who's trying to pull the weight of his team by his own.
One enemy remaining.
Wombo, is he going to do it? Oh, they're just trying to play Ring Around the Rosie. But it's Humlik who comes out on top and secures the 8th round.
And that's a change of the pattern, right? That is a change of the way things have been going. Normally, it has been Mugi all the time. And it's been that constant 7-5 advantage that he managed to claim. Now, exactly when the map matters the most, it is Team Spike saying, this is ours, we have got this. And it is them claiming the halftime advantage. This can be so powerful. This can do so much for them. And this will be a new chance then, a new start. But Mugi, you have to win this pistol round if you still want to have a chance.
And how often do you see a team that has 3 capable players to play with a sniper rifle? Because it was Mystic who actually picked up the op during the last round. You still have Urko, who's playing Chamber. You still have Elzvoy, who's playing Jet. It was actually a Raze player who got the kill with the op. He just fancied, you know, some sniper rifle action. Okay, the middle looks like the point of contention for the Team Spike as they're making their way quickly towards Rehab, and Elzvoy with the first kill on the board.
And that's Elzvoy now with the frenzy action sadly going down. Nyaru returning, Spike then following up. A lot of quick movement and they're playing around Nyaru though. Bit of a lucky shot there, the recoil going the way of Humlik's head. Spike trying to retort further, trying to find more pressure. But now also attempting to keep the enemies at bay. As Narsil will eventually find that frag. The boom bot goes out. Mystic can take out Mugi, but only Oko's left. However, the important detail is full HP, full armor. However, Nyaru is in the same spots and will find the 4K with the frenzy at the end. Right when it's needed, Mugi can claim that pistol round and maybe just still create a chance for his team.
Definitely. A round like that is required to bring back Team Mugi to this game. 5th one on the board for them and the important, crucial pistol one. However, I just feel like, you know, Team Spike, they started off by getting a kill on B side and then they just instantly rotated towards A heaven, which was not a good decision. Like a special guided 2 yesterday, who was unable to use GPS.
You're speaking about yourself now.
Yeah, I'm speaking about myself.
I mean, luckily we had Genie who actually saved our hides. I've got to admit, I had a little bit of a hunch at the beginning that we were going the wrong way, but I didn't say it, so that's on me, you know. That's on me. I can't claim the fame for that one.
Someone tells Spike that they went the other way around.
Oh, dearie me. But it happens. Mistakes are human, although I don't know how much room there is left for mistakes on this map. We're in the second half. Things are getting closer and closer, but Mugi is looking stronger and stronger again. 3v2 and Narsil trying to find the next.
They cannot get the Spike back. It's just in the middle of nowhere.
Exactly.
It's no man's land right now. So going back to the previous round, the idea behind it was to get the kill on B side and then quickly rotate towards A, because the enemies will most likely move most of their forces towards B side. But they did it just a moment too quick.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah. The enemy did not start moving, and they actually heard that the rotation is coming through, so they stayed, they held their grounds, and they got those easy kills. That's why Team Spike did not succeed during the last round, and it's us.
Would you look at that? Hey, yeah, that's crazy. Oh my heavens. Hello there. How are you all doing? Hope you're enjoying the stream. Have a good one.
Oh no.
Oh, there he is again. Someone get security! Security! Oh, unbelievable.
Was he suggesting that
we were
Pepega?
No, I hope not. Okay, Azza, you and me outside. Meet you in half an hour. Moving on, though. No, just kidding. We're all friends here.
And if Hatsa actually beats you, I'll be there in 35 minutes. I'll revenge you, man.
Oh, McVie's got my back.
Yeah, I got your back.
Okay, my day is made. Now let's see.
Yeah, let's dive back into the game. 8-6, Team Mugi actually closing onto the enemy, but still a bonus run ahead of them. The enemies, they have access to better weaponry. You can see those phantoms, the vandals, you know, in their inventory. I actually prefer phantoms on this map. There's a lot of, you know, smoke, cyber cages, and the ability of not showing the traces is really important. In my opinion, however, if you're just feeling like a robot and you can get those headshots,
yeah, the Vandal's better.
Yeah, the Vandal's better.
Always a headshot kill, but with the Phantom, you've got to be close enough, otherwise it doesn't quite work like that. Oko for now, moving on through, clearing the angles. Team Spike, can you make something out of this after all? Mystic and Spike put the right amount of pressure down. Now a 3v2 stands, and Spike will actually commit to the plan. Oko also catching out his target. But somehow, Shinshi, he surprisingly enough gets that return. Yeah,
they're getting hyped up again. This is so important for Team Mugi.
The angle's there, and they do move ahead. They've got the time as well. Spike has only started ticking a little while ago, and a defuse is still possible.
Last player standing.
But Wombo, very unfortunate angle to walk into. That's Mystic returning, and that's the wall ruining the lineup. That's a beautiful lineup! And Shinshi deservedly finds the frags there, but those players were so unfortunate to stand right in that position, and you see Mugi just kind of laughing it off as well. But obviously for him, you know, all the better. That is Shinshi claiming 2 kills, and more importantly, claiming the round.
Yeah, so if you looked at the player cam, Shinshi was calm and collected. He didn't bat an eye, and the rest of the team just went bonkers. Like, how did you pull that off? That was a perfect lineup and a good use of the fault line to also increase your chances of winning this round. Thank you for that slow-mo. Satchel replay.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, shout out to our observers, right? They're lovely people, and everyone, the production as well. We are so blessed.
Yeah.
Doing a heart to the camera. And I know that they'll see it. Wombo now kicking things off, though. That's Mystic going down. Mugi, not the one to have the next, but Wombo. I believe he saw the slight backside there, you know, just a tiny bit of that road.
Just a wrist.
And Yaru now with that pressure, I believe, that slight oopsie there. Humlick putting the shots down. The Sheriff rocking the boat. And Mugi having to fight pretty hard to get this 8th round in. But we're getting closer and closer to a potential culmination of this map. Which way is this going? Which way can this go?
Teleport's ready.
as right now with 50 seconds, give or take, to plant the spike, Team Spike has to go somewhere.
Well, Team Mugi, they're still, you know, like expanded on the map, 2 players towards B side, so they really cannot lose any more guns. They've got to weather the storm because the enemies are closing in. Of course, just sharers, but still a threat.
Wombo this time then with the follow-up, the retort Shinshi on the mark, and Wombo, oh dear, putting the pressure on, but Spike at the very least catching him out. However, now this should be deadly, and indeed there it will be. That's a beautiful, beautiful ability coming through there from Shinshi as well. Absolutely stellar.
Yeah. The usage of Breach so far throughout this tournament,
It has been really good.
it's been great.
Outstanding.
Yeah. And Team Mugi showcasing how to actually, you know, make the best out of him. Yeah, we could see the elbow sticking out, or maybe the bun that we've mentioned before. This time around, Spike, however, getting lucky. Not so lucky afterwards, since the aftershock took him out. And Mugi, he's just out of control there.
Not just feasible, well, unimaginable, right? But I can think of the stress that's on these players. They've got to perform, and things are getting so close. Mystic, though, moving ahead, but the showstopper will have to quickly be executed. Doesn't look like it will go anywhere. It's just a little bit too far off the mark. Nyaru now trying to deny, but the spike has been planted already. Team Mugi, that will have to retake this now, whereas Team Spike are going for the rapid-fire plays.
What else do they have in terms of the abilities? 2 flashes for Coach Shinshi. He's actually pushing on his own, but he did not expect Hellzoid to still be taking the same position. Wombo and Narshil fighting, but it's just Wombo remaining alone with the 2 force. He was trying to, well, show us his A game, but the enemy got better of him. It's the 9th round for Team Spike, and they are reclaiming their advantage.
Getting stronger and stronger, moving right on up ahead, where at this point in time,
this is a nice
one
spot.
round can make such a big difference. And you can kind of see it as well in the progression here, right? Look at this leaderboard. It's a game of streaks. First, you've got the Team Mugi coming in with 4 rounds. Then you've got the follow-up by Team Spike, 6 rounds. And then you've got Team Mugi retorting again, 4 rounds as well. You know, keep adding this up, and it is just a beautiful, beautiful showing, a beautiful performance. And it is Team Mugi right now that might just have to get started on another streak, perhaps the final one, if they still want to win this out, if they want to defend that Greek pride.
Oh yes, they're representing a really lovely region. From what I've seen and from what I've had and experienced, the Anorthosis Famagusta, one of the Greek teams that we have in VRL East Surge, they have such a huge support, and all of those you know, fans are really dedicated and watching every game. Mugi himself, he's usually casting those games.
Nice.
Right now, we are casting his game, and probably a lot of Greek fans are also cheering for him. However, he's 5 rounds short of winning this and making it to grand finals.
Oh, good time. Got the paranoia that comes through. Narsil catches out Elzoy, but Spike is luckily rapid on his return. 4v4 stands right now, but Nyaru with the overdrive is completely denied by Mystic. Chaos still reigning on the B site. Still doing quite a lot.
Player standing.
Shinshi was trying to push the guys at the entrance to garage, but he couldn't do that all alone. I just felt like that was a really hectic round for Team Mugi, because there was a single guy from I believe it was Nashil, who was holding B-side. Then the rest of the players came and they went all one by one, not playing as a cohesive unit. This is one of those times that we actually see Team Mugi, you know, having some trouble coming up with a good strategy to counter.
I hope for Team Mugi that they'll be quick enough, because the only other pattern that I can see being established here is Team Spike now getting another 6-round streak in, and well, that is more than enough. They only need 3 more to actually win this out right now. Team Mugi have got to break that momentum, but they'll have to break that momentum.
Yeah, and Team Mugi, they really need their captain. I don't know if
Absolutely.
you've noticed, but he's only scored 2 kills so far. That's not too many of those. And if he keeps on doing that, well, that might just not be enough. Of course, an eco round ahead of us.
And currently that 4-5. Team Mugi 1 man down again. Team Spike is starting to look stronger and stronger. I hope
Spike
that we
down
can get more
A.
of these beautiful shots coming through. The Headhunter finding the power, and Wombo teleporting away just in time. That only just came back as well, by the way. So man was definitely lucky in that sense. 4v4 stands. Nyaru, though, position given away ever so slightly by the cyber cam.
Yeah, and he wishes that his ultimate would be online right now
Spike
and not
planted.
used during the last one. Now he has to make do with the judge in his hands.
Rather unfortunate, not the most convenient. Elzoy and Humbly, though, they're making it all work. And that's Team Spike very strongly showing up. The 11-8 is becoming a fact, and the streak that Spike has been putting down has not been stopped yet. Another timeout comes through from Team Mugi. Definitely the correct call to make. I can only hope for Team Mugi that this timeout will serve them, that this timeout will give them the chance to now get back on top, to actually have that beautiful strategy going, and to take out their opponents, to find their targets, and make sure that they keep standing strong.
Just like shooting fish in the barrel during the last round. And for Team Mugi, it really is the last call. This is the 11th round that the enemy got on the board from themselves. It's up to Team Spike to actually, get the win right now. And for Team Mugi, this is the very last time that they will be able to play on full buy unless they win.
Got to get the win.
Yeah,
Got to get that epic gamer moment.
The W, that fat W, yeah.
Oh, I think, to be honest, that, another strategy that we're seeing is that just W being pressed and these teams not relenting, keeping it going and destroying their enemies time after time. Got to keep in mind as well, right, that now Team Spike needs that speed, and now they have to just keep this going. Yeah, maybe they're just having a giggle right now, thinking, hey, we're having the time of our lives. We're happy to be here. We're happy to succeed like this. As currently Wombo could be the next line of defense. The Astral Divide is coming right there. The Astral Divide.
That was a good
Cosmic
paranoia,
Divide.
however, he just slightly missed because Elzoy can hold this angle behind the Astral Wall. Oh, I don't know if Nyaru is aware of him.
Kind of feels like it, but yeah, eventually it looks like Elzoy has been caught out. An 11-8 stands for now, but Team Spike is 1 man down to defend it further. Yugi now with a good hold, but Spike returning. And Shinji, really good timing on this ability. Spike to fall and a 2v4 to become a reality. This should be Team Mugi getting back to grips, getting that result again.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Team Spike as they have only 2 players left alive. Oko, however, he'll manage to get the Spike down. I am not sure about the use of Rolling Thunder, but they really want to get this round on the board. They're just trying to put everything on the board here. And Team Spike, they lose out on this opportunity to go 12-8. It will be an actual 9th round for Team Mugi. And Mugi himself, we've talked about him just getting 2 kills. Important round. He got 1 on the board. Maybe some more, confidence. Maybe some more hype right now towards this guy. Fingers crossed that he puts up a good performance.
Absolutely possible, I believe. Good ability usage, just playing to the advantages of a defender's side. Show some patience, know when to expect the enemies coming right at you, and time it well. Breach is such a key factor for Team Mugi, for example. Just play that to the max. They've been doing that as well, but try and make sure that you've got those perfect combinations set up. That timing of a slow orb paired with, for example, that breach ability. Mugi now, though, making the start.
A couple of good stuns from Nyaru as well. Mugi, he just missed the second shot by a slight chance.
by a strand of hair. The thinness of it, that's what counts. Shinshi retorting, and the 10th round soon to be on the board. 2v4, 2v3 though.
Rolling Thunder would have come in handy in this situation. I know that Coach Shinshi wanted to make sure that they win the last round, but I think that they found themselves in the situation where they got to take the risks and maybe not use the Rolling Thunder in 4v2 situation. Right now, they don't have anything left in the tank unless it's Wombo who pulls it off. He's on 87 HP, but the time is ticking away, and it will be Spike who makes it 12-9. They've got 3 more chances to make it to the grand final as the very first representative.
Oh dear, and look at this economy as well. This is dire. Nyaru doesn't have an ultimate available either and is 3 points short. This is a very challenging state. Wombo can commit somewhere to get an ultimate orb. Definitely should be possible on the defender side, I believe, but it's going to be tough regardless, that's for sure. He's got to get that because he's got to get his ult ready. He needs to get it into play. As at this point in time, one round can do everything. One round can change and can make sure that it will be Team Mugi. Sadly, out of this competition, out of the first semi-final, and with that not getting a chance in the grand final. Let's see, though. Spike will feel the pressure. They will be ready to get that spot, claim the better chance to get that 10,000.
Wombo looking forward to getting one of those kills, so he will be able to actually, start playing with the tour de force. However, Spike really patient. They are not making any sudden moves. Not until now.
Feels like a good start. Narsil and Shinshi right on the mark. Now Narsil following it up. This is clean. This is what you like to see. It's the kind of rounds that Team Mugi needs. And it's Wombo at the end with the headhunter. Also, good little bonus here, unlocking the tour de force. Exactly what they were waiting for right now. Wombo dropping the Phantom and now activating that ultimate.
They are so dead.
So, Team Mugi hanging on by a thread, but still managing to stay in the game, right? So, they were kind of clutching at straws during the last round, being a little bit more aggressive towards the B main and the middle area, as Wombo was just trying to get the info, just trying to maybe get one of those heads, and he's finally gotten his tour de force ready, so he'll be able to play with the sniper rifle now. He's making his way towards B side. Team Spike, however, it feels like they're trying to fake it out with 2 of those stars being recovered by Astra. Or recalled, I would rather say.
I believe that's a slightly more fitting word, but honestly, I like your very expansive vocabulary. You sound incredibly wise, Magvire. In the meantime, though, let's see if Mugi can be all the wiser against their opponents. Nyaru definitely lurking in this Cypher cage. It's a cheeky move, but it can work. Eventually, it will dissipate. And Nyaru, in theory, if you were to go aggressive enough, you could have actually surprised, taken out Cypher.
Oh, now he's well aware that Cypher is already crossed because he's had the spy cam. The worst possible timing. Nyaru falls down and it's just Mugi on side alone. Uh-oh.
This showstopper can be deadly. That should be a guaranteed frag. Mugi to fall. And now Shinshi with the further pressure holds it well. The double comes through, but Elzor returns, finds the double himself, the triple in the end. Wombo, can you clutch this out? It does not look like it. It will be Team Spike securing the spot for the grand final in a hard-fought battle with a 13-10 result. Sadly, for Team Mugi, this just wasn't it. They weren't able to make it, and they are sadly out of this competition. Team Spike, though, deservedly moving ahead, deservedly getting their shot at the grand final.
Congratulations to the Czech and Slovakia representatives. They really had to work so hard for this victory, but managed to do it. you can see Coach Shinshi and the rest of Team Mugi, yeah, a little bit disappointed, but still, they know that this was the most epic game so far that we've had during this LAN. And well, the winner can only be one, but for many of the viewers as well as Greek fans, I feel like Team Mugi is already a winner. However, they will miss out on the chance of playing in the grand final. That's a pity, because this split just got out of their hands towards the end. And I really feel like if Nyaru got the better timing, we would still be playing out the remaining rounds of this map, maybe going to overtime. This is something that we clearly missed, and this is something that we were almost promised, at the start of the third map. But it's 13-10. And well-deserved victory towards Team Spike. Congrats once more, and well, they now can take a break and wait for the next semi-final to be concluded, and to actually see who is going to be playing against them in the grand final for the 10K prize.
Absolutely, 10,000 euros. Just let that sink in for a moment. As we have the highlights passing through, obviously a banger of a map, and with that match still free. Maps filled with Valorant pleasure, and one result that comes out of it. Team Spike moves ahead to the grand final. And just looking back at this, I think both teams really had their time to shine. They both had their moments in the sun, standing there and getting these crazy, crazy clutch situations. We absolutely cannot discount Team Mugi in any way whatsoever. They did a stellar job, and it was literally a case of about 2 to 3 rounds. If things had gone a little bit differently, then this could have been Team Mugi that won it out after all. So I don't want to discredit them too much either. This was clearly an awesome matchup, and I can only say, I can't wait to watch the second semi-final. Obviously, I won't be commentating that one. That'll be you along with Hazza.
Yep. By all means, they should be proud of themselves. Like the improvement that Team Mugi did through, from what we've seen in the qualifier to go 4-0 in groups and almost winning this semi-final. The details, what really matters, because 13-11, 11-13, those two games were so close, and the last one as well, just missing one of those, rounds for it to be the full 24-round matchup. I'll tell you, this will be hard to overcome as another, this will be hard to topple, yeah?
Absolutely. That second semi-final will have to be one real banger to be better than this. I'd say semi-final with actual overtimes in comparison to us narrowly missing them a couple of times, right? 11-13, 11-13. Almost an overtime, but not quite.
Yeah, so who would be your pick for an MVP after this matchup for Team Spike? Do you have a guy who stood out the most in your opinion?
That's a good question to ask, really. When I look at these results, when I look at the players coming through, see, I'm almost enticed to actually go for one of the players on the Team Mugi side, because I think that they still put down the good performances, but the MVP has got to be someone on the winning team, obviously. So when I look at this, I would say Elzoy. With the operator, he was just such a key factor, and he's helped win them so many rounds. Yeah. Him on the defense especially was just 10 out of 10. Yeah,
I'll tell you that Elzoy was, the best sniper out there, but for me personally, I feel like Oko had a little bit of a bigger impact, especially on the last map. I just loved seeing Cypher into the play, because during the attack side, he got couple of good flanks, but during the defender side, his utility usage and the placement of all the tripwires and just playing around all of his abilities made it possible for his team to get maybe 3 or 4 out of those 6 1 rounds. And besides that, his chamber and his usage of Tour de Force as well as a headhunter was exceptional during the first two maps. So if it were up to me, I would highlight Oko, but really it was the whole team, like we talked.
Yeah, it's one big unit, right? Everyone puts in the work, even the Astra coming through with the Cosmic Divide when it's necessary, with the Gravity Wells to deny it where possible. That is exactly what matters. That is how you can get your success. Obviously, we will have a winner interview as well. That's just being set up right now. Honestly, altogether, this was an excellent matchup. I really can't wait to also see Spike play again in the grand final, right? How is that going to be? I think definitely that we'll hear some answers to questions like
There's
that.
a chance that they will get their rematch against Team Holak. We will never know because in the best of 2, it was 1-1.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's promising, isn't it?
Yeah.
Honestly, looking a little bit ahead to that second semi-final, I would actually slightly favour Team Holak to win that out versus Tagonka.
Yeah, true.
So
out of those 2 semifinals, I just feel like Holak is a heavy favorite to win the second semifinal. However, I'll be happy to be proven wrong by Team Tagonka by all means. So good luck to the participants of the upcoming semifinals. But before we go there, let's give a chance. Let's go to the interview to Ginny. Yeah.
Hello, guys, and welcome back. We have, we're here today. You actually won the first game, so I guess you guys are feeling a little bit more motivated. Looking forward towards the last game of the day?
Of course, it's grand final, so we are going to take it home to check.
Okay, I love the confidence. You guys are going to probably have some lunch, kind of get it back together. What is something that you think you might want to focus on? Because, again, it wasn't super clean. You had to play all the 3 maps. They were all very close.
I mean, the enemies they were prepared. I mean, they had a strategy. They know what they are doing, and they are killing nice shots. And they did their best, like us. So it was close. It was 13-11, 13-11, 13-10. So the score says anything. I mean, everything.
When you came here, yesterday, when you guys landed, when you played your first game, did you expect to be making it to the finals, or was it more like, oh, we're just gonna have some fun?
Yeah, of course. We were waiting for the grand final, so I expected we kind of choked like 2 maps yesterday, but today's our day, and I hope we win.
Okay, well, looking forward to that. Is there any team specifically here today that you want to see from the remaining 2 in the finals that you want to maybe have a rematch?
Yeah, of course. We want to revenge Polish team. They were screaming yesterday, and I think we are going to be last. We're going to scream.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to wait and see for that, as we're gonna be heading into the second game. It's another best of 3. But first, we're gonna be heading to break, so don't go anywhere because we're gonna be back shortly.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log on to an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
rhythm to the beat. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild.
microphone is online, but okay, we're back online. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be heading into the second semi-final of today. We got Targonka versus Holak, and both of these teams are looking to secure the second spot in the finals against Spike. Now, there's 10,000 euros on the line for that first place, but regardless, they're here today, so they have already qualified for some of that prize pool. But without further ado, we have Haza and Mag on the mic. They're going to be walking you guys through some of the analysis of what we can expect from these players today.
Hello everyone, thanks for that grand introduction, Jeannie. We are going to be bringing you through the second semi-final for today, as you quite rightly mentioned. Team Holak, who qualified yesterday as the first seed, and Targonka as the second seed from Group A and B, respectively. Mag, what are your first thoughts coming into this one? After we've seen that first taste of a matchup between the two groups, I sort of said earlier how in the qualifiers you had the groups going into the playoffs, things can be completely different. Mugi, they were able to win all 4 maps in the group stages yesterday, but when it came down to this one, we went to the distance, all 3 maps, but they weren't quite able to take it. What are you expecting to see here?
That was a really, really competitive series that we've just concluded with the win, of course, of the Team Spike. But if you take into consideration that they are the actual second seed from the group with Team Holak, it only makes you think about, Team Targonka and how strong are they really, because well, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I really want to get proven wrong by them, but being completely honest, I just feel like Team Holak has this in the bag, like 2-0, no problem. Because yesterday, of course, they had they struggled a little bit against Team Spike, but I just felt like overall, the firepower and of course Kayak, doing Kayak's things, back-to-back ace into the 6K. This just might be something a little bit over the top for Team Targonka to deal with. So I'm looking forward to seeing them proving me wrong, but I'll stick to my gut and to my boys from Poland. I just feel like Team Holak has a huge upper hand over Team Targonka, and the only thing that I think that might not be maybe their biggest asset is yesterday they were really confident. And I feel like they might be really confident after winning, after the last few games too. So they really have to respect the enemy and not underestimate them, because in best of 3 anything can happen.
Yeah, it certainly can. Well, we're going to get a quick look at that Team Targonka team with their introduction video. Looking at the lineup here for the players on the side of Team Targonka, we have LCD, Dinel, Tischler, Targonka themselves, and Turbo. Mag, looking at this lineup, which players instantly stand out to you? I know you spoke a little bit about the players on Team Holak, Kayak, for example, with those crazy plays yesterday. On the opposite side for Team Targonka, who's the one to watch?
Yesterday, I think that the best performance we got out of Tischler, he had an exquisite server performances, using utility in the correct way, but also getting on the board with so many frags. So I'm looking forward to seeing him, and also Turbo. I think that he came in clutch in those really difficult moments to bring to swing the balance of the round in the favor of his team, being on the a lookout or maybe lurking somewhere around. So he's quite a patient player and usually gets into the position where he can strike first and actually surprise his enemies. So I'm really looking forward to seeing both of those players getting getting into action on the server.
Yeah. I think it's interesting that you mentioned those 2 players out of the lineup, because when I think of Team Targonka, I think of quite a flat composition. It's fair to say that there isn't too much variation between the agents that they bring forward when we see them in the server most of the time. So the 2 that you've noted, Tischler and Turbo, those 2 players sit outside of the core from, Dinel, Targonka themselves, and then also the chamber player of LCD. So it's the Sage, the Jet, and the chamber which stays pretty much the same throughout every single map, and the other 2 that you mentioned that vary ever so slightly. So it'll be interesting to see what they can offer for us. But looking on the opposite side of things, we also have an introduction video for Team Holak coming up. So here we see the lineup for Team Holak as well. Kayak, Karim, Davidzor, Kosti and Holak themselves to round things out. Magvaya, we saw some very resilient performances from this team yesterday. 2 maps on Haven specifically spring to mind versus the Real Red and also earlier in the day as well. Games where they came back from being at a severe deficit. What is it about this team you think that is really going to give them the edge coming into this one as that first seed? Would you say that's one of their best qualities, or?
I would say that their confidence is at this like a double-edged sword, because during the last games, like we were interacting with the players themselves during the game, because we were sitting, you know, in the audience, just trying to hype them up, maybe to, you know, waving at Davidzior or Kosti, who is also known as Stannis himself. He almost dropped like 30k on one of the maps. I believe it was Haven, and he was playing Sova. So I feel like they are, you know, taking it serious, but still on the lighter note. They're just having fun, you know, just goofing around, playing with each other, you know. You have Kayak, who did back-to-back ace and then 6k, and they are like, this guy is gonna go to party today and pick up any girl he wants, because he's just so amazing on the server, you know. So I feel like this is, on the other, on one hand, the biggest strength, but also could be one of the biggest weaknesses, because if the things are not going according to their plan, then you lose this confidence. Then you lose this, you know, good sense of humor or whatever, a good mood, And how are they going to, you know, find the way in the under the you know, worse circumstances, the harder, the more difficult circumstances? That's a good question, because they've actually lost one game to Team Spike. But I feel like Team Targonka just do not have that much firepower to face Holak.
Yeah, confidence is a double-edged sword after all. And speaking of doubles, we've got a double trouble of Ginny and RJ on the desk.
Double the trouble. Okay, that's a good one, Haza. Thank you for that one. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm Ginny, your host for the rest of the day. And joining me this time around on the desk, we got Mr. RJ himself. So we have had a look at what both of these teams have been capable of. We know that, you know, the group that maybe Thole came out of was a bit more of that stronger group. We've seen it last game specifically. Mugi, completely undefeated, goes up against Spike, and it's no longer the case. So when you're looking at the odds here for Targonka, how are you feeling about those one, RJ?
I'll be very honest, you know, in this case, these odds, they don't actually look that great for Targonka. I think, really, with Holak and his much stronger performances, he should be in a much better position. You know, I mean, right now, the look, it's just a tough spot that Targonka is in. And I just quite frankly believe, you know, Holak, better practice, better form, he's going to be good.
Okay, so I guess I don't even have to ask you for your prediction, but it's going to be a best of 3. Are you expecting it to go all the way? Do you think it's going to be a clean sweep?
I do think that we're going to have that similar result. You know, we had that all the way map in the previous match as well, 2-1. So right now, I believe that we're going to have this one go 2-1 as well, yeah.
Okay, 2-1 prediction. I absolutely adore that. Is there a specific agent, however, that you are, or a specific map, to be completely honest, that you're looking forward to seeing? We've seen a lot of Ascent, we've seen a lot of Bind, we've seen a lot of Split, even some Haven. Maybe your Icebox?
Yeah. Oh, I would love to see Icebox, really, but I'm afraid that it's going to be like Haven, Bind, Ascent. I expect those kind of maps to be coming into the pool. Those are probably going to be the ones that I would say definitely Holak is looking for. Targonka, on the other hand, I believe that they've got a somewhat similar map pool, so expect those kind of maps to come in.
Well, talk about map pools and agent selects. We got those ready as well. We'll be going back to casters. Haza and Mag, do your thing.
Thank you very much for that, Ginny. Yes, we will have those maps coming through. I think, as RJ said, Haven and Bind would be a good prediction. And, well, they're 2 of the 3 maps that we have in our pool. The first, though, will be Icebox, which is an interesting pick from Team Targonka, because I don't think this is necessarily something that we've seen so far.
I am not so sure about Team Targonka, but I was following the Polish qualifier much closer. And during the last map of the grand final between Team Terp and Team Holak, following 2 really competitive and even games, they've completely dismantled Team Terp on Icebox. It was like 13-2, 13-3 something. So, looking into the map veto, if Team Targonka, you know, like, it was not given by us the chance to win, I feel like the map veto might even
Play
be worse
against them.
for wear, you know. So play against them. So I just feel like either Team Targonka has prepared something special or are feeling really confident on Icebox, or Team Holek takes it 2-0 and actually goes to the grand final and the rematch of Team Spike versus Team Holek. I've mentioned it before on the desk with RJ. We have not found out who is the better out of those two teams, because we had the best of two, in which Holek won one game and also Spike answered with another. So I'm actually, you know, quite hyped for the rematch, for the probable rematch, but I'm also open to see Team Targonka proving me wrong, like I said countless times. I don't want to discredit them, but I just feel so confident in my Polish boys that I'll go 2-0 with them, especially after seeing the maps.
Yeah, I think after that first game yesterday on Bind, where Spike managed to beat Team Holak, that faith in the Polish teams had maybe gone down just a little bit after Torek also fell out of the competition. But as you quite rightly mentioned, looking at this map veto selection here, I think Haven for me would be like the #1 Targonka map. So the fact that that's Holak's pick is quite interesting. I suppose it's a map that they're very comfortable on playing as well, because that was the one that they were able to take away from Team Spike. It was in a rather elongated fashion, but from what you've said about Icebox, maybe we're seeing that Team Targonka haven't done their homework and this could come back to bite them. So that will certainly be something to worry about. And then Bind as a third map as well is one that maybe Team Holak aren't so comfortable on. So if it does go the distance, and that is a very big asterisk next to that, and we get a third map, then potentially they could be in hot water. If they, I think they'd be in hot water at that point anyway, because we've gone that far. But
are you actually confident saying that Team Holak is not feeling good on Bind after seeing what Kayak did yesterday on this map?
Okay, that's true. I did forget about that ever so slightly, but that was still a very close game between the two teams. And then when you saw the map against Spike on that map specifically, that was one where Spike were a lot more confident. So
we'll have to find out which Kayak is going to play today. The one who does 17 kills inside of 3 rounds, or the other one. By the way, in case that Team Targonka actually expected Team Holak to play Haven, why would you pick yourself a map that is going to be picked up by the enemy if you are feeling confident about it? That could be like something that they anticipated. We are going to leave Haven out for grabs, and if Team Holak wants to take it, select this map, they'll be happy to actually play it on the terms.
Going into Agent Select now, we're going to get a look at the drafts that we have coming through. Neither team has really locked anything in except for Turbo, who's actually gone onto the Viper here on Icebox. So not opting for any kind of an Omen play, but I suppose this is an adaptation that maybe we expect. This is looking like a very, very default composition, and I wouldn't be too surprised whatsoever if Holak also locks in the same 5 agents. You have that good variation. We said before, with Team Targonka, they have quite a static core of agents that they like to try and work with. Targonka on the Jet, Dinel on the Sage, and LCD on the Chamber, of course, and that is what we're seeing presented here straight in front of us. Kayak, I'm sure, will be on that Jet as well. So a mirror matchup going into this first map. This is the perfect test between the two teams to really get a gauge of where they are leveling up against each other. Obviously, coming from different groups, you never really quite have that understanding of how the interaction will play out until you see it. Coming into an Icebox, a map which I don't think we've actually seen for the duration of the tournament thus far, really does make it an interesting one, or at least on LAN is the point that I'm trying to make.
And there's like 15 maps behind us, so the very first Icebox, maybe we've had it. No, it was actually RJ who was looking to cast the Icebox to cool things down, but he was not given a chance to do so. So I am feeling that Icebox is this map where you want to play really reactively. This means that you let the enemy, make the first move. You look for the info. You gather all the pieces, and then on the basis of that, you build your attack. This is something that was actually mentioned by one of the players in the VRL when we actually got to talk with him, to interview him after the game, and he was like, yeah, we like to play reactively because we want to read all of the moves that the enemy is going to make, especially in the defense. So this might be the good approach for Team Tagonka on Icebox to actually get the grasp of what is going on in the enemy team, and then on the basis of that, plan your next moves.
That is certainly one approach that they could try and make. I think as well, something to note though, because both teams do have that jet and chamber composition, it means that with those get out of jail free cards, you can sometimes afford to get a little bit aggressive in certain areas. So it'll be interesting to see if that's something that they want to try and adapt. The two main agents that I want to focus on, because we do have the same on both sides, will be those controller players. So the Vipers on both sides, because when you have that utility that you can deploy straight forwards and then, you know, save it for another time and think about it later on, they are free to go and lurk around the map. So I think it'll be interesting to see if we see some plays through Kitchen and what mid control is looking like, because a lot of times teams very happy just to have, you know, Dinel on the stage, for example, on Team Tagonka, just place a barrier orb in tube, go and hold through mid and just leave it and forget about it. And a lot of the time, if you leave that position unchecked, it gives a great opportunity for players to move on in through there. So looking at the fly over here, we see those positions in towards mid.
However, there's like a slight alternation to that, because like Sage barrier orb into the tube was like a classic thing at the start of the Icebox, but right now with the rise of popularity in Chamber, you usually see a Chamber putting his trap inside of Kitchen. However, some Silvers have good lineups to get rid of this trap at the very start of the round. You actually get the lineup before the barriers fall. you shoot the shock dart and you get rid of the trap. So let's see if the teams are ready and prepared for that. It's Team Tagonka starting off the pistol round as an attacking side.
Yeah, and they're making some nice early presence here towards B. Instead, it's LCD who looks to be lurking around mid. That spike is dropped out in the open, and I'm not too sure if it's actually been spotted. Kayak here facing on out may have information. Kossi will continue to jump strafe elsewhere as they try and get an understanding here on the defender side as to where these players are. And Team Holak, they've pushed Tagonka all the way back. There's two players all the way out A already, and Kayak starts to fire away, but it's Tagi on the other side that takes them out. The Chambers trade as well, and just like that, there's a two-player advantage for the attackers in this first pistol round.
Yeah, and this is the same thing that happened yesterday during the first game against Team Spike. Team Holak, they were just not hitting their shots. So hopefully this time around they warmed up a little bit more and are ready and set to go, but so far it's not looking good for them as they lost two players. However, it's Holak himself trying to fight with Dinel, but not able to get the kill. Davidur making things a little bit better as he got 2 kills on the board, and it's 2v3.
Last player
The advantage
standing.
towards Team Tagonka. Turbo! Yeah, those are the clutch situations that I talked about, that I mentioned just a few minutes ago. He got a good flank and surprised his enemies with the positioning.
And that's what we want to see from the Viper player as well. We've seen a couple of points that I already raised on the desk exemplified in that first round. The Jet and the Chamber player getting aggressive, they're punished for it in this example. And then that Viper, the controller player, being allowed to go off the leash just a little bit, make a lurk work through mid, and we see exactly that. They get a double for their own, a response from David, and now Tagonka, they have that first pistol. So back to the drawing board for Team Holak. They're going to have brought in a couple of sheriffs here, and yet again we see Kayak with the Tailwind Prime looking to slowly march on up. But could it be a funeral march? Because LCD is waiting, and it's them that drops instead.
Because if we follow what happened during the first round, it was actually Team Holak who had the better control over the map. They've started pushing and putting a lot of pressure on the attackers, but they just didn't hit their shots. And this is what sometimes happens during pistol rounds. If the enemy clicks heads better, he can have a worse strategy than you, but he will just still come out on top. Team Tagonka making things even. Tagi himself gets the kill. It's 4v4, and he awaits a well-deserved healing orb from Sage.
We've seen it a couple of times now where Team Targonka look to move towards B, collect that ultimate orb, and then redirect their efforts. A will be the target yet again. They're posturing for it here, but there has a rotate has been expended on through. Kayak understands that there are footsteps around and gets ready to line up some of these players. The barrier orb goes down once again, so there are angles denied, but they look to push forth anyway. Targonka loses their head in that instance, and now there's an advantage for the defenders to try and work with. Kayak continues to creep on forwards, and there's two more players lining up in front of them. The shots don't connect though. Turbo takes them down. We're back to a level standing.
Kayak, he had such a good chance, but it's up to Gokudo, and he will get the kill. He's actually unleashing the power of bullets at the enemies. It's, however, Tischler who's still standing alive.
Tischler
finishing up this round with a 3K. And the second one on the board for Team Targonka, but this was such a close round.
It was a very close round, and the damage will now be felt in a much more neutered bonus for them to try and work with. All those Spectres off the board means that it will be a lot harder for them to try and work with. We do see an investment of a couple rifles in, so they really aren't leaving anything behind with this one, but when it comes down to clutch players, the first name on your list has to be Tischler, and a huge 3K there manages to bail them out after so much damage was dealt by those pistols.
Yeah, but when it comes to players that you need to highlight, the first name on the list has to be Kayak. He almost got the second kill. That would be crucial. Unlucky with the timing, because he had such a good approach. However, Kosti losing his life. I remember talking to him yesterday, and he told me playing Viper on B on Icebox is just such a boring task.
Yeah, no, I completely
And he got
agree
frisky. He actually, you know, wanted to you know, play a little bit more aggressively, and he loses his life for it.
You said that about how confident these players are as well on the side of Team Holak. So that could be a match made in hell, I suppose, a disaster combination when you don't have that patience and you want to take aggressive peaks. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. And in that instance, Team Holak, they've lost a player early on. They look to try and reclaim that space towards B, but just as soon as they do so, Targonka have already left, and yet again, they set their sights on A.
And let's be honest, usually the superior guns on maps such as Breeze or Icebox, they win you out most of those bonus rounds. So
Spike
Team
planted.
Holak, they really need to get back on the board with this one. However, Spike has been planted, and Team Targonka taking after plant positions, just pushing the offensive line a little bit back.
Yeah, it was a very, very passive hold that we saw coming through from David, who now looks to try and make their way back in. That barrier orb still holding firm for the time being. Speaking of time, it's starting to tick very, very thin, and as those sands start to drop to the bottom of the hourglass, Team Targonka, they've got to hold this one down, and the advantage starts to slip their way, but Kayak's already found one here and done some damage. There's a barrier orb of their own, and as these players go vaulting in, they drop from the sky, but there's not enough time. Every single player wiped out, but so are those from Team Holak, because they were so close to the spike. There was no time left for them to work with. It detonates, and Targonka, they get that third on the board. They didn't necessarily have too much money to work with, or at the very least, they put everything they had into that one, but it pays off because they've managed to get it. Rinse and repeat A 3 times in a row.
What a disaster for Team Holak. Like, you could see that the retake approach was a good one. The only problem and the only detail that they forgot about is that the time is ticking.
It was incredibly delayed.
Because there were 3 people left alive after killing everyone from Team Targonka. They just didn't have time to defuse the spike.
And Kayak with the Blade Storm gets the better of their opposite number in that instance. Mid-control now firmly in the grasp of Team Holak. Kosti, that player you were speaking about, holding towards B for the time being, just waiting behind that toxic screen. They have one of their own, but they won't be deploying it just yet.
However, Team Targonka may look to regain the control over the middle part of the map since they have an access to Resurrection. I don't know if this is the approach that they are going to take, because it's a really tricky situation and the placement of the dead body, but still maybe some more presence towards middle to just put a little bit more pressure on the enemies and gain more ground for yourselves.
Yeah, they do still have that barrier orb, so could potentially try and craft it in a sense that would allow them to bring a player back online. They're certainly queuing up to get in towards mid, but David is standing around waiting to see what's going to happen. The wall does come through, and surely enough, the Resurrect does as well. Kayak does return, though, to their hunting grounds where they were previous. The knife's still in hand, but a few of them go
30
loose.
seconds
And as
left.
these steps start to make their way back towards A, it's Kareem instead that's holding with the Headhunter, takes a shot to the side of the skull. It's going to force them to retreat. Yet again, Targonka heading towards A, where they've had so much success, but there's not much time left, and there are players here to deal with it as well. Those pistols rain through. Kosti's found a double. Kareem gets one of their own, and now it's a 5 versus 1. There's no time left on the clock, and it's a flawless in the end. Kareem finishes it off with a Doma.
That is a clean sweep coming out from Team Holak. Everyone got on board, and actually, you know, it's eye for an eye if you take into consideration that the last round from Team Targonka's side, they were able to get the eco round win.
And it's almost 2 rounds which are the same in different senses. Time ran out for both teams. In this instance, it was Team Targonka that didn't have enough of it left, as we're seeing Holak messing around here. And, you know, on the previous, they made the retake work. They got the kills. But just time wasn't on their side. An early shot towards mid goes astray as Kayak once again makes their presence felt. No information on the other side as to where they are right now, though.
And being completely honest, this round, the previous one, was of a great importance because Team Holak regaining a lot of control in terms of the economy. They will have much more money going into the next rounds, which is so much more difficult to build up while you're defending. However, Team Targonka changing things up, actually attacking towards B side, but this wall is being broken down quite quickly. And it's Davijor. Oh, he wants to get into the mix.
He sees the back turn, and Targonka feels that one. An achy pain below the spine means that they are now in a coffin. Tischler does manage to get one, but that's going to be all for the time being. Twice as many players for Team Holak to try and work with, and they'll distribute themselves accordingly. Mid control being taken to ensure that no cross is happening, and as the Viper utility comes through on the side of Holak, it should press back Team Targonka from trying to make any kind of an advance here. Kosti just weighing up the angles, thinking about where the push might be coming in from, and yet again, it's another one that comes down to time. There's not very much left.
Kosti probably getting bored because you are playing as a Viper on B side. Yeah, unfortunately for Thanos himself, will have to wait, but he gets one. He almost gets the another, but it will be Davijor and Team Holak quickly to regain a little bit of control inside of this matchup. It's the second round on the board, and they're looking to even out the scoreline.
Yeah, looking at the economy here on the side of Team Holak, something that we haven't really touched upon is that they're starting up to build some serious reserves now. And Team Targonka, a trend that we're seeing across the rounds, whether it was one that they end up winning on a technicality or one that they end up losing, most likely being the latter of this bounce back that we've seen from Team Holak from the 3-0 start, is that they don't have enough time to work with, and maybe that shows that they somewhat lack direction on this attack and that the late round calling isn't as ideal as it possibly could be.
Especially saying that when they were attacking, the time was running out and it was really a desperate move. However, they are trying to wrap things up a little bit quicker this time around as they're approaching A side and getting the first kill by Tischler.
Yeah, and that's something that they hadn't had before, those first bloods to try and work with, but Kayak, always so aggressive, always just trying to push that advantage by themselves. Sees one, but then gets caught out by themselves, has to use that cloud burst to disengage. Ultimates all across the board. That pit will be sitting on the site, but it's the Hunter's Fury that tries to challenge it. Instead, those weapons rain through. Holak's found one inside the smoke as well. Turbo will keep things alive for the time being. Denel has traded it out, but eventually drops themselves back and forth within the site, but it is Team Holak that comes out on top and ties up the map.
Yeah, and they're so good at finding those little openings whenever they can strike. So, for example, this time around, they gave up the control over A side to the enemies, but at the same time, Kayak was making his way behind the backs of the enemies, and in order to give him space and give him time, it was Davijor who activated Hunter's Fury, you know, making it much more hectic and much more chaotic inside of the mix and inside of the Viper's pit. This allowed Team Holak to get all of those important kills on the board and actually get the third round in a row for themselves.
It was a perfect storm after all, and when it rains it pours. Right now it's a soggy one for Targonka because kills are being made left, right, and center. They've got no funds to work with, but the body block from the Owl Drone allows LCD to find Kareem on the opposite side. Upgrades now to an operator on their teammate. Or like looks to try and challenge pitching from this position, but it's such a worrisome one to try and advance on.
It's a tough situation.
Makes it look easy though.
Yeah, LCD is just 15 HP left, and Holak will be sure to actually retrieve the op. Is he not going for the op?
I think
he's more you know, like bothered with just shouting at the enemy team.
I think Kayak managed to slip round the back and pick that one up. It would make more sense for the Jet player to be holding it after all, but it's interesting actually now, speaking of Kayak on this operator, because that's not really a playstyle which we've seen them adopt all too often. For the majority of the time, they like to work with that raw gun play on the Vandal, and let's just see it here again. Kareem misses that first shot on the Owl Drone, and just as they look to try and hit LCD, it is the drone that blocks the shots, and yeah, that is a really frustrating one.
The drone actually blocked one of the shots, yeah. I have not caught that, and Team Holak is just trying to maybe, you know, add a little bit of a banter and spice into the mix.
Yeah, that's certainly an unorthodox one from the archives in terms of the playbook and how you would try and set up. But the Owl Drone does come through. And speaking of playbook, how deep does it run for Targonka? Because they've run into a bit of a wall now. After finding those first 3 rounds, including the bonus as well, we're seeing the first timeout of this series. They've called it quite rightly because there are adjustments that need to be made. In your mind, what is the clear difference between what we saw from them in those first few rounds and why they've now started to struggle, or is it maybe an adaptation on the other side?
Well, so I would like they've actually managed to get a opening kill in one of those rounds. So
you want
this
to
is
play?
not
Let's play.
because they still managed to lose this one afterwards. I will get back to it quite quickly. After Kereme is done with LCD. That was a sweet shot towards Tube. He adds another one on top of that and makes it 2 already. Team Targonka losing players left, right, and center. And talking about center, it's Holak himself trying to make an advance towards the middle side of the map, but just holding an angle under the tube.
Yeah, could face up against a couple of players, but backs away. The timing isn't quite there. Just about nips the feet. With just like the frost, you know, out in the ice, getting cold feet right now. And I think Targonka are, because they're not able to find any of these first bloods. And Kosti trying to evade the pick, gets pinged out. Able to find one onto Tishla. Maybe a little bit compromised there, the positioning. But speaking of compromising players, Turbo's managed to slip in the back line here. Doesn't have the spike, and maybe Holak are aware of this.
I'm glad that Kosti actually managed to take Tishla with him to the grave, because he was completely done after he got, you know, tagged by the drone. You just have to ditch the plays or start and try and get a fight. So yeah, he got the best possible outcome of getting 1 kill on the board, but that was about it. However, Team Targonka, they just lost 2 players at the start of the round, and then it's pretty much over. It's really hard to Team Holak to lose the round after getting 2 initial kills.
And I don't want to simply just say it is to do with the first blood specifically, because that is a major factor in it. But I think when we were speaking before about the way that Targonka are playing and these, what the difference was between the first 3 rounds and the last 5, where Holak have won all of these, is that there isn't a difference. They played the exact same, and Holak, what we know about them is they're really good at adapting the way that they play. We saw it on Haven, the 2 times when they bounced back from being at such a deficit. Once given the time to study their opponent, they're able to deal with it accordingly, and we see it yet again. Kareem posted up, finds a double off the back of Kayak's opener, just like that. Twice as many players, and look at that, Dawid just cuts them both away, and now it's twice as many rounds as well that Holak have over Targonka, and that timeout doesn't really seem to be counting for too much.
Yeah, this time around, they got into the zone a little bit quicker than during the first map against Spike yesterday. It just took them 3 rounds to actually get the stuff together and start, you know, pushing some huge numbers. It's Kereme with 12 kills on the board for himself, but pretty much every player right now is getting those important kills and is feeling it. This is the importance of, you know, getting in the zone and also feeling confident. it plays such a huge role for Team Holak.
Look at this from David. Already moved on up through that rope position and is now waiting. Knows exactly where LCD is, and one kill will be just enough. Decides to disengage. Tagonka's found one elsewhere, so the advantage is preserved for Team Tagonka as Kossi continues their flurry, their advance here outside of B Garage.
They're not afraid of them.
They really aren't, and I mean, it's just that willingness to push all angles of the map. And speaking of pushing, though, Tagonka has slipped through the net, traveled through mid and found Dewey towards the backside of A. And finally, Tagonka, they have an opportunity at post plant. However, Kareem is causing problems here.
There's still final boss in Kareem,
Spike planted.
to put down to sleep. He's got the ultimate, such a powerful rifle in form of the Tour de Force, but in the after plan situation, it might not come in handy. Actually, he's picked up Vandal. We'll switch to the assault rifle for this one.
Sure if they have the information on the player on default here. Even Dinell is the only one now that remains. From that spot, gets the first on the Sheriff and backs away through the curtain. Kosti is going to have to try and get this defuse at least half start. They start to go for it, but then Dinell swings out. It's a clutch on the Sheriff. A thrifty round almost in the end there from Team Tagonka, and they make it work. Fantastic openers from the captain themselves to find a way through mid, open up A with a bit of variation. And Team Holak, what's gone wrong for them in that one?
Maybe a little bit overzealous. So David gets the first kill, but then Tagi with the great flank, working in the middle of the defensive line of the enemies. And also Dinell, his position was not compromised, so the enemies did not know where he exactly is. Getting this free kill on Kosti, and then when David Joro was actually trying to defuse,
to run!
he got better at them.
We see an early investment of the Hunter's Fury, which means now the only ults left on the board are a res in pocket for each team. Control will be very important in this round, and Kareem puts their foot down to find some early space. Sits down Tagonka, who had been the star of the show on the previous. They will be getting back on their feet, so control is still in the hands of Tagonka in the sense that they had enough space to get it done. Tagonka nearly loses their life for a second time, but instead go back to a 5 versus 5 situation unscathed.
He's just escaped, you know, the Green Reaper 2 times. Not today, at least for next couple of seconds. Team Tagonka trying to push through the middle, and they will be approaching A side of Karema has already spotted them, but the key to the success is Kosti. He has to be right on the timing, because if he pushes at the wrong time, in the wrong moment, he will just get killed by Turbo.
Spike down mid. 30 seconds left.
Goes back and forth, and they don't really favour either side, but Dewey hits a crazy triple. 2 headshots back to back, not the first time we've seen them come alive in this series. Tagonka, with very little time left on the clock, starts to make their way towards the B site. These footsteps will surely be heard by Kayak, and so will that tap. The Hunter's Fury, primed on their position, can only afford to take 1 bolt worth of damage here. Hits the updraft, but so does Kayak. Up in their face, takes them out, and secures a 7th round, which now means there's a clear advantage for Holak coming out of this first half. Tagonka, looking at their economy, while they will try and force up as much as possible, it's still not an ideal buy whatsoever, far from it. And Holak, after losing those initial 3 rounds, have only conceded 1 until that point.
Well, you've got to give it to Davijor. He's hitting those crispy headshots. And Kayak, after updrafting, he looked like it was Jet all alone meme, you know? All along meme.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Oh, frustration setting in for some of these players.
Kosti actually looks sad to be playing Viper.
Yeah.
He would rather, you know, pick up a Sova or a Sky or his Phoenix, not some boring Viper. But we know that Viper is such a crucial part for every composition, especially on Xbox. So, well, he's got to do his duties.
He'll certainly have a better time on the attack, I'm sure, as Kayak goes bouncing on up, bounding with tons of energy on the operator here. The Viper's Pit will come through, but they are waiting with that shorty and could find a cheeky one here on the close angle, just waiting for them to move on in. Cloudburst should delay.
they are not completely sold on the idea that this
No.
is A takes, especially if you look at the minimap. Kareme is still moving towards B side. A huge big by Kosti.
One enemy remaining.
Even bigger one by Davidzior. And it's just Tischler in the last round of the first half to make it happen. No point in saving the gun. And Kayak today, he's just flying like an eagle, left, right and center, jumping, bouncing
Switching
up, drafting, getting those kills from above, from below. He's doing everything.
A jack of all trades. We saw them on the Rays yesterday wreak absolute havoc, and on the Jet, it's the exact same story, just with a different cover this time. 8-4 on the half, twice as many rounds for Olak to try and work with, moving onto that attacker's side as well, with the amount of aggression that they've previously shown, makes you think that this one may be over fairly swiftly for Targonka. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, and of course, this is the semi-finals, so they are here on merit. They haven't just appeared for no reason. There's been sets of qualifiers and rigorous group stages to bring us to this point. However, the manner in which this has played out so far doesn't bode too well for them. Coming into Haven as well seems to be a comfortable pick for Holak. So right now, we're going to have to see how this defense can react.
However, you know, Team Holak, they're playing so good because they have home crowd Bath. You know, in front of the home crowds in the beautiful city of Wrocław. Some of those players, you know, being in their hometown, so they must be feeling quite comfortable and quite confident as well, especially after getting 8 rounds on the board and just losing 1. Because those 3 that Targonka got, they've actually managed to get them after winning the pistol round. Are they going to win the pistol round this time around? I don't know.
Well, they're already in a good position to do so. Post plant is activated, barrier orb is up, spike down. And so is the toxic screen on the opposite side and the barrier orb of their own. They look to be trying to get this defuse through, but as those shots land on towards its location, it actually seems like Targonka are coming through with a clean sweep. Karim forced to retreat all the way back, and even if they were to push as far forward as possible, I don't think there would have been enough time. LCD takes them out, and it is just that singular casualty in the end. Such a nice retake from Targonka, and it all starts with a pistol round. The fact that they've managed to pick it up is huge for them. Finding an additional 3 as they did at the beginning of the first half would, you know, get towards leveling that score, but still a very tough task for them to try and make their way back from.
Yeah. However, unusual side from the spot of Team Holak, as they were controlling the situation quite well, right? They had the spike down, they had a one-man advantage, they were in the good positions, and they didn't win a single firefight that round. So Sheriffs, I don't know if they can make them work. That was a ding towards Kareme. He'll probably get healed up though.
Yeah, kind of a tailwind to try and work with, but that shot doesn't connect either. Down to less than, or just over half HP here. Danel finds out that mirror pick onto Holak. Targonka's chipping in as well.
Down A.
And they're dropping like flies. This is what we expect from the anti-eco round. Kayak isn't quite able to match the shot there. The bullet just strays away from the brain. But Dewey has hit a couple headshots of their own. Probably looking for one here and eventually finds it onto LCD. Not before dropping down to a minuscule amount of health. Can't quite find Targonka either. A triple for them means that that is the round secured. And it wasn't such a heavy investment either, McFire. So now I'm anticipating a fairly heavy rifle buy potentially, but no, it actually looks like they've gone fairly light across the board. Targonka obviously favoring that Sheriff so they can get the operator going then into round 3.
Yeah, this is a really important thing to get the Sheriff, I mean the op, in the next round for Tagi. They are making it really competitive. Like 8-6, I was not expecting Team Holak to struggle that much. Of course, the 4 rounds are the result of the pistol rounds, so we've got to take that into account. But besides it, Team Targonka is still putting a lot of pressure on the enemy, and this judge might completely ruin their day. It just ruined Kosti's day.
It's just the one apple that drops from the tree at the end, and they fall. Kayak there gets one onto Turbo. This is the round which we expect Holak to be most comfortable in because there is that significant advantage in terms of weaponry. But Targonka lines up a really nice headshot. Kayak's position eventually revealed towards the bottom of the site, and they could cause some problems lurking from the depths, but instead they get put 6 feet under. Tischler gets that one on the Spectre, and it's an upgrade of their own. 2 rifles against just Doid. We've seen them get headshots back to back before, and it's going to have to be the exact same in this regard. The defuse is only tapped, the spray comes through, but there's a trade on hand. Targonka, the captain, will help out their teammate and find a very important round here.
That is super huge for Team Targonka, winning yet another bonus round. Thanks to Tagi himself, getting 3 kills with the Sheriff on the board, just destroying the skulls of the enemy. And, well, Davidzior was put in a tough situation. He was only 89 HP. He did not have an access to many abilities besides the shock darts, which weren't that helpful in the situation. So, well, are we going to see, you know, the same old story in which Team Holak wins the anti-eco now and then follow up with 9 consecutive rounds?
We'll have to see. They really made those pistols work last time around. It was a flawless even in response to what was a round that really should have gone the way of Team Targonka, and that is what killed their momentum dead in the water. They only found 1 round after it, so with the Bladestorm in the hands of Kayak already procced, it means that they have even better weaponry than they did last time out. And being on the attack as well, they can manipulate this number advantage to them quite nicely. Karim finds one on Tischler towards mid, and that'll open things up elsewhere. It keeps these players guessing. Spike goes down from Holak. And now, we've seen this situation before. Team Targonka at a player deficit going into a retake on B site. But
they're having
this
flashbacks.
may be a tougher task.
Yeah, flashbacks from the very first half. However, they are just trying to defuse the spike. It's Hunter's Fury that comes into the play, as well as Kayak getting the kill. That's so important. He'll get another one and yet another one, but it's costed this time around. Of course, Kayak trying to dance to the best of his ability, and it's Thanos.
We see it yet again. A thrifty response off the back of the first 3 initial rounds done. They did all the hard work already. They had it cut out for them, Targonka, and then they put themselves in a tough situation. In that retake, the key kill to focus on for me is when Turbo dies, because as they push through the toxic screen, it then drops, leaving the rest of their teammates open. The calls weren't there. It didn't find its way through the chain of command, and just like that, Kayak is enabled. They're able to get an additional 2 kills, and now it's an additional 2 rounds which separate these teams as Holak are coming into their element finally on the attacking side.
Yeah, so the question is, should Turbo be the first one to actually push through the smoke? Because when he falls, all of his abilities are not able, he's unable to use them because he's dead, right? And if you lose Viper in such a situation, especially after against the pistols, you are losing on much more than just a single character, but also all of her abilities.
It's not only that, it's the fact that it was a singular push. There was no one else there following it up. The cohesion that we saw on the first pistol round here in that retake with a similar situation from Targonka was a lot better because those players were playing off of each other in tandem. That wasn't the case this time, and now we are spared into another round where both teams have guns on the board. So this should be a bit more of an even test. Kareem has brought up an operator, and we're looking towards a back yellow. However, they're not going to find anything, and there's a gap in the wall. Holak's done that a couple of times now, but hasn't been punished. Turbo finally gets them. Snakebite down onto the plantable area will slow things down just a little bit. Recon Dart will restrict the angles that these defensive players are able to put forth, but just as Kayak goes for this scan, I think they might be creeping through. Turbo's found another one. How'd you let them get away with it?
30 seconds left.
That is a mistake that will probably cost you the round. 20 seconds left, and Team Holak only 3 players remaining. I think after the wall went down, and it was not the right wall, they should have just gone back and maybe saved their guns, but they are sticking to it, trying to win this one.
Oh dear. And they might have shown just a little bit too much here. The time is ticking awfully low though, and it is just to be left, but it's a clutch in the end.
Way.
Spray transfer from them. We know they can do it on the Vandal, but when it comes to the Phantom, they're equally as potent.
No way he actually brought it back. I would suggest for Team Holak, after they misplaced the wall, just to save guns, because Kayak trying to plant the spike again, he just did the very same mistake, but he was well aware of that, of the fact that the wall is being misplaced, and then Davidior and Kereme working around it. That was a perfect cooperation, and yeah, you can see the frustration in the face of Tagi. They should have not lost the round.
Those are 2 rounds now as well that Targonka have dropped. They should be at an advantage even if you consider the way that things have played out. Once again, David coming up so huge in that instance. Turbo, off the back of their success in the previous round, has the Viper's Pit available and will deploy it towards the site, and has also bought an incredibly large rotate towards B here. It's not too much of an issue because that is where the Team Holak players are stacked up after all. But will they maybe reconsider once they see the gravity of the situation?
Had someone told Team Holak that there are actual 2 sites on the map, because so far they've been going over and over and over again towards B side. However, if it's working, why would you change it?
And it's a polar opposite from what Targonka were doing, because every single time they always look to move towards A. It's something different here. Kayak moves on up, finds an entry, falls back, and now there's only Turbo to worry about, and it's not something that you even need to break a sweat over, because they've shown themselves for free. Just like that, there's too many players for Targonka to try and deal with. They may just be in a situation where it's more favorable to save. Even then, though, the guns aren't there.
And as a Viper, you should not be probably leaving the Viper's Pit, which is your biggest strength in that situation, especially taking into consideration the fact that you just bought a judge. I know that Team Targonka, the player, probably felt, you know, the pressure to actually make something happen because his teammates were dropping left, right, and center, but he just added insult to injury. Unluckily for Team Targonka, they are losing yet another round on the board. Team Holak, they just need 2 more. And look at the buy.
Yeah,
how did they manage to get such a scrappy buy yet again?
It is a real half buy. This will have to be a thrifty response from Targonka if they want to spare themselves the fate of map point here on their choice as well in the second semi-final. Turbo gets that one onto the lead, and well, Kosti is going to trade out Targonka elsewhere. It is a very quick swap, and well, speaking of speed, Kayak has tons of it. Already moving on up towards B, looking to try and find the first kill. Res does come through as well, and things go from bad to worse. An advantage now for the attackers to try and work with as they go towards B yet again, and it's pressed even further.
Now it's a good shot from Kosti. Kayak right there, sprinkling his ankle because he dropped from the, you know, high ceiling or whatever. Yeah, this will be the 12th round for Team Holak, and unfortunately, but Team Targonka are not looking that strong on their own map pick. Yet another scrappy buy from them. You have Vandals, you have Phantom, but also Spectre and Guardian to topple things off.
And they're only buying in as much as they are possibly able to. Every single credit has to go somewhere. It seems as if every single time Targonka try and find some momentum in this matchup, it is taken swiftly away from them. Those thrifty rounds seem to be their Achilles heel, and just really lacking in that aspect. It struggles, and somewhere else where they've struggled throughout the entirety of this matchup so far has been First Bloods, and the initial 2 have already gone against them.
Yeah, so far Kermit has been impeccable with his Kayak
One
shot.
enemy
Kayak
remaining.
trying his best, but this round is done in the blink of an eye. 13-7, and the moment that Team Holak got back on the board and won this eco round, they've pretty much put the last nail in the coffin of the enemy. It was the script was the same. Team Targonka winning first 3 rounds, you know, are actually being quite impressive in the pistol round, then getting the win in the bonus one.
Yeah.
Which was quite amazing to see, but losing anti-eco and just the rest of the rounds follow through for Team Holak. They're getting the win on the map pick of the enemy, and they're looking to close this series up, of course, after the little break that they will be taking now.
Yeah, it's the same trend which reared itself on both sides of the half, like you quite rightly mentioned. And I think also something to consider as well is the way that Team Holak are able to adapt, and how, because they win these thrifty rounds, it's just an exemplifier of the fact that you can't give them an inch because they will take a mile. And that is the issues that they've been able to exploit. And that is how exactly they have been able to make it this far into the competition and then look to book their places in the finals against Team Spike for a rematch. But before we find out if that happens or not, we have one more map coming up. Targonka's pick.
One more map?
Or
Maybe
well,
two.
okay. Okay, my bad. For, at the
You
very,
read the script, right?
At the very least, we have one more map coming up,
Yeah,
which
true.
will be Haven, of course. But first, we will be going to a short break, so we will see you after that.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
the beat. And make it wild, wild, make it wild, 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 make it wild, 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 make it wild. Make it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild, 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 make it wild. Break it wild.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Streamers League. I am HazardJC, once again joined alongside my lovely co-commentator Magvire. We will be guiding you through the second map of our second semi-final between Team Targonka and Team Holak. Team Holak won their map pick of their opponent, Team Targonka, on Icebox. Now coming on to Haven, we know it's a map which both teams feel comfortable on. I'm personally surprised it wasn't the pick from Targonka of their own. How are we feeling coming into this one? I think we don't want to necessarily jump to the conclusion that this is a done deal, but it's certainly not looking too great for Targonka, especially considering the manner that they lost the previous map in.
Well, if I were a Hungarian fan, I would probably be, you know, a little bit scared because, well, you just lost your own map pick, even after winning 2 pistol rounds and adding 2 bonus rounds on top of that. So what is there left for Team Targonka? Yeah, I don't want to jump to any conclusions, but Team Holak, they have showed us some great promise in Haven. They showed us that they're feeling really confident and comfortable there, which is quite important coming into the second match. So, you know, I could see the world where they get maybe a little bit overconfident, overzealous, just, you know, try... Kosti might pick Phoenix on this map. Like, this is a real thing. Unless they really take it seriously and just no shenanigans, no nothing. Kosti, go play Viper. I know you are bored, but we get to win 10,000 euros, right?
Yeah, true.
This is the thinking behind, you know, the behind the philosophy and the approach of course Team Holak, because they also are looking forward to meeting Team Spike once again in the grand final. But if I were to actually see Team Targonka get the win on the board, it has to be the cohesive, like it has to be the effort of the whole team. Because in the last map, for example, we've seen Tagi himself getting some more kills on the board, but I just didn't feel like they played as a five-member team, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. I think as well something which becomes immediately more obvious when you don't have that team cohesion is the smaller mistakes which start to eat their way into the gameplay.
And it must feel really bad after losing all of those anti-eco rounds,
Exactly.
Right?
So for those who may just be tuning in or those who watched the previous map, one of the main issues was that, I mean, it was so strange as well. We saw Targonka not just win the first 2 rounds as you would usually expect, met with that response in the bonus rounds, but they picked up the bonus round as well and then just couldn't convert those thrifties. And taking a knock like that when you're playing against pistols, against sheriffs, you know, it can take a real big hit to the confidence. And I mean, you saw it on the player reaction cams, how frustrated they were. Maybe that's something that they've got to get a bottle on if they want to try and have success here.
And all the FPS games, especially the competitive ones, are so... are influenced so strongly by the tempo swings. So if you actually win your eco round and then go into anti-eco against the enemy that has only sheriffs, proceeds to lose, this is like, you gotta go really high and then fall down almost, you know, to the bottom, to the bikini bottom or whatever. So I think that would happen, and that would actually discourage Team Targonka maybe a little bit, because you deal at low and then take even heavier swing from the side of Team Holak.
Yeah, and there's that point that you're making as well about momentum, and then it's coupled up with the fact that this is the map that we're now going to, Haven. How much momentum plays a factor on this map out of all the maps that we see in the game? Probably the most, I would argue. So when you think about those 2 factors together and then you look at the map as a whole, I think for me, Holak probably are in a better position here. But if Targonka can get off to a good start, then I think that they do still have a chance. Because Holak, sometimes they left themselves a little bit overexposed in areas. We saw it against Red yesterday. We saw it against Spike as well. On this map specifically, even though it is their pick and they have the repetitions in, so they should feel comfortable there, there is still a sense that it does take them a little bit of time to adapt. So if you're able to keep yourself versatile, then you could create those problems.
Well, the only solution is to win the 4th round.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to start somewhere, because what is it that they only managed to get a grand total of 4 rounds maximum on either half, because it was 3 rounds at the beginning plus an additional round in the first half, and on the second half they got those 3 rounds, and then that was just it, game over. So, guys, win the 4th round, and then you will win the game.
It looks so strange because we feel like Team Holak completely took over the game, the first one. But still, if you look at the result, this was no stomp by any means. It was 13-7. You don't want to say it was a commanding victory. You don't want to say it was a stomp. You don't want to say it was a really even match. It was just a match that Team Holak won. But if you actually followed the action and were inside of the game, that was one of the strangest one, the oddest one that we have had so far throughout 16 maps that were played during the LAN. However, Icebox is well behind us. Now we are going to see Haven and what agent select will bring to us, because I feel like Team Targonka, they don't have this depth into their own agent picks, and we are probably expecting that the exact same lineup of agents that was used by them during the qualifier and yesterday games.
Yeah, and I think that that's something to note about Team Spike as well, which will be really interesting when we do go into that grand final, whoever it is that ends up playing them, because they play in a very similar way. They don't necessarily have that depth. You know, if it's not something that you have to try and rectify, then why would you make an alteration, I suppose? But Team Targonka, this is the flat lineup they're going to be playing with. You've seen it time and time again. There's not too much that needs to be said about it. Holak, on the other side, are going for a double initiator setup, rounded out with that Killjoy thrown into the mix as well, to give them a little bit more coverage on one of those sites. How do you think Killjoy is going to influence the way that this plays out? Obviously, Tischler is playing from the opposite side, so they have Shock Darts and a Hunter's Fury to try and work with to deal with that lockdown and potential utility. Should there be more of a prioritization towards AC, or is the middle of the map somewhere that you should be opting to move the Killjoy in? Do they? I think the question really being is it varied, the way that they approach it?
Yeah, it is. Killjoy can do pretty much anything on this map, because you can play her in defense towards A side, you can do like a retake setup, or maybe you want to make a setup to stop the ongoing push. You can also control middle as well as double doors at the same time with Killjoy, because her alarm bot, in addition to the turret, can provide you with a lot of information and actually trigger nanoswarms by the information that you get. So I do like the pick of Killjoy, because if you have a good user of Killjoy and a player that is smart and is actually experienced on her, and for sure Kareme is, because he has been playing this sentinel role for the longest time on Polish scene, I'll be quite, confident that he can make her work and actually, use all of her strengths to the best.
Yeah, and I think we saw that yesterday as well, when Team Holak were playing against Team Spike on this map specifically, and also against Real Red, when they were at a disadvantage and they needed a player to step up for them. I think even on those attacking rounds, Karim offered so much value for them on the Killjoy, and was always cropping up in different areas. So that's something I want to see as well. With it being Haven, of course, there are plenty of rotates to be manipulated, and the value that a lurker can bring towards the way that you set yourself out on this map is probably even better than it would be on Icebox. We saw a fraction of that through Turbo on the Viper, but I think Karim will be the key player to be looking at for me here. Obviously, the duelists of Targonka and Kayak on the other side as well will be putting in plenty of frags, but as we get into this fist round, it looks as if it's going to be straight up aggression towards Garage and mid, and it is those Jets that get all the action straight away. 2 for Targonka, 1 for Kayak, and an early advantage for these defenders.
Those cursed pistol rounds so far, none of them was won by Team Holak. 3 times a charm, that's a good question, because they have managed to plant the spike and they're actually making their way towards Garage. They want to push it with a strong 3 people.
They managed to get it, and now there's 2 players out towards backside to make this retake work. We know Targonka are able to do it. LC gets the first and the second, and Turbo gets the lead as well. What a turnaround. we said a little bit about how one of the issues that Holak may face is their overconfidence. They go hunting for that killing garage, and it does pay off for them because they're able to find it, but then that position is so compromised. They have to make a retake of their own back towards the site. It leaves that player of David isolated towards the back site, and Turbo and LCD are able to find the pistol round. Yet another goes the way of Team Tagonka.
Yeah. You would probably not expect the disjointed two defenders to actually pull off such a clutch in a 2v3 situation, especially with the clock being one of the additional enemies. But Team Tagonka, they're just they're playing those pistol rounds out of their mind. And let's see if the script is actually going to be the same for this map, and if they get the second round on the board and then win bonus to fall to anti-eco.
Oh, so smart from Kayak. Pushes straight through that fragment grenade. Wasn't expected whatsoever. And an early advantage yet again for Team Holak.
Because they fall, so they have money. They want to get the win so badly here. Usually if you force and you lose, then you have to give up the upcoming round as well.
And that will also do a lot for momentum here. Momentum which needs to be killed from Team Holak because Tagonka, they're starting to grow it. LCD finds yet another one in towards that retake, and these players are locked out with the dark cover. Has to be aware of Kareem on the lurk. We spoke about it before, but LCD is oh so aware. Time begins to run short, and now this flash grenade that comes through actually finds no value. That diffuser's already halfway stuck. There is a one-way on the spike, and Kayak's found a double, but that's just going to be all. LCD comes through at just the right moment with a triple of their own, and it's a round secured.
That would work.
You can hear a lot of commotion from the players' camps, I think, but it only shows you how important this game for Team Tagonka is. Team Holak, I feel like they were a little bit scrappy here because Kereme just pushing behind the enemies, you know, having his knife out. Had he been ready for the fight, maybe he would have gotten the kill. But Team Tagonka getting the defuse, just one player alive, but thanks to the opposite team forcing the second round. Or the third round? How do they have money for that?
I'm
That's
not too
impossible.
sure. I think, yeah, this is an incredibly strange buy that we see. Obviously, the spike plant will indebt you with a few credits extra to try and work with, but not necessarily enough to buy this one all the way through. It's a force either way. 2 spike plants in a row. Kerem here lurking outside garage, catches the barrel of LCD. They won't lose that one this time, or the second either. Denel drops and they continue to prowl around the map as the spike ticks on through. On C, Team Tagonka, they look to group themselves up into a huddle and make this retake work, but still Kareem continues their presence towards front B, making their way on through. There's a serious pincer maneuver here. Team Holak could do with not getting too overconfident and pushing on through, but I don't think it matters because there's an absolute sandwich. A knuckle sandwich straight to the face, one with a knuckle duster on it. The Bladestorm finds a double, and Holak respond.
Yeah. And just to highlight Kayak on those blades, he's been doing some exceptional job, getting a lot of those kills, 6-2-0 right now. He's leading this team to the victory, 2-1 for Team Tagonka still, but they are they're actually forced to go towards eco rounds since the Polish representatives are pushing so much pressure each round, putting a lot of pressure that you finally, you know, break, and without enough money you'll not be able to play forward.
And now we could see a flip of the script. On the previous map, it was those low buy thrifty rounds that went against Tagonka so many times, but they have an opportunity to find one of their own here. It's the captain moving from garage to try and find something, and the players on the attacking side of Holak now moving over towards A. So will Tagonka. They have a couple of players in position, but how will they deal with this threat?
Yeah, that is the change of pace so far. Team Holak, they were looking for LFIs, but right now they're playing a little bit more patiently, slowing it down. However, they know, they're aware that the enemy has an eco round, so they don't want to fall victim of those close quarters fights with, you know, shorties, maybe sheriffs. That's why they're being so precise in every movement.
They take the site convincingly, finding those kills. Shock darts will force them away from the default path, but it doesn't matter. They can continue that reign of terror towards Spawn. It's Holak themselves which is going to drop in that situation, but David is there in support. Another round claimed, the scoreline leveled, and Holak starting to come back into things. Targonka, they won't get that third round in a row this time. In fact, they're not even going to have one just yet.
Yeah, I think you would hit it off with Kayak, as he's using one of your favorite emotes, the Phoenix one,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah. The little, I'm not really too sure what you would call it. The grasping of the chin, I suppose.
Yeah,
the bitten lip, very, very cheeky. And we have seen some cheeky kills from them so far. What is incredibly cheeky though is LCD right now on the judge, playing a nice close angle. Null command comes through, followed up with that point as well, and they've got the first one. Can't quite find the second onto Kayak. Struggles a little bit as it does bark away. Targonka's got to the flank here. They could be in a position to find a couple of kills. They start to shoot, but there's a dark cover in place.
You should run.
This time, it's going to be a bit of a mixed approach here from the defenders, pincering on in, and a lockdown to try and stop them from moving on forward, but not really going to happen.
Last player standing.
Instead, they push towards Spawn, find the kills elsewhere. Targonka left alone with the knives to try and come back, can't get anything, and gets shut down.
Whew, that was a good one. Team Holak putting a lot of effort into this round. They start off with the Chaos ultimate. He falls down, but they're quick to stabilize the core and actually bring back the captain to life. And they were aware of the fact that this round might be of the great importance. If they get away with the score, it might be so much easier to actually snowball this round, snowball this map. If you start, running away with the score, how can enemy teams still believe that they stand a chance of winning against you? So Team Holak really want to get this early edge over the opponent in order to secure the second win here on Haven.
Yeah, and they're going to need a second win here, Targonka, to try and overcome the numbers that are being put up by Holak. They finally have a buy round to try and work with. The previous one wasn't tipped towards their favour. Holak has moved through towards Garage and will hold this position for the time being. Maybe look for a peek in towards Spawn and Tischler. They've got the arrow out. The timing is so bad. They're going to find a first and a second as well. It really opens things up for them. See connector control established. Kareem looking for a kill on the other side of things. It's LCD that tries to respond, but it's all in vain. They too will be soon for this world. And just like that, Kayak will get the final kill. The young fragger steely against their opposition as the knives of the opposite jet will drop to the ground.
Yeah, kayak, of course, meaning canoe in Polish, or an actual kayak.
I was gonna say, because I thought surely
is it the same?
Surely it would mean the boat. If kayak meant canoe, then I'm starting to wonder what the word canoe might be in Polish. But who knows?
Yeah. So and he doesn't look like this, big threat. Of course, in the server he's standing 3. But in real life, he's such a nice guy, a modest young person right there.
It seems like it's been plain sailing for them so far as well. But these are troubled waters for Team Targonka because they're starting to have this game slip away from them now. Another compromised buy means that Turbo is just going to be using the Judge, that flash drive. Not quite able to bait out the peak. It does instead. Like a carrot on the end of the stick, the hungry pig comes to munch it, but loses their head instead. Kayak takes down Danelle elsewhere, and now A control is firmly in the hands of Team Holak. That spike, far from being committed, but it can easily be delivered in the hands of Kareem.
Yeah, the individual prowess from Holak himself makes my jaw drop, actually. I'm so impressed with how well he is playing, because I was not expecting him to pull off so many, sharp shots like this. But he's proving, I don't know who is he proving wrong, but he's showing us that he's a vital part of the team. And he can also bring some of those skills to the table. LCD trying to get some of those skills with the Judge, but I think that his drum is just running dry.
Yeah. Running out of steam, running out of bullets.
And
the drum mug from the judge.
Yeah. I know. Well, I was trying to come up with a good way of saying that. You know, there was a drum roll, but then there was no conclusion. They were missing that cymbal clinging on the end, that ace, as the chimes come through, as you know, each time you get a kill. But looking at the way that things are right now, TaGonka, they need a response, and they're going to have a much better buy coming into this one. The question is, how do they adjust this defense? Because right now, it doesn't seem to be all too promising. LCD decides, you know what, I'm just going to take the fight straight to them. The head of the snake is gone, Holak is in the grave, but they get a little too overconfident. They try and look for additional picks elsewhere. Just the one wasn't enough to satisfy their hunger, and Kayak, they're hungry, looking for some kills of their own. Starts to move in towards spawn. Shifts through the dark cover. Those Hunter's Furies will clash against one another, but it's given away the position. While the tag comes through, it isn't quite enough to lend them the space to find that kill. Instead, it should be yet another spike plant delivered from the hands of Kareem. And we go into a 4 versus 3 retake because that pick has been made.
And the crucial tag on Kayak to compromise his position. Had
run.
he not been seen, he probably would have gotten such a nice flank pushing towards CC. Tagi is making this op work. However, Remek, he really needs to stand his ground and play around the ultimate that he's just put on the ground. It will be Davidro alone, but the spike is not planted for him. It will be the 3rd round for Team TaGonka, and finally, some kind of answer from them.
And the answer is found through the barrel of that operator. A triple from TaGonka means that was exactly the win condition they were looking for in this situation. I can't say exactly you would think outright that it would be an operator having most success in a retake scenario, but that is the way that it pans out after all, and it's another thing that Team Holak will have to worry about coming into this next round.
Yeah, the actual op of Tagi, but they have means of, you know, dealing with it. You have, of course, the drone from Kosti. You have 2 flashes from Gakudo, cloudbursts, and
Point 9 to reveal the location as well. Having 2 initiators means you have that information, and it's something they want to try and work with. Kayak, their jet on the other side, goes straight for a push towards the front B, takes down Dunel, and that's a lot of space out the hands of TaGonka.
Oh, and he's not stopping. Look at him go.
Just waiting for that sound cue. On the opposite side, Tischler catches a bullet straight to the face. There's a tailwind and an updraft in there, flowing around, free-flowing as the wind. It's a breeze for them at this point in time. LCD, with an ultimate of their own, looks to hold down an angle, but no one's coming. You're going to be waiting forever at this point, because that spike looks to be getting planted on A towards spawn. 2 players stacked up right where the defenders come into the round.
And look how confident Team Holak are that the enemies are not on A side. They basically just left the one guy with the spike to go there, plant the spike, because they were already aware that Tagi and the second player are playing towards C side. They really need to take this op away, because it will decrease the chances of Team TaGonka for getting any more rounds in the board, especially during the first half.
It seems as if they've picked up that operator for themselves. It will be in the hands of Kareem for the time being, which is an interesting choice. Sometimes you'll see a Killjoy run an operator. I'm thinking NA. Sometimes Mitch will play operator Killjoy, or Yampi as well. That was the other example that I was going to give. Sometimes part of a double operator setup, but it is just the singular this time around. TaGonka looking frustrated, and that is not a good look for them right now, because they're at a deficit. We saw this exact same situation crop up before on the previous map, and they were unable to respond with so much momentum against them. While you would consider this to be a strong suit in terms of maps, Holak equally as good, and Kayak spearheading this one every single time.
However, this time, TaGonka starting off with 2 big kills. Getting rid of Kayak, the biggest threat on the side of Team Holak and captain of the said team. They might retrieve some guns as well. Of course, they're playing on the half buy, but with the man advantage, it will be much easier to get the job done.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, TaGonka is looking to find a triple here, but isn't quite going to get it. Kosti loses their life to LCD, and it's a thrifty for one of the first times for TaGonka, and that gap starts to look a little less worrying. I think when Kayak was flying in round after round and there was no response, that's when you start to get worried. But they're dealt with like Icarus. They fly too close to the sun. They were high flying for some time with those updrafts, but they were taken out on Haven and sent to heaven. in that regard. So now, Targonka, they have a better buy to work with, and they will be facing up against Holak, who have now conceded the second round in the last 3.
Yeah, however, Team Targonka did not retrieve the AWP from the enemy side, so they will be still using one of those marshals, Tagi. Oh, he's been on fire lately.
Yeah, just then that shot was so fast, I thought it was an operator because it went down instantly. Kayak does have a response, but Tishler is there to help support. The players are starting to find their way, and Tishler is carrying on through. They can't do the work all by themselves, though. It falls solely on their shoulders with this core stabilized. It should be a 3 versus 1, but instead it's a 1v1. Still needs to be established, but the peak is just too wide. The paranoia doesn't find its mark, and it's a triple instead. Holak loses their life in the end. Tishler will get that final kill.
David, you're unwilling to pick his captain out.
Yeah, I know. It's too little too late.
It's like, you're getting the another death on your side. Yo, KDA.
KD player.
Yeah, KD player. But you can see also the power of Team Holak and the synergy between them, because they work as a cohesive unit, playing aggressively together, actually refragging each other. During at the end, it kind of looked a little bit more dangerous as Davidur moved towards the 90 position and left Kereme alone, who was actually trying to stabilize the core, in the process of which he lost his life. And Tagi is the 3rd round in a row where he actually gets the opening kill.
Yeah, David goes hunting with their From the Shadows. Turbo will use their own to try and reposition, but it's a little too much to try and contend with. They think better of it. A smart decision, another fight comes through from LCD, but it's dealt with swiftly from Kosti. Tishler still having success in and around C site as the paranoia comes in. The retake looks to be made on this final round. Advantage already secured for Holak, but they would be looking for a little bit more in this situation. Tagi isn't done yet though, gets a shot on that operator, and now as that barrier orb comes through, there's plenty of utility to stop these players on Holak's side from meeting towards the spike. They're going to stick it the entirety of its duration. Kosti still left alive, but is helpless to find anything in the end. A 5th round for Targonka, now onto an attacking side where they found 2 on the previous. They get the next 2 off the back of a pistol round, and they're straight back in this game.
Yeah, how do we feel about it? Is it a promising start from Team Targonka? They've managed to get more rounds on the board than on the previous map, which was their pick. 5-7, it's not that bad on Haven, but I still feel like Team Holak, they have an upper hand.
They certainly do, at least in terms of rounds. If they're able to win this 2nd pistol round as well, because Targonka has won every single one of them so far, both on the first 2 map and then the initial one here from their defender's side, I think that might be pushing the boat out just a little bit too much. Targonka, they need to find momentum. That's something that they've struggled to find for the entirety of this series. A little bit of consistency across the board as they move on up towards Garden. Kayak will spot out those players. They know that they've crossed and still continue to hunt for more. Maybe a little too greedy because Turbo's taken them out, but Kosti instead is making it costly with a couple kills of their own. Backed up into a corner. They will struggle here, but Kareem is in support too, and it seems as if Holak may not have to wait much longer to get their hands on a 1st pistol round.
We can see that Kereme joined the discussion, the recent discussion about the strength of Frenzy. Such a powerful machine gun, really, especially during those pistol rounds where you can get the spray down to actually kill both players. Team Holak, they are playing together, actually pushed up aiming, but they're sticking together, and that's something that I do like, because they're in a 2v1 situation. So even if one of them dies, you have an additional player that can refrag.
Yeah, they are fairly split up though. Luckily for them, or rather unluckily, because LCD looks to get this plant down towards A. They aren't going to be in position to deal with them. Will finally commit to it. So 1 versus 2 situation. Gonna have to worry about a couple of angles. I don't know that he is. The shot comes through though, and that's a fantastic reposition.
Yeah,
I think they expect Heaven, and they've already spotted it out. Turret there for contact as well. This is now a real issue.
Yeah, Davidur had his dark cover available. This actually ruins the plan of Team Targonka. He has to drop down.
Straight through.
He had to do it. He had to do it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, 8th round on the side of Team Holak. They've actually celebrate winning the very first round in today's semi-final.
And I think they're just going to hold it as well. Took a while to get that defuse on through. Allowed for a moment of calm to reset the entirety of the situation. Holak now, with a buy of their own, are in a fantastic position to take this second map, their map choice against Targonka, when they previously beat them on Icebox in that first map of this second semi-final. Spike awaits a potential rematch for Team Holak. The utility will come through. Targonka here look to be taking a leaf out of Holak's book, because it must be said, Holak, all of the executes they made on the attacking side, while they were patient in places, it was mostly spearheaded by Kayak and extremely quick in the way that they moved forward. It seems as if we're seeing that again towards A here from Team Targonka.
Yeah,
how much
so
success
far,
will they find?
So far, Targi is faring up quite well against said Kayak. Both of those players are trying their best to bring the victory home.
Gets that one as well while blinded. A force buy has come through from Targonka, so they really need to get this one over the line. It was the force that didn't work out last time. Kayaks found the first one. A snappy headshot onto Danelle will put them to an early grave. The second peek out as well is there from Turbo, but eventually they think better of it. Kareem lurking towards the backside to try and find Scientist, and just gets the one. And then Kayak is poised for that second. They'd already got a glimpse of Turbo, and the second one, while they may have seen a ghost, they were well prepared for it.
And look how fast Kayak actually moves. The dexterity and profoundness of his moves is just amazing. I love watching this player because he's such a snappy aimer, but also with his movement Szwecja, as we call it in Polish. The movement from Sweden.
Szwecji.
Yeah, Szwecji. He's just getting better position each time and can surprise time and time again his opposition. And even if he gives up his position, he's always, you know, looking to change up the style, how he's picking. Sometimes he'll wide pick, sometimes he'll just jiggle pick, or maybe do a one-way smoke, something. However, it's Targi to start things off with yet another opening frag. How many of them? I have lost the count already.
Targonka must be starting to get frustrated, especially with the amount of openers that they've found and been unable to convert. Shots come through from Kosti on this Guardian, and Kayak was able to find LCD on their favourite judge pick, and once again they look to play off of this sound and information towards mid, timing their run to perfection as Targonka gets another one. Steps in and around grass may lead them to believe that players are now advancing towards A.
Yeah, they're not that brave. They're not going to push dark cover. If they had, they would probably be, you know, invited straight into Lion's Mouth or whatever. Yeah, do you say that?
Invited where?
Lion's Mouth.
Oh, yeah. Walking straight into the lion's mouth, into the hornet's nest, I suppose. Targonka gets that one. A clean headshot onto Kareem will mean that now Targonka, while they weren't able to win their force buy,
planted.
This mixed half buy of sorts, sheriffs and judges alike, seems to be a lot more convincing.
Yeah, he's made it work, and it's Targonka, the only player that actually dropped 3K during this round.
Yeah.
They've managed to retrieve the gun, and he's looking for the ace. That's the fourth one, and he's still standing strong.
On for it. Holak tipped to win this one. The script says it, but Targonka seems to be ripping that one apart. They don't care, piece for piece, but Noida spotted them out. The shot should connect, but they won't. An ace from Targonka in this second semi-final gets a couple cheers out of the crowd, and quite rightly so. It's energy they'll need to channel if they want to bring this one back. 3 rounds at the deficit on their map of choice, or Holak's map of choice, should I say. One which I think they're starting to come into their element a little bit more, though.
Yeah, 22 kills to Targi. Like, look at the rest of his team.
Twice as many.
Yeah,
from
twice as
LCD.
many. So almost twice as many, but still, it's quite impressive showing from him.
11 times 2.
Oh yeah, I thought that you actually added and
yeah.
all of the scores.
I know what you mean.
The rest of them.
It's a real deadlift though. A PB that we're seeing here from Targonka, but they're going to have to break the bar if they want this one to land. So right now, Holak reduced to atoms yet again on pistols, at least in the hands of Kosti. But We've seen this situation before, Mag. They can't underestimate it. You give them enough space and problems will be caused. Kayak only needs one round. Sheriff, Vandal, you name it, they've got it. That's going to be the first one of the round here. Looking for the second as well. That's the spike dropped in a compromised position. With a tailwind prime, they continue to hunt, hungry for more. It's going to be surely a third for them. No, but Tischler whips round. They've got a double of their own. And now it's just Kareem towards the back site with the Sheriff is going to struggle to get anything done. Pinged out their position. Noted. Holak in support will aid them in their efforts. LCD, though, has also found the double, and as Kareem eventually rears their head from towards the backside, the triple finds its way into the hands of Tischler, and the gap continues to close. A round which should, on paper, have been a bit more simple, is very back and forth in the end, but nevertheless, it finds itself in the hands of Tagonka.
Yeah, for some reason, Team Holak actually found themselves a way to get 2 Vandals on the board, and Kayak wanted to show that whatever Tagi is doing, he can do better, and he started off with 2 kills. You can see, I think it's Tischler on our screens that is screaming towards the enemy team because he's managed to get those kills, he's managed to stay alive. And it's 7-9, Team Tagonka closing the gap, but still unable to tie the score.
A beast lurks within the shadows, a beast which has struggled in the past couple of rounds. Holak looking to get this one done. The ultimates combine, and those are going to be the first few entries they need to try and make towards C. The spike gets dropped though. Holak's managed to find that one. And now it's back to a level standing. The retake situation, we saw Tagonka make it work a couple of times on the previous half, and now Holak are forced to do so with ill-prepared weaponry yet again. Only a Blade Storm in the hands of Kayak, but bounds of ability.
It's Kayak, you have to respect him, right?
Exactly, and that's exactly what we're going to see. The first headshot already lands. Turbo is dropping in that scenario. The Aldrone will probe itself out to try and shut these players down, but the diffuser's coming in. There's an assist from the Cloudburst, but it's not going to get stuck to half. Targi's got some knives of their own, and they're starting to land. Tischler as well will combine, but it's already a triple from Kayak. They have the alternate fire to work with, but only need the singular knife to the back. The stab through the chest, which will confirm it. Double digits for Team Holak in the retake on another thrifty round, and Tagonka fall just as it looked like they were gaining momentum.
This is just super impressive and just a superb display of skill from both Jet players. This time around it's Kayak who actually gets a crazy clutch under his belt. 24 kills for both of them. And this is just unreal how well both of those players...
And look at this one as well. It's Tagonka running away. It's almost a visualization.
And look at him. He does
so chill, so chill. It's almost a visualization of this game though, because it's running away from Tagonka now. They're really starting to struggle, and it's in these key rounds where they've lost the defusal, and every single one a post-plant situation that hasn't gone their way. Into this one, we'll see a couple of ults invested early on Tour de Force, and it's Kosti instead with the Hunter's Fury that will draw first blood. No resurrection online, only 1 point away, so could come through later in the round. But
yeah, especially if they fight for the control over C long, probably they could get the ultimate orb there.
Yeah, and we're seeing that now. That's the prioritization that's come through. An assist from the dark cover will allow them to get this down, surely. So we can't peek through a paranoia, but may opt for a spam instead. It is just that regression in terms of territory, and now we will see a return towards Alon from Tagonka.
Yeah, Davido was actually anticipating it, but because of couple of those scans, he's decided to retreat because he's holding a Vandal in his hand. So it will be he will be easily tracked by all of the tracers from the bullets.
Back and forth Tagonka move as it seems their final destination will be B. They've looked towards A, they've looked towards C, and finally they have found the match for them. But is it a match made in heaven or a match made in hell? Kareem has all of that Killjoy utility to hold this push just a little bit, and storming in comes Holak, but they're ill-advised to do so because that null command has dropped them. That core will struggle to be stabilized unless that retake is made within the next 5 seconds, and I doubt that we will be seeing exactly that. Kayak tries to get a whiff of that first engagement, but it's just too late. The barrier orb cuts things off completely. No trade can be made. That's fantastic from Dinel. A player advantage for Tagonka and a site secured, but only for the time being. Dewey just moved on. They've seen the gun barrel already. That's the first kill for them. Kareem gets shut down elsewhere, and it may just fall solely on their shoulders. Instead, it's Kosti that drops, and Dinel, so clutch. A fantastic use of utility and gunplay is a flurry that allows them to close that gap a little further.
And this... the situation in the server is getting more and more hectic, as well as the temperature in the room. Both teams, they start to struggle a little bit. You can see that they are getting into, you know, into those verbal fights with each other, you know, trying to maybe get into the heads of their opponents. I like the approach from Team Holak when you get the KO inside of the spike side, and he works as a living drone after he drops down, of course, after activating Command 0.
We spoke so much about Targonka as well, but it's Dinel who's found 3 kills on that round of the 5 they currently have up against an eco. They will add to that tally, twice as many now as they had on the previous. Once it commenced, Kareem holding from Garage with just a shorty. Will struggle to find too much, but with LCD now gifting them a weapon, a Vandal. There's a couple for them to try and work with in this post plant, and you can't write off Polak in this situation. We've seen it time and time again when given the space, the punishment that they're able to create.
With the lockdown, anything is possible for Team Holak still. But I think that they will actually hold on to that ultimate going into the next round. However, it's Costly with a juicy headshot, as well as Kerem adding one of his own. It's Dishler and the last man standing, Tagi. Does he know he is? Costly just spotted him, but the time is running out.
And it doesn't connect. Tagi finds it and the captain gets it. Only 1 round now between the 2 teams. That retake looks so promising, but quite rightly, as you mentioned, the lockdown will live to see another day. How can Holak try and invest it? It has to be a reactive usage, you feel.
They've only managed to win 3 of those rounds, and they've always had to defuse the spike. So I believe that with the lockdown, of course, you'll use it in order to get the retake situation going on for you.
Do you think they may completely give up a site to try and use that? Or I think right now what it seems like we're seeing is mid-control prioritized from Karim, and then a reactive retake towards either C or A, but you know, they don't have to worry about saving the lockdown for later because they decide, you know what, my life is just as valuable for getting a kill and I'm going to do exactly that.
Yeah, I don't know if the word giving up is in the dictionary of any of those players from Team Holak.
I'm not too sure. We'll have to maybe save that one for a potential interview afterwards with Genie, but right now, we're going into the post plant, and Kosti's got that one. The Killjoy ult in here as well forces all those players back. I'm not sure if there's a swarm grenade lineup or not. I don't think there is. But what there certainly is a lineup of smokes, a barrage of bullets that will come storming on through and give Holak back the 2-round lead that they previously had. Kosti should get that defuse on through. Ultimates in the back pocket as well to try and work with. Targonka, once again, they hit the curve.
Flawless. And the prime example of how to actually play around the Killjoy's lockdown. You get Kosti in the prime position. He's in the machine gun nest, you know, sitting in the sitting in the heaven position. Actually, just guns blazing, getting those 2 kills. The remaining 2 players from Team Targonka, they can only be in one position. So you put the dark cover, you spam this place, you get the defuse, and you get the 11th round on the board from Team Holak. Time is running out from Team Targonka. For Team Targonka, they cannot make any more mistakes if they want to win this map without going to overtime and to still hang on with a chance of making it to the grand finals.
Seems like those chances are getting slimmer though, coming few and far in between. There was a previous round where early kills towards A meant that a res could be made, but Kayak, I mean, come on, what can you do to stop this guy right now? Another kill means that Targonka are pushed even harder against the wall. Hold up yet again outside of C Long, like a fox in hunting season. There are Holak players waiting with their rifles cocked, getting ready to shoot some of these players as they eventually start to appear. Instead, Kosti will go searching, force their hand into the den of them themselves, and it's another repeat. They go back for the res yet again, but they're still at a player disadvantage.
And they did not res Tagi, who's the best scoring player on Team Targonka, right?
Yes,
however,
right outside of Garage. It's too difficult to make.
It's really hard to reach him. However, it's LCD with the op. 40 seconds left, so they really got to get going.
And look at this as well. Kosti starts to back away from the A site. There's only one player here to defend it, but of course it's
Kayak.
Kayak.
30
It has to
seconds
be.
left.
Never underestimate him.
An isolation here on the fight to Dinel could be huge. That Spectre at close range, though, will still cause some issues, and exactly that, Kayak will fall. Tishel looks now to plant the spike with just enough time left remaining. The From the Shadows is a dead giveaway, and so is that. It's a dead player, rather. David has thrown that one straight into the arms of Dinel, with twice as many players to hold this spike down in the post plant. Holak are ill-advised to make an advance, and Kareem will be shut down before they even get the chance.
They're holding on to the thread in this game and did not say the last words yet. Kosti, he might be better off just saving this gun or maybe trying to get some exit frogs. He will not find a single one. 10th round for Team Targonka, and they are still chasing after Team Holak, unable to tie up the score, but getting ever so close, ever slightly so closer. Something like that.
It does seem as if every single time Team Targonka get closer to that goal of tying up the scoreline, Holak, they push that boat out a little bit further. That kayak, I suppose, paddling on forwards. Adjusting the sails to gain that extra bit of wind, and right now...
5 people in one kayak, it's gotta be a big kayak then.
It certainly does. More of a yacht could be required, I really think, and Tischler will use that Owl drone early on to make some space towards Garage. This is a really uncontested area. Only one turret there to try and deal with it, but it does get smoked off actually. Maybe a slight miscommunication between these players. LCD should hear it chirping away. Can't quite dodge that recon dart. Just takes bullets through the side of the wall. Kosti takes them out. Another early pick loss for Targonka, and just as we said, they have to fight back from this one, and Kayak, if they move towards A, is a real threat to try and dismantle.
And look at the positioning of his crosshair.
This off angle.
Yeah.
The recon's not even going to scan them.
He's anticipating the attack. That's why he activated his dash.
It's so smart.
Headshot.
And there's the first one. Targonka drops the second as well onto Turbo, making a third. Could it be a quad? Not quite, but the damage is done. Only 4 players left now on Team Holak, as 3 of them have already been taken out. And Kosti gets it opposite side onto Tischler. As we said, each time Targonka tries to make something happen, Holak are equally there with resistance. And it's that steely resistance and that tenacity which we're seeing from them, which is the reason why they look to be heading straight to that grand finals for a rematch against Spike.
With a perfect showcase of his skill, again by Kayak, keeping his face straight, not showing.
Absolutely emotionless.
He's 100% focused on winning the game.
The babyface killer.
Yeah. Like, what is the point of getting emotional if the game is not over, you know? That is the approach. Really showing how mature the player is for his age, you know?
Definitely one to watch for the future. Targonka will come in, invest the knives fully to take down Kareem in that sense. Holak is here, and it has to be that full investment from Targonka, because this is what should be their final opportunity to get things done, but instead it's Holak, the captain, that will drag their team through by the scruff of the neck. A huge triple with the spray down on that Phantom at the very end. The script continues as planned. It's a 2-0 for Holak, and we will be seeing that rematch in the finale.
Exceptional form in the performance from, of course, Kayak, but Holak himself too. Davidur had a couple of those rounds. Danos and Kereme, everyone actually should be proud of themselves. They make it to the grand final 2-0, and Polish representatives are looking to face Team Spike to finally settle the dispute who is a better representatives, because yesterday they went 1-1. Team Holak winning the game, but also losing one of their maps. Of course, fist bumping the Hungarian team. They've tried their best. Team Targonka, I was really impressed with how well they fared up against Team Holak, especially on Haven, where you could see Tagi just putting a lot of pressure on his own shoulders and actually, you know, dealing with it quite well. But they were a couple of rounds short. And this is a cruel game. If you don't get to 13 first, you just lose. But I don't want to say I'd be happy with the result, because it's 0-2, but still there's nothing to be ashamed of.
No, certainly not. I don't think Targonka personally can be too critical of their performance in that final map. There was a feeling of self-righteousness almost, that they were the one that had to do it. They had to be the player to carry their team over the line, but they fell just short. It was Holak with a triple on that final round, the captain on the opposite side, that was able to get the business done. They reached 10 rounds, and I think that is quite an achievement in and of itself. Coming into this one, we thought it may be even more stretched than Icebox was initially. And just looking at some of the highlights here, we can see, I mean, it was so back and forth in some of these rounds between the two teams.
Yeah. So sometimes, you know, sometimes I felt like if the one shot landed earlier or maybe a little later, it could have changed a lot. 100%. Like, I am really happy that Kayak got the win, because he's the one who's just, he's such a young guy, you know. He doesn't have that much LAN experience. Streamers League, you know, might be a good opportunity for him to showcase his skill, to get more popularity, to actually you know, like get on the radar of some of those you know, professional esports organizations. And so far he's just dumpstering everyone around him.
Exactly. And I mean, when you're presented that opportunity, you need to grab it with both hands, and that's exactly what we have seen.
It feels like he has a third hand, you know?
I mean,
grabbing it with
perhaps look, when Jet is making those knives float in thin air, it might as well be 5 different hands that are throwing them, because you know, I don't know exactly how that works. But in the end, it is Team Holak that end up winning that series 2-0, perhaps in the fashion that we had imagined, but still, Targonka, a valiant response from them in the end. There won't be any interview with the players just yet, but we do have one more game coming up, the grand final of Streamers League LAN, live from Wrocław. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We will be taking a break, and once we return, we will have that in store for you.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Come here, girl. Come to the bed.
Welcome everybody back to the Streamers League Valorant, and we have arrived at the grand final. It is time, and it is our pleasure to welcome you all back. Of course, with me, Hazza, JC, the one and only. What a legend this man is, and yours truly at RJ Casts. Obviously, I think we are incredibly excited to get this party started and actually look ahead to the grand final. It's going to be Spike versus Holak. How are we feeling about this matchup, Hazza?
I mean, anticipation, excitement, nervousness almost, but I'm not really too sure how best to describe it without getting straight into what it is that we have coming up. Two teams which have already faced off against one another. They did so in the group stage, Group B being the most contested between the two, while Mugi managed to make it out of Group A and win every single map. Once they came up against the tough test of Spike, they didn't quite have enough. Targonka from the opposite side as well, try as they might, were unable to fell them, and we find ourselves here at a rematch, an impasse in which only one can progress and claim for themselves 10,000 euros and that prize of the Streamers League champion.
Yeah, in total a prize pool of 20,000 euros. But speaking of the teams, let us actually take a quick look again and have a gander at Team Spike. We've got a lovely video of them coming up. And there we have them, of course, walking right toward the cameras. Look at them all lined up with their super t-shirts. It's a beautiful pair, or a beautiful, I'd say, collection of players that do so much and that have really been performing, that have been doing a stellar job altogether and deservedly getting this place in the grand final. But it has been a bit of a challenging battle. For them, it wasn't an easy 2 or anything. It was a 2-1, and with 13-11 results twice over, honestly, that altogether kind of brings the point home of how much Team Spike had to fight to actually get to this point.
They certainly did, but just looking at that lineup, it's a group of familiar faces at this point in time, because they have progressed all the way to the grand finals, playing as many games as they possibly could and defeating each opponent in front of them with some prowess, I would say, except for Holak, because that is the one map that they have conceded across all of the games that they have played. But just looking at the roster, I was trying to think, which players do I really want to pick out and focus on, but I don't think there's one standout name. Each piece of the puzzle pulls its own weight very specifically, and that's something great that I love about this lineup as well. It's very consistent in many ways, similar to Targonka, how they have a core group that they like to work with. They only really flex out controllers here and there if necessary, but for the most part, very consistent, very strong team, and they're in with a fighting chance of winning this one.
Most certainly so, but they are fighting somebody. That is indeed a fact. It'll be Team Holak that is going to take up the arms against them. And obviously, Team Holak, well, you've got to take a look at what they look like as well, don't you?
However, I think it's fair to say, looking at this team, Kayak is that standout player that you've really got to focus on, especially in terms of raw fragging power. They were the main focal point of that previous matchup when we casted yesterday as well. And I mean, it's just how many kills will they be able to put forward, and what kind of damage can they bring forward to the table? Not writing off any of the other players, all incredibly capable in their own right, but I think that's almost the jewel in the crown which seals it for me on the side of Holek.
It brings it all together. Just one fantastic, really, combination of everything coming into one big, well, amazing thing. Honestly, it's going to be a really, really exciting time when we get to see them play again, and I really can't wait for this matchup. But speaking of this matchup, we've also got the outstanding Chinero on the stage to interview one of the players. That's going to be Spike, I believe. Let's give it over to her.
Thank you so much for that one, RJ. I love how you used the word outstanding rather than lovely this time. I do notice those couple changes, but we got Spike ready for the interview. This is the final. It's going to be determining which team is going to be walking away with that first prize. But Spike, you've already had quite a solid performance today. You have to put it forward once more. How are you feeling about this one?
I mean, my team had a good performance. I was kind of underperforming, but I try my best. I'm not a Valorant player. I have like 400 or 500 hours on this game, but I will try my best, and I hope that we are going to win, and this interview is not the last one.
Okay, I love that. And looking at the players specifically from your opponent, there's Kayak, one of those players that has been doing really well in the last couple of series. How are you feeling about going up against him?
Kayak is a very good player. I don't know how old is he. I think 15 or 16. He'll be probably pro player or something like that, but he's a player who has seriously good aim, but if you use right skills to displace him or something like that, you can outplay him, but I hope we will do it and we will not give him space like enemies who are playing in front of us.
Okay, we'll see how that's going to be working out. And before we close this out, any final words you want to share with the crowd, maybe with the opposing team that you're going to be playing against?
A lot of people come to me that and said that they hope we are going to win, so I hope we will deserve it and we'll make it, and we'll make it a very great way, like 13-5, 13-5 and GG, and we can go to after party.
Okay, you want to go to the after party. He wants to wrap it up quickly. We have one more interview here with Mag, who's going to be interviewing one of the players from the Polish team. Mag, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jenny. I'm standing on the stage right next to one and only David. Of course, we'll be talking in Polish. Tell me, Kosti, albo znaczy powiedz mi, Kosti, jak się czujesz przed nadchodzącym finałem? Udało wam się zwyciężyć 2-0, ale na ekipę Spike'a macie aktualnie bilans 1-1.
No, wszystkie poprzednie mecze to graliśmy sobie tak, że jeździliśmy pod +W, puszczaliśmy kajaka i mieliśmy wszystko w nosie, więc to było takie, no wiesz, 50-50. Teraz w końcu zagramy na fokusiu i coś tam pokażemy, nie?
So during the previous games, Kosti and his team, they just pressed plus W and actually went the strategy of Kayak Go Kill. This time around, they'll actually pay much more attention to what the enemy team is doing and actually focus. Powiedz mi w takim razie, kogo najbardziej obawiacie się z drugiej ekipy, kto tutaj stanowi największe zagrożenie i jaką taktykę przygotowaliście, żeby pokonać Czechów?
To w sensie indywidualnie najlepiej gra Okko, to chyba tak Manik. A reszta to w sumie, no nie wiem, trener Entropic, takie, no nic ciekawego, tak mi się wydaje, nie?
Okay, so the best person, the best player individually is Oko, but the rest of them, he doesn't know, he's not so sure. Any final words, jakieś ostatnie słowa w kierunku drużyny przeciwnika?
No nie wiem, good luck, no co mogę więcej powiedzieć, no może pójdę na afterparty, ale może nie po wygranej, no.
Good luck. They might go to after party, but probably not after they win, since Kosti and his team will be snatching this in the grand final. Thank you so much, guys, and back to you, casters.
Well, 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 that is lovely. Great to hear those players all being so excited, even for the things after the grand final. Of course, there's going to be a fun time ahead, that's for sure, before, during, and after the match. I also very much look forward to the after party, but perhaps even more of all right now, the grand final that are actually going to this matchup. Team Spike versus Team Holak. It's been built up to a little bit, but the road has been different. First things first, of course, something that really matters is the maps that they're going to play on, and we've actually got those coming through right now. Seems like our first map will be Haven, followed by Ascent, picked by Team Spike, and then Bind has decided I mean, should we really be surprised with these map picks?
I'm not too sure. I don't really think so, to be honest. This does look pretty much like the strongest map from each team that we could probably expect to see. Based off of how that game versus Targonka went from Holek's perspective, I think maybe Icebox could have been a stronger map for them in some regard, but at the exact same time, Haven was very, very well dealt with them, and that's, you know, not to draw anything away from the performance from Targonka on that map as well, so definitely a strong suit for them. And then Team Spike, they like to play Ascent. I feel as if the way that this outlines itself is almost as bread and butter as you could possibly get. The comp doesn't really see too much evolution. It's on probably the most popular map. I think Holek could have a pretty good read of what Spike want to try and do coming into this one. So if they can get off to a good start on Haven, you know, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this could wrap itself up fairly quickly.
Oh, that's a scary look ahead now, isn't it? Well, speaking of looking ahead at this match, we've got our colleagues downstairs as well. They have a little bit more to say, so they will take it away, and we'll see you right back after that.
Thank you. For one final time, we're going to be here on the analyst desk, if I do say so myself. This time, however, joined by Mag himself. How are you feeling?
Analyst chairs, more like.
Analyst chairs, exactly.
Yeah, I'm feeling quite good. Feeling quite confident for the team behind me. I'm cheering, of course, for the Polish guys.
Of course.
Kosti is such a lovely guy. He's also confident in the win. But I'm really looking forward for the rematch because yesterday we did not solve who is the better team one-on-one. So Spike, they might prove us wrong.
Yeah, it went 1-1 yesterday, and the performances were okay from both of these teams. And this is a rematch that Spike said they were waiting for. Absolutely correct. The maps that we saw yesterday, however, you know, they kind of swung both ways. Is there any map you think that we are going to be seeing for sure from either one of these teams?
I feel like Haven is a good pick for both of those teams. First of all, for Team Spike, because they're using the double operator setup, and this is a map with such long lines of sight, so they could be quite proficient at actually making those picks. And in terms of the team behind me, Kayak and Friends, I think that the name stands for, you know, Kayak dropping 40k.
Yeah,
of course, he's playing out of his mind today, but the rest of them, I quite like the team composition. Holek on KO, he's doing also a lot of good things, and Kosti himself. I want to see him drop, you know, 30 or something around it, like yesterday he did, because this was one stellar performance that he had, and since then he's looking to get back on top.
I really love how you are, pointing out Kayak as a player individually. I think definitely one of those players here on LAN this weekend that has really had quite a stellar performance. It was ace after ace and then a 6K, which I don't think you see very often, not even in your ranked games, let alone on a LAN performance against an actual team. But it seems like Spike, they kind of have it figured out. They want to focus on controlling that tempo, preventing Kayak from actually doing what he does. And the strategy that, you know, we heard it earlier as well in the interview is Kayak go kill. So do you think that this might actually be a stumbling block maybe for the Polish team and that might prevent them from going forward?
Well, I'm well aware that the Czech team had actually like around 2 months of preparation, and in terms of the Polish guys, they're playing more so of a mix, but still had some previous experience together at Incognito. Still, looking at Kayak and his current form, it will look like this. Easy for Kayak.
Okay, explains the shades.
Easy for Kayak.
That was going to be my next question. Why are you having your shades on indoor? But I guess, you know, it does make a little bit of sense. Easy breezy, lemon squeezy. Speaking of breezy, do you think that breeze might be one of those maps that we can expect to see? Haven't really seen it at all this tournament as of yet. And it could be maybe, you know, a trap card to be pulling out from any one of these teams.
I don't feel that Team Holek is feeling too confident on breeze, so I'd suspect that it's going to be banned quite easy, quite quickly into the match. In terms of what Team Spike is going to look for, I believe that their bind performances were quite good. You usually don't see double op setup there, but they were bringing Jet and Chamber into the mix and still making it work against Team Mugi. So I would assume that maybe bind is something that they're looking forward to. The last map decider, I don't know. I've talked to the Polish guys and they're quite happy to play Fracture. We have not seen the map yet, so I'd like to see it.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that, Mag. We're going to have to bring this to a close because we're going to be heading into the final game of Streamers League. This is what these 2 months have been leading up to. We got Holog versus Spike. They're going to be taking us to that 3-mapper potentially. And as we're going to be figuring this out, we got RJ and Haza on the mic for one final time. Guys, do your thing.
I think I'm almost about to get emotional, honestly. The final time, Hazard, please. Oh, dearie me. I do think, in the future, I can at least only hope that there'll be many more times on the mic. But for the Streamers League of Valorant, this will indeed be the final best of 3. Obviously, it's a very, very tense and a very, very big moment that we're going into. It's the grand final. The winner of this takes home 10,000 euros. I mean, that is so much to get, and it will so be worth the effort playing throughout those qualifiers as well, which already gave them, of course, a bit of a cash bonus.
Yeah.
This is just all worth it at the end of the day, and I really, really hope for these teams, that it is going to be a fierce battle, and that everyone can really show what they've got in their, well, fighting spirit, right? Show us what you can actually do, and prove to us that maybe expectations can be shattered. Personally, I'm actually just going right ahead and rooting for Team Spike, but are you going to follow me in that one, Hazard, or how are you feeling?
It's interesting that you mentioned this, RJ. This is the Streamers League after all, and now we come to the final day of the season, the title decider between these two teams. And I don't think it's any more fitting than the scenario that we have in front of us, because we have Holak obviously on home soil. They qualified through the Polish qualifier, and Team Spike from the Czech-Slovakian qualifier, which was the very final qualifier that we did. The first map here will be Haven. But going back to what I was saying, I think I favour Holak here. I know we mentioned it at the very tail end of the Czech qualifier, but I do remember saying that I thought, maybe they might have that advantage, and it seems that they've made it all the way to the final. So those are the two teams that we have in front of us here as we go into Agent Select and just straight into the game.
Indeed, that was skipped, which means that we just get to take a look at the agents straight away. Omen, Jet, Sage, Sova, and Killjoy versus KO. That's the only difference.
Yeah, no surprises whatsoever on the side of Team Spike. We expected this to see coming all the way in. Classic agent combo, Jet and Chamber, so aggressive, but on the defensive side, it doesn't look as if anyone's going to be making too much noise early on. Humlik takes quite a helping of damage, though. We'll be able to get healed off, but that is the first engagement here in the grand final.
Now let us keep looking ahead. At this point in time, the first map has commenced. These players have a lot to prove, a lot to show for themselves. And at this point in time, it's Team Holak that just kick things off. Calmly moving ahead, looking, checking their angles, and creeping to the A side. It's Team Holak that have got to take the initiative here, because after all, they are playing on their own map pick. They do not get the defender side to start with. Let's see how this recon bolt will work out, or how this actual execute will go.
30 seconds left.
Oh, it just seems as if it's Elzoy farming them away on this first pistol round. Holak struggled to get only one in the previous best of 3 against Targonka, and they're already at a severe disadvantage here. Humlik comes marching in, so does Oko. Those classics rattle away as they have time and time again. Oko loves the classic play. For a Chamber player who gets a free headhunter, that seems to be the weapon of choice. Pistol round secured, Holak on the back foot yet again.
Deservedly going his way, and with that, Team Spike just making that beautiful start. I'd say right now, that is exactly what you needed. Elzoy, who kicked off the round, the headshots being quite found. And a Spike, even though it did go down, not really amounting to much. Team Holak, though, they are forcing it straight through.
They certainly are. With that Spike plant down, they will be favouring this buy, which I don't think comes as too much of a surprise if you watch the previous game. They love to try and make thrifty / half low economic rounds work. Elzoy will be peeking through with the Marshall, but Kareem decapitates them in place to shut things down. That Marshall buy won't do anything against armor either way, and it's too late. The site control has already been expended. A one-way cloudburst and Kayak to try and maneuver around just means Kareem can carry on through with yet another impactful frag.
Here.
2 players at a disadvantage trying to make a retake work. This is a tall order, and it's only one that's going to get steeper.
Lick has a little bit of a chance, but it's just going to be that minor upset. Sure, the tag with the Aldrone is nice to have, but it won't lead to a kill right away. And this is simply an unholdable angle. Now Gakudo moving through the back. That is, of course, Holak. And the attackers, Team Holak, directly taking on back. The pistol round was given to Team Spike, but it seems like Team Holak will quickly ratify that mistake, so to speak.
And this is exactly what we've seen from Team Holak. They're so great at responding swiftly to issues that crop up when they win rounds that maybe you think they're in a decent position to, or one where they're on the back foot. You can push them as far against the wall as you like. They'll kick straight off it and use it as a springboard. Now, Team Spike on the opposite side are forced onto pistols of their own, and it's a heavy, heavy lean towards C. But Team Holak, they're patient, they're reserved in their approach, and they're going to make sure they take sufficient time to clear out these angles and don't walk into any kind of a booby trap.
Never something that you want to have happening, of course. Always a bit of a nasty surprise that is then going your way. Humlick, he sure is trying with the Sheriff, but sadly he won't quite find the luck. Falling back, and Team Spike then having to play defense closer on the sites themselves. The garage position is being fanned out though, but the entirety of Team Holak, they move around, they go for that A site instead, which, depending on how fast they're going to be, is the right call because the rotation will narrowly be on time. Sova, Sage, they're all getting back there, they're getting on position, but will this be enough?
They're in place, but do they have the weapons to suppress? I'm not too sure. Humlick's found one and Spike another. Just like that, there's an advantage to be held here, at least in terms of players on Team Spike. The only issue is they've got to get in here. They can manipulate that advantage even further. As the Spike is getting planted, there's an opportunity to isolate a fight, but Kareem's going to get it instead. Oko swings around the back, Elzoid chimes in too, and it's just David left alone. It has to be a 3K to seal it. Paranoia will come through, but nobody's on the Spike. They still think it's being stuck. They peek out into the shorty and get blasted in the face. Oko takes them out with a pistol yet again, and it's a swift response from Team Spike. Holak, you know, they win that pistol thrifty round, but anything you can do, I can do better, say Team Spike, and they will get that one in the bag.
Just like the song, I suppose, and I'd say right now, all the credit where it's due, the ways with which they pulled off those shots, those shorties, those classics coming through, they just deservedly did the work. And look at this. Look at the energy. They're all so excited. They're having fun, and that's what I like to see. Will they? Hopefully, they'll still be having fun if they now get the full might of Team Holak against them with full rifles as well.
This is the crazy thing as well. We've been waiting for that full gun round now for what is now the 4th round in this game. Joey just slips through the side and finds a quick double. Won't be prepared for Oko, but it does not matter. A big dent already made into this defender's side, and as the troops, the cavalry, begin to arrive from elsewhere, Spike is ill prepared to do anything. Can at least try and heal off a player, but loses their own life as a result. Humlick left isolated in towards the site, right in the middle of things, but no chances are being taken whatsoever. A recon dart just to confirm, and a kill taken means that the first gun round goes the way of Holak, leveling up that score. I mean, I'm not even sure if that was a first gun round. Still Spectres in play. Neither team can get a foothold in this economy with it being such a volatile state at this point in time.
No, there's just too much chaos, and there isn't that basis, right? There isn't that steady streak that currently I think is needed for either side to kind of get rid of that chaos for things to move ahead like that. You need to just let things be smooth sailing.
Yeah, and Haven is such a momentum-based map as well, so if we're seeing an impasse between these two teams when it comes to momentum, you think, will things suddenly change when those sides do eventually swap over and roll? Elzoid is trying to cause of their own here.
Elzoid!
3 in a row! Headshots back to back to back with the Blade Storm. It's a big problem here for Holak to try and respond, and they'll use a lockdown as well to lessen that problem a little bit, lend themselves some of the space in which they've had to try and gain in this post plant. But Team Spike in a great position now thanks to the hard work of Elzoid.
Let's see if the after plan can be well done by Mystic in the meantime, though. Out of the window angle. Surprise element is there. Kareem lurking about. There's angles being set up here. And Kareem seems to be good at holding them. Oko found. Spike to fall. And Mystic now who's got to try. Drops down, but still runs right into Kareem. And a triple for him leads to Team Holak claiming the round.
I really, really like the use of the lockdown there, actually. In the heat of the moment, I wasn't too sure whether that was the correct decision, but what placing it allowed for was an adaptation in terms of position. That spike could then be planted, as we see here, a replay of Elzoy. Ultimately, it is in vain in the end, but the lockdown invested on the opposite side. It means that they were able to plant towards spawn. It gave a little bit of extra breathing room for Kayak to move towards defender's spawn, and then they had a much better setup. It was just Kareem in the end that did the damage. That paranoia could have had them in a compromised position, playing towards underneath, but it didn't matter. It wasn't capitalized upon, and in the end, it's the great team play of Holak that bails them out from a tough situation.
Tough situations are plenty, though. That's what both of these players are being in. But Team Holak does seem to be creating the more balanced place for themselves, because that's what you just mentioned yourself as well. They need a moment where they can start building up those reserves, where they can start building forwards as well. Because right now, it does still feel like every time Team Holak try to get something going, Team Spike will be right there to, well, I suppose, tear it back down again.
Yeah, that's the question, you know, who's pushing and who's pulling right now, because it's a bit of a tug of war. There's water and fire going up against each other and a rocky mold of obsidian being formed where the wall transcends upwards and neither team is able to get a leg up over one another. One round separates them at this point in time, as yet again it seems like Team Holak will be opting for this execute towards A. Just Kareem on the lurk to maybe clear out short. All these players through bomb, guessing about these angles, but the thing is, there's no one else here to defend it. Those players are still locked out towards spawn on the retake.
And now David Zor swings on out after Kayak makes the first kill. It's already that 3v5 that gets set up. Humlik, who's got to try a lot to make this work, but he's right off the mark. There's no chance for him. Holak takes him out. And even with Oko finding a kill on the operator, okay, sure, nice to have, but what's it really worth in the grand scheme of things? Oko now narrowly loses his life, quite a bit of damage dealt. And Team Holak, they're looking like they'll be able to let this spike go.
Oh,
boom! Oko, though, he's lucky to somehow find Kosti there. I don't know how he did it, but one thing's for sure, though, that spike still cannot be denied. It will explode, and Kareem now fragging out Oko, gets himself a not free operator for the trouble.
I mean, Kosti was nearly lining up too there, but Kareem, that is just absolutely disgusting. Wallbang kill there, and it means that Mystic, while they're able to hold on to the operator, which will be a big pickup for them, that's a big chunk of the economy taken out. So Elzoy is the prime win condition here for them to try and find something from around where now they're actually starting to struggle. We said, you know, who's pushing, who's pulling. Holak are certainly the ones that are making the bigger strides at this point in time. If you look at the discourse of these rounds as well, the fact that Spike half of their rounds with a pistol means that they'll struggle. But speaking of pistols, Oko has one of them, and they're going to bait out that res at the very least by finding that first kill.
Most certainly so, and the res now coming back on through gives it a little bit of a feel like Team Holak just gets a new start. A new attempt for C-Long, though. Maybe not the best move. Elzoy kicks things off with the operator. Perhaps also in my eyes, one of the win conditions for Team Spike. You've got to have Elzoy that can rock the operator, that can make the best out of it. Oh dear, Spike caught out by the Hunter's Fury. That's a good return, though, and that's Humlik at the end with a double. 3 kills found. Or 2 kills found, actually. Just one from another Hunter's Fury. It was a little bit difficult there, you know, like
3 Hunter's Fury kills found, 2 kills found, and 3 players dropped on the side.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, wait a minute, this does not compute. And then I realized. Now, get back with the program.
Looking in towards this execute, the C site, all of those players are orbiting the valence of it.
30
Team
seconds
Spike,
left.
like electrons around an atom.
Oh, wow.
Swirling, just preparing to make this retake happen. They don't necessarily have the weapons to make it work, so they're going to have to use those numbers. Now they'll have that confirmation. Shock darts come through to lend a little bit of damage onto those players, and it's a chip onto each, which will be rounded off by Holak's heal. We start to see that push coming through. Holak holding firm towards spawn. Kareem's nano swarms will assist in them closing the gap, and then the shots rain through. The players are dropped one by one, and it's just Mystic. Position alerted with the turret. While they try and shut it down, it will cause issues. They picked up a Phantom here. They look for a spray through the box, and they're gonna get it. The gap is closed yet again. Still only one round between these two teams, toe to toe in the early stages.
Absolutely. Close calls are just so incredibly enjoyable to see happen. Mystic deservedly winning this one out, saving the operator and his teammates at least, making a proper buyout of this. And here we see it again. The Hunter's Fury starting things off. Yeah, and there was like actually that return, you know, that like dual Hunter Fury going on. Some frustration, I believe, that now comes through from the player. Obviously, they're tense situations, they're difficult situations, but you got to make the best out of it. Team Spike so far that have made their slight return, but that still have a little bit more to do. One round has got to be found. That way they're back on equal footing and they can move right on through.
And Holak, when things get difficult, they go back to a place of comfort. That A execute, but you can see exactly why it is. That Elzo loses their life while there was a double stack of players up towards long. You thought that could cause an issue, but then the side instead of Spike that gets one. Humlick from underneath in the hell position. The Devil rears their horns and gets another kill. Kosti will level things out just a little bit. Rez can't have too much value here because they haven't made their way back into the site just yet, but they will eventually. Paranoia aids their disposal. The shrouded step is just wide of the mark. Taken out, and that was swift from Team Spike.
Absolutely, and all that thanks to the critical position under Heaven, aka Hell, of course, like you said it. A right devil, that man was. A total of 3 kills found from the get-go of the round, quickly decided it, and now makes it so that Team Spike stands on or for that equilibrium.
Spike planted.
So Spike that did go down for a moment, but that will be swiftly defused. And Holak so far just looking slightly disappointed, yelling at his teammates like, come on, how did you not get that?
Yeah, and those are the kinds of frustrations that you want to bottle up as much as possible. Translate that into a timeout where you're not just venting at one another, but you're making sure that your frustrations are orchestrated in a way that makes sense of what is going on in the game, and what doesn't make sense is the amount of damage being dealt early on, the aggression being felt here on the side of Team Holak, because Spike are making a serious advance. They leveled up that score, and now they're hunting for an advantage of their own. Speaking of advantages, David's already put himself in a fantastic position, and it could be that sniper rifle that gets caught out yet again. It will be from Oko, but there is a trade in place. However, players have already made their way up. That tiny gap that is given is just enough to expend some room for these Holak players to get down on towards the site. Lots of Sova utility already being put forward as this retake looks to happen. Homlik, they don't care if they've got their feet in lava because they can still do fiery damage of their own. Elzoy gets one, and now it's just Kayak. 1 versus 3, they're capable of proving magic, but the hat is off this time. Shot to the face from Homlik, and it will be that 5-4 scoreline. An advantage finally for Team Spike. First time since the pistol round.
Wrapped up and sent away, it will be Team Spike to present themselves with that 5th round. At least this first half, as we near the end of it, is starting to seem like it might get a surprising little tail end on it. Just a few more left, 3 rounds in total. It could be that Spike preserves momentum, that they can actually move this further ahead, but judging by the way that I've seen battles go in the past, you know, for example, for Team Spike versus Mugi as well, my gut feeling tells me that this should be a situation where we get that probably 5-7, 6-6 type of score again.
Yeah, I think 6-6 is probably the most likely of outcomes here, considering the way that things have been going back and forth. But both of these teams will want to find an advantage, and at least in this round, the defenders have one. Spike with those first few opening kills.
4v3 though. That's a scary prospect, isn't it? If I were Team Holak, I would be afraid of that. Because you know how narrow these things get, how narrow it can come. Elzoy now moving further ahead. And a 2v4 standing strong. Oko, I think, will be unanticipated, plus gets the barrel read. That's the spike. And now only David that still stands.
And now we have Team Spike on 6 rounds already. So they've secured that. They're in a strong position. And there is just that gap that has to be closed by Holak. While they look to be pushing on forward and Spike had to meet them for the amount of rounds they were able to put through, now they find themselves on the opposite side of the fence and they don't exactly have the tools to try and mount it, because if you look at it, Sheriff's all across the board, but how familiar of a situation is this? Holak on the back foot and they are able to get themselves where they want to be. Spirits raised on the defender side of Spike as we see them look for another one here.
Indeed. Maybe the Blade Storm now, that will make the difference. Kayak that tries to do something with the shorty. And within no time, you'll have players packed away. That shorty at close range can be so dangerous. But that Blade Storm even worse. They slowly but surely move up on ahead. The C-long angle, but the high ground that's going to come into play. Now Kayak dashing up. Not hitting the headshot now. Moving ahead, getting caught out. The high ground, as I said, Edoko Humlik, he chases it down. And this looks like it could suddenly be a flawless round for the lads from Team Spike. Indeed, pressure put down. And David trying to be a little bit of a cowboy there.
Last round before
yeah,
the switch.
The rate at which those shots exited the chamber of that Sheriff was at some knots, and unfortunately, Humlik, they've done a drive-by of their own, a Western style on the back of the horse as they just let that Phantom rip. And the advantage is there for them. Spike, at least 7 rounds to work with coming into this second half. This is very promising stuff from them. And Holak, while we understand that they are on the back foot for the time being, we can't rule them out. They have a great opportunity now with this final buy round to make it 7-5, close that gap within touching distance of a piss round or so. Elzoy looking to remove the possibility of that fact, and Kayak lost is a big hit to take early on.
Indeed, Humlik now with the Hunter's Fury, at least good for 1 kill. Holak himself goes down, a 3v5 stands. I'd say that at the moment, Team Spike, you've got a great advantage in your hands. And, you know, that's the funny thing, right? The disparity, the difference between getting yourself an 8-4 versus a 7-5. Kareem so close, caught out by Elzoy. And it feels as if Holak, they're getting just worked away piece by piece. David, though, retorts a little bit. That's Mystic going down, but yeah, Spike plant, I don't see it. Costino also drawing some attention. Oko, though, returning. And David, you'd have to get 1 lineup and a half to make this win, but it just doesn't quite work. Now look at Team Spike, how they get this 8-4. Compare that to a 7-5, where if your opponent gets that pistol round in, boom. If they follow it up a little bit, they get that immediate chance to make it an equal situation once again.
David would have needed a conga line there, but it seems as if Team Spike instead will be dancing through the half with a significant advantage. Coming onto the attacker's side, you would argue on Haven, if you play this correctly, would be a more favorable position to be playing through, but we know exactly how Hovak are, and this is something I was alluding to earlier. They had great responses on this map previous when they were at a significant disadvantage, at least in terms of rounds. Their mental fortitude, it helped them through 2 13-11 victories in the group stage, means that they are here today in the grand finals. Obviously, there are a few more games in the middle, but it's all that counts. As we go into the pistol rounds, obviously, it was Team Spike that won the first one, and now they're at a lead. If Holak can find this, then maybe they'll have an opportunity at closing that gap.
At the moment, Elzoy with the start. Kareem goes down. And the 4v5 still stands. Team Holak, can you keep this? And can you still rebound? It's the defense, obviously, that now has to turn things around. They've got to actually attack. They have got to fight instead of defend because of the fact that we entered that after plant scenario. Kayak now slowly but surely moving through. And Kayak gets himself a little bit of a chance. The Sheriff gets the result. Kosti pulls it through. Kayak with the double. A triple can be found. The 4K to finish it out. He most certainly will.
You didn't even need to do that to them, Kayak. You know that you can just hit them a couple times in the body or, you know, something else.
But then they're not immediately dead, Hazza.
It's a Sheriff on the pistol round, and it's a 4K from Kayak, all headshots. I mean, what else did we expect from this kid? Absolutely unreal. And just like that, there's a response from Team Holak. They win their defender-sided pistol. Both of these teams similar in that aspect, and now if they can preserve some momentum, carry this one through, as Targonka, who lost to them, failed to do so, then they put themselves in a fantastic position. No big investment either from the attacking side.
No, but it's perhaps the wiser choice to do. Kayak now trying to make something work with his Marshall. Right on target. Duck hunting for this man, and he keeps going. Finds himself the triple again. Kayak, the back-to-back 4K. We've seen the ace before. Now he moves to finish it with the Sheriff, but Humlick denies. Still, though, Kayak knows how to get us hyped.
Certainly do. Humlick with a bar humbug moment there, just cutting things off when it seemed as if Kayak was going to get that clipped moment, the 5K first ace of the grand finals, but it wasn't to be. And as we look at the replay here, in the end, a very, very clean round coming through. This is the power of the Marshall. When you're facing up against players that aren't armored, unarmored opponents, they're ill-prepared to deal with it. And that's the crazy thing, though. It's a Marshall buy, right? They're saving up now to what looks like an operator. Not something Kayak does too frequently, but if they're feeling themselves on the sniper, that could be as equal of a threat.
So it seems like 2 rounds of difference, and Holak with that quick return. Obviously has to be said, right, this is Holak's map pick as well, so it should be expected of them that this goes their way, but even then, at the same time, I want to give the credit to Team Spike. I mean, they were the ones that were able to deny Team Holak a really solid first half. But it's maybe the fact that we move to the defending side that can give Holak a new wind. For now, though, it's a bit of a struggle. Things still not going as well. Mystic, though, caught out by Davidzor.
Revealing area.
That Spectre at a close range is a mean beast to fight against. But now, Elzoy, Humlick, they will actually move further on ahead. And a defuse will be coming through, but Kareem doesn't stick it when he should have. The 9-6 now stands Team Spike. Maybe setting themselves up for double digits in a moment and narrowly escaping with their weaponry.
Yeah, it's the round where they have the biggest of an advantage to try and work with, at least in terms of sheer arsenal at their disposal. We saw Kayak invested the Bladestorm on the previous round to give them something to try and work with, but unfortunately for them, couldn't quite get it done. The Operator is brought up this time around, though, and from that defender's side, combined with the Agent of Jet, we know oh so much how omnipresent and omnipotent this can be.
Omnipresent and omnipotent, you know, that's like all-knowing and all-around. Let's see if currently Kayak falling back will make a new chance for himself. The Operator should be an even better version of a Marshall. Holak and Kareem, though, both move ahead to get some kills of their own. Can't let Kayak have all the fun. As also Kosti moves through, gets that double in, and Team Spike is completely destroyed. Defuse quick to happen, and Oko quick to realize this is not my battle to take anymore.
Yeah, all the way back to spawn, no doubt. Only has a Vandal, so it's probably not even worth holding here. Places out both rendezvous, but they won't be used whatsoever. And now, Holak, they carry on that momentum. There was a slight, disparity there in between the rounds where we saw the bonus come through, and that is what we expect to see. And then Kayak, we said they're omnipotent, omnipresent, but maybe they were omniscient as well, because their calls came through. Those players bounded onto the B site, and they were well placed to defend it.
Sounds like they're omni-everything.
Yeah, all-seeing is, yeah. Omni-everything, omni-man.
Sometimes.
But,
Sometimes, you surprise me with these little nuggets of wisdom, and I definitely appreciate them. Just like I think Holak is appreciating the strong defense, the strong takes that his team can actually pull off on that B site. And look at that guy, just keeps going on through, grabs the shorty. Will this be a 4K coming through once more? No. Looks like it's Kosti to steal that instead. Now David Zordo moving for the defuse, and this being the 8th round. 3 people left alive. Team Holak quickly setting themselves up to go into, I would say, what is a higher gear to that equal setting, that equal amount of rounds.
I mean, look at Kayak. Only 16 years of age, but they play this game like it's cookie clicker. The amount of players
and
that
my man just like doesn't like barely any emotion, right?
Exactly. Well, this is something we spoke about with Mag. You know, job's not finished yet. We have to get it done, and until it's done, there's nothing to be celebrating. And I love that very mature mentality that we see coming out from a player like Kayak. I mean, there are plenty of times where you'll see duelists, young duelist players that lack that nature about them, that willingness to be reserved, know exactly when it is you have to reel it in.
Yeah.
And getting that good balance between, you know, unrivaled aggression and maturity is something which I think sets them up to be a great one to watch for the future. But speaking of the future, it's unfolding right in front of us. But history does repeat itself because it's another A take, and it's one which they found success with. Team Spike going to get that plant down, and the retake has to be made. But these players, they're far on the other side of the map. There's only a couple actually here on spot.
This makes it a lot tougher for them. It gives Team Spike that chance to have such a stronger presence on the site, but maybe, just maybe, there'll be a little bit of a change of plans coming through. 3v3 now stands. A retake is very much still possible. Killjoy turret also coming through, and Team Spike would be rather happy, I think, to actually take this round still. It's a great milestone to have, and now it's Kayak moving ahead. The shock dart there off the mark. Oh dear, it's going to be pushed. Kareem, he'll be able to stick it. And even if the kills come through, it is still the 9-9 that shows itself. And it is Team Holak on the equal basis.
Yeah, 9-9, and I'm going to need someone to call 999 because I've just witnessed a crime. Someone has stolen that round, and it's Team Holak that have snatched it away from Team Spike. Looking at the replay here, the frustration it sets in, those shock darts not quite finding their mark. The damage has also been reduced on them down to 75 from 90, one of the more recent changes in Valorant. So not as strong as it used to be, and yet again it's one of those situations in the post plant on Haven where teams like to play from more further away angles, and they just get locked in with a dark cover. The spray tries to come through, but alas, it's not to be found.
I did have to let that remark there sink in for a moment, but obviously in the UK you call 999 not 911.
Well, I don't know, I'm pretty sure 999 is international as well though. Like if you called it on your phone, you'd be able to get it anyway. You know,
maybe.
Not suggesting that that's something that you try out.
Do you know what it is here in Europe?
I think it's probably 911, same as American, no?
No, it's 112.
112.
You, boom. If you ever got into an accident, you would you'd be gone. There's no other way.
Is very similar to 111, which is the helpline in the UK, and the team that could do with a little bit of help right now looks to be Team Spike, because they lost the previous. They're moving their way on in towards A, but Team Holak, they could do with some information of their own, because as that spike goes down, you know, the call finally comes through and these players rotate over. I'm surprised how late that was. You know, okay, it doesn't surprise me that they were trying to play for the retake because we see the lockdown come through, but really taking their time here, and it's not something that they can afford much of, especially because the lockdown gets shut away with those shot dart lineups.
That is rather unfortunate. Elzoy Oko now getting the actual kills in. And Elzoy follows it up. David is the only one who's able to return. Spike, though, moves ahead to finish the job. Double digits, they do come for Team Spike, just with a slight delay. And now Team Holak. The struggle does continue, but economically at least, are there chances? I believe that there might be chances, but if I look at what they've got in their hands, there's not a lot really going their way. And never ye mind, forget what I say.
Slight delay, dial-up connection, if you will. Things taking its time to make its way through the radio waves, and right now they're going to want to dial up a few more credits if they're going to have any kind of chance of making a buy work here, Team Holak. That one has hit them incredibly hard. So it's one of those ones where, you know, it costs your standard network charge and it's just too much money out of pocket either way. Kayak, the thing that's flown out of their pocket is 5 different blades, and they'll be looking to storm on up towards short. Instead, it's Kareem in place with the Guardian, looking to chop these players down, pinged in the corner. That dark cover will aid these players to shut them down, and they lose their life. Does the week get checked though? It doesn't happen. Yet again, another player from that elevated spot, good for at least one, and then gets away with a Shrouded Step for free.
Yeah, this is a scary look. Mystic though retorts and has Holak taken out. But then Kosti comes through, gets himself that double. The Sheriff ever so powerful. Oko, can you clutch this out? This is a tough battle to take. The Blade Storm eventually should connect. And Oko does go down indeed. Just like the 9-9 was a reality earlier, now the 10-10 is a reality. And I believe that when I actually ended the first semi-final with Magvire, I said something like, you know what would be fitting for the grand final? Overtime.
It certainly would.
Do you think?
We're only 4 rounds away from that potentiality. Whether we see it or not is yet to be seen. Whichever of these teams gets the better run out of those will see it through. Economy will factor into this a lot. Both of them have a bye round at this point in time, so who will lend themselves an early advantage, and will we be heading back to Deuce? Kayak looks for an early one, but is unable to find it. Team Spike yet again moving towards A. Plenty of control. Our drones will be traded. Short control is the matter of contention between the two teams. A soul ping on towards Oko and Long. They just keep holding them back. But it does seem as if Spike have their sights set elsewhere because they begin to retreat.
Deciding to fall back, deciding to play it safe, and A site are well covered off this time. As right now, Kayaks keeps struggling and doesn't directly find that connection.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well, though. Team Holak, they can station plenty of players towards A because they have control elsewhere. That barrier orb was up towards Garage. They also have the Killjoy set up in front of B. Finally, as the wall decays, there is a couple of question marks raised, but still 3 players here. And with time running low, Team Spike, they have to execute, and they don't have the stopping power to deal with it. Kayak is in place to shut them down. Kosti's here as well. The spray doesn't quite find it, but who can you rely on? It's always Kayak. Kareem, a consistent player in their own right, finds one, and it's a double up. Advantage Holak.
Beautifully done. 3 people left alive. This could put Holak in a position where he might be able to push further, where this 11 could become a 12, and where eventually that 12 turns into a fated, a scary 13, but perhaps a slightly expected one. At the end of the day, this is Holak's map pick. He's the one who's got to perform over here. He's the one who's got to succeed. And for Team Spike, well, it's going to be Sheriffs all the way, but even with that, we've sometimes seen crazy things happen. Plus, Elzoy actually gets his hand on the Blade Storm.
Yeah, we certainly do, but it's a similar story popping up. We said you can't write off Holak in the situation where they were down 8-4 in the half because they brought this one straight back. Now they have the advantage. Not only that, the previous round was worth so much because it's forced Spike onto that lower buy. Holak, we know in their own right, are capable of winning out thrifty rounds, but Spike, that's not something that we've seen from them too much. I think it would be fair to say there is 1 or 2 littered in and amongst it naturally, but it's not exactly their calling card. So right now, they're going to have to try and make something work. Oko themselves has a Headhunter and a calling card or 2 to try and work with the Rendezvous, of course.
Here.
But they maybe look to rendezvous with the rest of their team as they slowly move away from C and look to group up for a potential mid-push.
Scary times ahead. Once more, Team Spike getting closer and closer, but Kosti kicking things off, gets himself a first kill. Not directly the double, but eventually catches out Elzoy. Kareem follows it further up, and it's easy pickings for Team Holak. So little resistance that can be given, and eventually Humlick, sure, he gets a frag in. But what's this worth? Because he ends up running into David, or he holds the angle, and he goes for the final kill. The 12-10. It's a reality. It is map point for Team Holak.
Yeah, I like the idea there. They tried to go for a B push, not something they've done before too often, but Kareem laying in wait with all of that utility, the swarm grenades, recon darts and the like came through. It seemed as if they were almost lowering their head into the guillotine at that point and admitting defeat because there was really futile resistance in the end for that execute. But finally, we get a better look at things. It's got to be 2 map points here for Spike to try and fight back from, and they've got a buy to contend with. But Kayak, operator in hand, in place already, hunting for that first kill. Nobody peeks out immediately, and the Aldrone is there to deal with it.
And now, as a response, a Hunter's Fury at the very least comes through. Should be a chance, I believe, for Team Holak still. Regardless of that, especially due to the fact that the Hunter's Fury didn't really go anywhere. But maybe that resurrection, and there you have it, can be coming in clutch at this point. That's Oko, his life taking a new chance for him coming through.
We see these players, they start to back away from A because it's not a priority that they really need to focus on. That lockdown is still in pocket. Has to be conscious that Homlik does have those lineups available to them, as they were able to deal with it quite simply last time. But Team Spike, bread and butter, pierogi, it's the way that they like to try and play it, and they're up against the balls this time. That recon is huge though. 2 kills already found.
Oh.
Maybe an additional one here as well from Kayak, as those pings just rain on through.
And
there's Fury invested, the lockdown does come through.
And this could be so terrible. Kayak with the next one. The site being moved upon. And that Spike already gets half a defuse. Kayak, he's just sticking it. I'd almost say they can get away with it. And indeed now, even if there's one last player, it doesn't matter. In the end, he'll fall, but this is a quick end put to it all together. Team Holak, they grab the first map. 10 to 13, or 13 to 10, call it whatever you like. They get the result, they get the map win. That's what matters. Team Spike, sure, they bring up that resistance. But for now, Team Holak, they actually make a pretty solid start, although they did show, based on that first half, that they kind of have to get going, right? They got to get warmed up a little bit again. They have, well, I would say, not really had that much of a break. And speaking of that break, perhaps a little bit, what I do know from speaking to Spike, actually, he was a bit tired, and that for him, having that long break maybe was more of a negative than a positive.
Potentially, there's always a psychology aspect of it that comes down to it, but when you look at things in a psychological aspect on the other hand, I mean, once again, it's a masterclass from Holak on Haven. They've managed to bounce back. They had those 2 13-11 responses when they were down in the dumps, and they bring things back. That second half, right, when it's cut so close on the first half, you start to worry for one of the teams or the other. I mean, I really couldn't tell who it was earlier in the game. The balance may just completely shift when things turn around, and that's exactly what we saw. Team Spike, they were only able to find 2 rounds from the attacker's side. Holak, they got 9 in the end to bring it to 13. So there was a real big disparity between the 2 teams in the way that they set themselves out. Whether that's to do with the sides that they were playing on specifically or not, I'm not too sure. But something that must be said is that Holak, they're masters of adaptation. You can't give them space to learn what it is they're up against because they're so versatile.
Most certainly learning from their opponents directly and just punishing them time and time again. Then throw into that recipe a player like Kayak that exactly when it's needed just can pull a back-to-back 4K from under his hat. Like, it's those kind of things that just make you think, wait, how do you keep doing this? Okay, yesterday what he got, you know, back-to-back ace plus a 6K. Yeah. Yes, that is more impressive, agreed. But still, a back-to-back 4K is still one of those things that doesn't happen in just about every matchup. That's something that happens maybe once a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is a player that never falls short of multi-kills, and that is a huge amount of impact that they can bring forward. And you know, while that is one thing, to be able to put forward a huge number of kills in rounds, you've also got to sometimes consider the impact of those kills. Remember, the first of those 2 4Ks was on the pistol round, and with Team Spike winning the first pistol round, their defender-sided pistol round, Holak needed that little spark to try and build something in the second half. So the impact of those kills more specifically, I think, was absolutely huge for turning that half around, because, you know, if you concede that, you're potentially looking at a 10-4 scoreline. And from there, I probably don't fancy them as much to turn things around.
Most certainly not, but certain other things will be turned around as well. As a matter of fact, our chairs when we get out of them. That means that we're going to be heading to a break, and that will be right back with you after that.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Well, well, well. Hello there. Welcome back. It is time for the second map. What could be, I'm going to be a little bit afraid here, Hazza, the last. It's, of course, the Streamers League Valorant. We're still your lovely commentators. No switcheroonies here. And we are getting ready for what could be, I think, the tensest map of them all. Because we just saw a 13-10. Pretty crystal clear result. Yeah, that was a little bit of a tongue twister there. And I think a result that was clearly in favor of Team Holak. But now we move ahead. Now we go to that second map that Spike did pick. But if you add in the skill disparity that you kind of see, where Holak does seem to be on a slightly stronger level, plus they've got Kayak, you know, the Kayak factor, I think this just means that this next map will have the maximum potential for going to overtime. I've said it. Boom.
Overtime. I'm not too sure about that one. I actually argued the opposite at the beginning, that potentially if Team Holak did well on Haven and that, you know, Spike struggled early on, then coming into Ascent, I could actually just see this being a fairly swift series. And while Spike are consistent across the board, and I think that's true, it's also their consistency in terms of lineup and agents that they use, and also, you know, the fact that Ascent is their map of choice, with it being so defaulty and so many teams confident on it. You sort of leave yourself open a little bit. I think Team Holak, a team that are so fantastic at adapting to different situations, and we saw that on Haven, exemplified through the fact that they were able to make a comeback from an 8-4 scoreline with a 9-2 return on the half. Going into Ascent, if they've done any kind of preparation or if there's any thought in their mind as to how they want to set this out, I can really, really see Team Spike struggling as well. Also coupled with the fact that the setup that they have for Ascent perhaps isn't too optimal. The only execute utility that they really have to work with in terms of flashes is the paranoia from Omen, the recon dart, coupled with some smokes, things like that. Whereas I can probably see Team Holak maybe putting a couple of initiators together, making sure that they have, you know, like, I don't know, sky flashes, KO even. I think KO is a great addition to this map, and one which Holak themselves would play with, like a fade perhaps. I don't know, man. In my eyes, I feel as if the read is there to be made. It's just what Holak decide to do with it.
Honestly, Holak has to put in his very, very best work. Really just show that even if it's not his map pick, he can feel comfortable here. And the one thing that I'd also like to mention, really, we've discussed this point before, and we've heard this from our beautiful Polish colleague as well. Ascent is a map that is known to also definitely be favored, definitely be, you know, one that they like to play here regardless. So I do wonder, when I've heard that, I want to keep that in mind. Won't this also then be comfortable territory that Holak is going to? Won't this also then be the situation where he says, look, I know this map anyway. I don't mind the fact that you picked it because I still play it rather well. So come at me, bro.
Yeah, and also, when we were speaking with Magvire earlier as well, he said that out of the maps that you would consider to be Polish maps, Ascent does fall into that category.
Yeah.
And with it being on Polish home turf, on a Polish map with a Polish team, you know, it does almost paint the picture of this going the way of Holak.
It most certainly does. It's looking like that will be the case. Obviously, though, for Holak, this will still be Spike bringing up a rather tight challenge, you know.
Yeah.
I do wonder and hope that, for example, someone like Elzoy can still come in clutch, right? Especially on that jet. That operator that comes through, I think, could also be really powerful. That's the kind of thing that I'm going to be hoping for, and maybe to still surprise, to still say, look, Spike, we can do this. Someone like Humlick also really coming in with those Sova plays. Like, speaking of the agents in general a little bit, you also mentioned a KO. Well, that's going to be Humlick that we could probably expect on that KO, you know, judging by the previous agent picks that we've all been analyzing and working through as one big team, one big unit. That's, I think, our best possible bet, our best possible expectation. Let's just hope for them then that they can work this into Ascent. I do expect, I think, particular strategies. In my eyes, I see a lot of the fights happening perhaps not so much near mid, but more near those main spots for the B and the A site themselves. How are you feeling about that one? Whilst we take a gander at the agents, just keep that in the back of your mind, you know, because I suspect that these are going to be locked in pretty quickly.
And as we can see here, I mentioned that Holak likes to play on KO sometimes, and we're seeing that here. Whereas on the opposite side, Team Spike, I mean, Holak isn't even opting for a KO. They've gone for the Sova. Filling in that sole initiator role, I think Sova does fit the bill a lot better. KO would be a good choice to go with if you had someone else on a Sova as well, or on a Fade. But when you don't have that liberty and they don't have that same depth in map pool that we see from Team Holak, then it's a bit of a problem. Kareem, once again, just going to go straight onto the Killjoy. There was a potential opportunity for them to flex onto a chamber. We know how capable they are with their own gunplay, but I think that's also a fairly solid choice, so they have a stronghold on at least one of the 2 sites, and they can be flexible with it.
Most certainly so. I really do believe the power of that Killjoy is never to be underestimated, because that lockdown as well, if that is placed correctly, then that can do so much. There are some last-minute changes coming through. Seems like there might be some communication, but now we have the KO being locked in. Omen locked in on the other side. For the rest, though, they are remaining very static, so expect that to be default. The similarities here are that Jet, that Omen, that Sova coming through on either side by the looks of things, and then the difference lies in the Sage and in the Chamber coming through for the Team Spike, and then the Killjoy and the KO coming through for Team Holak. How are you feeling about this one? Do you think that there's a certain team that's got an edge here?
I mean, I'm just going to say it again, I think Team Holak have the edge here, and looking at the agent select that we've seen as well, Team Spike, they're just going with what works for them. And, you know, it's completely understandable, and I don't think that would necessarily draw anything too much away from their game plan if they're able to execute it effectively, but having 2 initiators on Ascent, I think at the moment really is the meta in the way that you want to try and play it. All of the top tier teams are playing, you know, a KO and a Fade together because of the versatility that they offer in terms of flashes, in terms of information and clearing as well. And when you only have a Sova to try and work with on the opposite side, you know, while it is something that you would expect traditionally in a very defaulty composition, it just doesn't really give you as many options as you would probably be hoping for on this map.
No, Sova, I guess, also lacks a bit of that punchiness, in my opinion. If you compare it to, like you mentioned, on that top-tier circuit, the Fade, for example, coming through. Like, I think Sova, absolutely key with the shock darts, but the shock darts, for example, when it comes to that punchiness, that power, feel more like they take time. You've got to line them up, whereas with the Fade, I've got the feeling you can send out that Haunt, for example, and just directly find an impact.
Yeah. I mean, it's really great as well to have more than one initiator, so you have a little bit more probing across the map rather than spreading your options through only one avenue, I suppose, only one way that you can try and make that work. Sova themselves does still have an incredible amount of value, but I think it is those changes which are really ratified in the fact that you're not seeing it used as much now because it doesn't have the same kind of impact, and that's why you would couple up Sova with another initiator, which is why the Sova on the side of Team Holak is met with a KO as well for that little bit of extra firepower.
Yeah, KO and those knives that he can throw around, firepower aplenty, and Ascent that with that rolls on in. Fun times ahead, that's for sure. I also wonder what the, general positions are going to be like, right? Ascent is one of those maps that, in my eyes, has a lot to do with the movement. It's such an important part of it, such an important aspect of it. And I just hope that both of these teams will be feeling comfortable enough to have that movement going their way.
It's also to do with whether the defender's side wants to try and get aggressive with it. We saw Mugi do that quite a lot and try to move through the midsection of the map, which is left very open, one of the distinctive features of it. And it's just where the first kill comes out. Mystic gets that initial opener onto Kayak, who's been playing from Arches. Kareem alongside Holak here with a nice setup, the flash drive primed and ready to go. On the other side of the dark cover, it does come through for a double peek, but instead, Holak takes a couple shots to the face. David Saw is dropping here as well from Humlik. And it seems to be another opening pistol round going against the ways of Team Holak.
Well, not too big surprise there. And I honestly think that Team Spike in that sense can at least make that grand start again. Maybe also something that could be argued that pistol round being part of the reason why they were able to achieve that 8-4 on the first map as well. Of course, on the previous map, correct me if I'm wrong here, they were evenly split the pistol rounds.
Yeah, they were. But the first pistol round was picked up by Team Spike. It looks as if it could again here, but Kareem has opened the window at a potential opportunity. With all of that utility still available for Kosti here on the retake, could cause some problems.
And nobody likes problems. Time sticking now. Team Spike also able to take out Kareem there. The shock dart from Humlik coming through. You know, remember what we said about that Sova. But Kosti, there's no way. And Humlik narrowly at the end claims that triple kill. The 3K. The attackers will take this round. The first pistol will go the ways of Team Spike. Can they now follow through?
That's the question on everybody's mind, because we've seen a lot of instant responses here in terms of rounds. It's been a tug of war so far, or at least it was on Have, and Ascent could present a different side to the story, however, and it's a story that we will be paying close attention to. It's the fine print that counts, realistically, because when you look at that round, there were still lots of mistakes made. It goes down to a 1 versus 1, and Holak, you give them any kind of room and they will punish you for your mistakes, and we have seen that time and time again.
I mean, as it should be, right? If you make mistakes, then you can expect that you're going to be punished for it. That someone's going to say, "Oh, well, I'm on to you. I know what you're doing, you silly, silly man." Let's have a look now, though, if Team Spike will get their chance for more, as they very, very slowly actually move now towards that A site. The right call to make, most certainly.
Take flight.
There's far heavier presence by Team Holic on the B side. A bit of a stack there, an attempt to counter Team Spike had they decided to go for that. But it will not be the case. Now Holic himself can make that call through towards that rotation. But it seems like that rotation actually rather late here. I feel like Holic knew that a lot earlier, and his team only just actually responded.
0-point knife denies the opportunity for that tailwind to close the gap with the site, but it doesn't matter. The only thing that's closed right now is that door, and there are players behind it. They'll have to break to try and get through. Dark cover will come in towards main to assist them in their aims. This recon dart will help spot out the position of Oko up on the boots, and it could take a chunk of damage here, but instead the bullets go the other way, and they're raining on down towards these defenders who try and collapse in towards the site, but instead they're collapsing on over, folding in towards the flat pack furniture, being shipped off in a flawless round in perfect condition. Spike, they claim that one very nicely and lend themselves a helping hand for this bonus.
Exactly what they needed, and good follow through yet again, but let us not get too hasty right here. We've seen this before, right? We know that those dastardly denizens of Team Spike can make a good start, but can that good start really be put into something bigger? In the larger picture, my dear Hazza, do we see Team Spike moving further out of this one? I think it will very much depend on this round, because now there's money, there's weapons in the hands of Team Holac.
There certainly is. Going back to that Targonka game, we did see a few times when Holac lost this round where they had the better weapons, but then bounced back in the more difficult one. But that seems like it may be the case yet again. Lovely flash out into the space from Holac, but they're only good for one. The Spectres win it out somehow, and now Team Spike, from their attacker's side, have a player advantage to work with, and this is huge because those fights are so isolated towards both sides of the map. There could be some kind of a reconsider here, but it seems as if they'll just wait patiently for anyone to dare challenge them over this side of the map, and then eventually explode towards A in the latter stages. Coming now around towards the 3/4 of a minute mark, factoring in the time it takes to plant the spike as well, and David's position. This is a ratty spot, and if they're not cleared correctly, could cause a real issue. Paranoia will force them to tuck, so they continue to hold it. Spike looks to go down, and so does Elzoy, but that will be all.
Kareem at least retorting, Oko to fall, and a 2v2 now stands. That spike has only just gone down. It is only beating at a slow pace. There's still so much possible right here. But Spike and his teammate Oko, they've still got plenty of chances though. With a gradual push coming through, Holac trying to find the angles, but vision being denied just about everywhere. Kareem and Kosti now moving through, Odin in the hands, and here comes the spray, here comes the target. Look at the Odin! Just gets about everything.
Imagine if I died.
And I do believe that this is one of those things that you could have kind of expected. Yeah. The moment that they get their hands on a proper buy, boom, there you have it. There you've got it. It is a situation where Team Holac directly comes back, and where maybe right now we look at a scary situation for Team Spike.
Yep, there it is. And something to consider, though, would be the fact that Team Holac, while they do lose out on that round, sometimes it is just while Team Holac do win that round, it is just the bonus. So now they will be going up against a full set of rifles. This will be a much more difficult affair. The two assist players, Kareem and Kosti, the double Ks, make it through. And just like that, we now find ourselves in a much more evenly contested state of affairs in terms of Arsenal.
Indeed. I gotta say, Team Holac, they're looking likely right now to take the second map. If they want to, if they can do this, then I would say that right now there's a perfect chance for equilibrium to be achieved again. A good start, however, from Team Spike is rather worthwhile. Elzoy to take the first frag, but Team Holac still having a lot to do, a lot to say. And who knows, within no time, it will be Team Spike that can actually move this one-man advantage into something much bigger.
Yet again, we see the owl drone from Humlet come in towards short, that tree position not quite being reached due to the limited range. Holac posted up in towards Vino, bottle of wine in hand, and they look to be shaking these players all across the floor. At peak, just waiting to make it happen, spots at least one, but then runs into a whole crowd. The bottle smashes across their face, and the only red thing leaking everywhere is their blood instead of the sweet taste of a couple kills of their own. Player advantage here for Team Spike coming into the post plant, but Holac, they've made this work before. Kareem has helped charge it forwards. Only issue is they don't have that Sova utility to assist them. On the other hand, though, these players are spread so thinly across the board, and none of them are in a great position. The lockdown will come through as well to try and assist.
Last player standing.
But alas, it will just be that. Kareem left alone, time ticking down. They're going to look for the stick here. Surely not. You have got to be kidding me. They're going to get to at least half. I think the peak has to come in just before then, but so will the kill. Mystic takes them down. That one looked a little bit dicey, but just about over the line. Weapon lost for Rocco, but it's a concession that they're willing to make.
Most certainly so. If I've got to choose between a weapon or a round, then that's an easy choice to make. 3-1 right now, and Team Spike do move a little bit further. Put Team Holac on the down low. As you can see, economic troubles are plenty over there. A Sheriff with some light armor in the hands of Kareem. And, oh, Kosti. He grabs a Marshal. Now, personally, this is maybe going to sound a little bit harsh toward Kosti, but I'd actually rather see that drop to Kayak. Let's be real here. We know who's the best with the Marshal. We all know.
Oh, well, I know that Kosti is more than capable of hitting a headshot in their own right. Whether that's with a Marshal, I'm not too sure. It's not exactly an angle that we've been offered a visual of too much, but it is Kayak and Kareem once again that look to move elsewhere. Followed along by Holac. This is some push from the defenders. This is a position that will be checked, and Spike has dropped. Spike has dropped the spike as well, and now we see a real problem here because they've got to try and find a way back through. Only issue is it's classics in hand. So little to work with. The null command even gets procced. Mystic finds that one, but unfortunately they can't pick their teammate up. They don't have a core to stabilize. They're gonna get dropped, and I mean, this is just a really tough situation. I mean, they managed to drop the spike, but then there's no point of retreat. The whole situation is not looking ideal.
I can just hear the disappointment in your voice as well.
Yeah,
like, this is just, you know, this is just unfortunate.
It's like,
full stop.
it's like watching someone jump into a vat of oil without a rubber ring around their waist. Do you know what I mean? They're slowly sinking in, and you're ill-prepared to save them or whatever. You know, I don't have a rope or whatever. I'm not jumping in there myself. Like, they've got superior weaponry, basically. They were up a certain creek without a paddle, for a lack of a better phrase, Mr. RJ. So right now we will be going into another gun round, one where they are prepared for things, at least on the weaponry front. So let's see what they're able to bring forward. The other thing to mention is, though, Team Spike have 4 ults available and can certainly make something out of that.
And the thing is, really, for Team Spike, it is making more out of what already is quite a lot, right? A 3-round advantage, beautiful to work up from. And I think right now that immediately paints a different picture in comparison to that first half from the previous map. At least, I will be saying one thing. If Team Spike right now manages to get the 10-2, I'll be convinced, you know. That's something Team Holac, normally speaking, will not get back from.
Yeah.
But if we see the 8-4 again, well, we know how that went in the previous map as well. So the only difference, of course, being that this time the sides are switched around. This is the map pick from Team Spike, so initially it's to be expected that they play this better, but also it is maybe to be expected that Team Holak actually has more favor out of that defender
30
side, but
seconds
that's
left.
not happening right now.
And I'm really interested to see what Team Holak's attacking side will look like as well, because they have both of those initiators. There's a lot of utility to work with when they try and play into those executes. Kareem, no doubt, will have a lot of value in the lurk as well, but that is a thought which will be spared for another time, because the team on the attack right now is Team Spike, but it is Kareem who is in place and causing problems. Alarm bot vulnerables those players, but it doesn't even matter. They could be full HP either way. David Zor is there to clean things up. Only one remains, and it's Oko on a lurk of their own with nil time to work with. Just like that, they'll be forced to save their weapon for another day, because Team Holak begin to close that gap. And we saw this before. Team Spike, they've got off to a fantastic start, but they leave the door open, and as Holak start to creep their way back in, they need to stop the rot, because if this becomes a situation where the scoreline finds itself level, I do then start to worry for them coming into that second half.
An understandable worry in my opinion, and Team Holak that could use it as a springboard, right?
Yeah.
Imagine it like that.
Yeah, it's a lead, but it's not insurmountable at this point in time.
No, it's such a different look that you get. You see that difference from, you've got half of the rounds of your opponents versus a fourth. Kareem now making a good start again. It's not a good look for Elzoy.
Yeah, and Elzoy actually, they felt the 0 point land on them just as they wanted to dash into the site, which meant they couldn't do anything. And Kayak, off the back of that recon from Kosti, gets another kill. This is fantastic team play and synergy that we're seeing between the Holak players.
Great to see, obviously. Always puts a smile on my face. Oko at the very least pushes ahead, takes out Kosti. But Kayak stands at the ready. Will Oko be quick enough for this? Now puts the pressure on, but you at least get that teleport coming through. And Mystic maybe to make the next attempt. Although obviously, as always, KO is going to be a thorn in their side.
The question is, do they then maybe look to save the weapons here? They can hold on for as long as they want. But just as that happens, we're seeing a flank coming in from elsewhere. Mystic has already pushed all the way through, but it doesn't matter. They go straight in through the front door, and they end up losing either way. There was a flank coming through from David, is what I meant to say. So there was only so much time they had to work with, and the information was all in the hands of Holak, so they didn't have to worry whatsoever in terms of a potential rotate coming through. And that was information which Team Spike lacked. They couldn't manipulate it to their advantage, and Kayak finishes things off. Standard stuff. Another round to be worrying for, and as we see here, they only have a hero rifle to work with.
Another one. 4-4 to be a result soon enough, and maybe it will be the Blade Storm that comes through.
Another one indeed, but we will be finding out who is the best. We the best, RJ. We the best.
See, I don't know the rest of the lyric.
No,
I do appreciate you like totally being, being my other half, supporting me here, but yeah, I totally believe you. You could have said anything to complete that sentence.
Well, if you're going to come in with the reference, then you've got to be prepared. I think, in the words of Magvire, a phrase that I taught him, you're a few stamps short of a free coffee.
You did not just say. You did not just say that. All right. I would love to. Looking for a new co-caster. Replacements are possible, right? DM me on Twitter, RJCast. Thank you very much. 50 seconds right now as that next round is definitely on and going, and we've got a one-man advantage for Team Spike at least being into play. This could be them changing things up, but still that economic problem is right there. It will be the Sheriff, for example, for somebody like Spike, but the Blade Storm at the very least coming through for the Jet player.
Left.
At least keep that in mind as they move to execute. 25 seconds. Kareem, though, Alarm Bot giving a bit of a read, but no spray down through the smoke, funnily enough. David Zor also standing at the ready, and, well, Elzoy, he's just happily hopping about. Kareem now comes through. David Zor takes out Elzoy. Your knives are denied, and 10 seconds on the clock. Kayak and David Zor clear out the round. 4-4 after all.
Yep.
And, well, I'd say that's another stamp in Team Holak's book then.
I put my hands above my shoulders, RJ, I lift them up and I say, I saw this coming, and now that the scoreline is level, where is the response from Team Spike? That is what I am looking for most specifically. The previous round wasn't exactly one that they had invested too heavily into, so you don't want to read into it too much, but still, the attack that they put forward was fairly one-dimensional, creeping in towards B again and not really having too variation in the playstyle, looking for openings elsewhere, and when Holak, they have their backs pushed up against the wall, there's always that response. Team Spike, I don't know if I feel the same kind of mentality coming out from the way that they play. Now they've started to hit a wall. Where is that response? We need to see it from you, because if you can bring it to us, you still have a chance to be the champion.
Most certainly so. A
Winner's
4-4.
mentality.
The winner's mentality, eh? Oh, that's really important. I think at the moment it's going to be about the ultimates, although they're on either side, right? You've got ultimates for Team Spike, for Team Holak. Both of them have 3 ults in total, and I would dare say the moment that one of those ults gets triggered, it's going to directly pull out the other ones. It's going to directly move to get more of those ults in the game, and it's going to create one big chaotic situation. Although for what it's worth, it will be Sova upon Sova. Then Jet coming through the Blade Storm, a lockdown from Killjoy. That could be very worthwhile as well, right? Have Team Holak controlling things and deciding this will be it.
You say Team Holak are controlling things, but right now, there are a couple players in a hole themselves. They're stuck in between a rock and a hard place, because these players have already snuck through tree towards spawn, but instead the spike gets dropped. It's left all by itself, and the shot is activated with a huge double on the Hunter's Fury. David has found the triple of their own, a double back-to-back from the one that we saw on the Sova. And that is huge. On a big round, you need big plays, and that is exactly what we've been treated to.
Absolutely. Stella, love to see it. And that was just an excellent Hunter's Fury right when it was needed. See, that's what I mean with those ultimates, but it's great to see that with those ultimates, you know, even just the one can actually be enough. Killjoy was counted out. Davidzo just comes through. A really, really powerful lurk as well. He stayed in that corner, and he was left unchecked.
Yeah, and while they had pushed through to tree, and there was a lot of control that was going against Team Holak, they had their own advantage to work with. It was a ticking time bomb, those players in towards main, and being able to completely shut down the spike, isolate that fight, and win it out. Things were already looking compromised. Hunter's Fury and kills from either side.
Let's have a gander, though. Team Holak claim an advantage, 5-4. Nothing too great. But maybe Team Spike that will directly retort. As Echo finds the next frag. Kayak and Holak, they both fall. Could be that 6-6 in a mere moment. As currently the Hunter's Fury comes through, and Kareem gets to lurk around. Stay in that main area. Stay in control.
Costi loses a bit of control there. The lockdown comes through, and Kareem follows it up. A triple from them, looking to find an ace as both of these remaining players continue to hunt that spike down. A nice assist and a kill from David with that dark cover placed will do wonders, and Kareem just finishes it off with a quad. It's huge from them. They're now up to the top first place in the server as the champion's aura glows on their karambit. Soon they may hold a glowing trophy in their hands as they win Streamers League, or at least move ever closer towards that eventuality.
Ooh, spicy. 2 rounds and things would be rather different, and a bit of a turnaround where you've had Team Spike claiming that 8-4 halftime in the previous map. If it now goes to Holak, does that mean that Spike will then massively return on it? Or will it more just be an issue of, oh dear, it's going to go completely wrong, and Holak goes for a quick finish? At least they go for a fast beginning, as now Kareem gets the first frag in. Kayak, though, lurks about. There's so many players there, huddled up at the start of mid. Kareem, though, also moving closer, and the operator still in danger. It'll be Holak, then, with the KO ability. That is just so strong at times as well. And Team Holak, they are standing so strong all together.
Humlick just picked to pieces by that fragment grenade, like the nails of a teenager who is itching to, you know, be with frustration in school. Anyway, that is another kill from David, who finds a really big one towards A, because now it's funneling all these players in towards B and into the crosshairs of Kai, but they don't land the shot. They had 2 bites at the apple, yet they've got nothing in their mouth. First one with the Blade Storm and second with the operator. Nothing comes through. Elzoy, the Jet on the opposite side, is having the time of their life as they dance around the site, getting a triple now as David drops as well, hunting for a quad and securing it. Elzoy gets the kill, and just like that, the possibility of tying up the half grows ever closer.
The 6-6, it's one of those scores that puts everything nice and even. But keep in mind, though, Team Holak, they've actually just retorted, answered with a whopping 5-round streak. Really impressive in my eyes, and something that still does deserve the credit to the Team Holak side. And I do have to say, Team Holak. Will it be the 7-5 then instead?
You want to play?
I don't
Let's
quite
play.
know how to estimate this. The 6-6, at least in my eyes, would say, okay, pistol round will decide everything. The one that gets that will maybe have that great momentum to propel yourselves forward.
I don't know. I think at 6-6, that proposition you made of this being the first time we see overtime in the competition starts to become more likely, because both of these teams seem comfortable. Sometimes it is a case of having a preferential side, though, and we did see that exemplified with how Holak's performance on the defenders was when they turned things around then on Haven. Holak here on the other side of the smoke. Two players not too convinced with trying to make this push work as it eventually dissipates. Both of them look to make their move, and it's Holak that draws first. Kayak that eventually drops that first player, Oko falling. An advantage for the defenders in the final round of the half. That suppression coming through onto Elzoy, but you can't suppress their weapon. A shot straight into the dome shuts down that robot for good.
Get out of my way!
That robot for good. And wow! A little bit of duck hunting going on again by Kayak. Humlik, however, returning Kosti to fall. Now it'll be Mystic that also finds the next frag. Spike committing to the plant, but Kareem having different ideas, moving ahead for the double. And also committing that killjoy right at the end with the time ticking. It's now or never, Humlik. You've got to get that Spike down. That's what I mean. 8 seconds. Eventually he'll commit to it. It's a 1v1, and he's got to be quick on the read here. The paranoia is excellent, but somehow Humlik wins that battle. I have no idea how he does it, but hey, deserved to Team Spike. The 6-6, the even half time comes out anyway.
In that situation, you feel as if Kareem had done enough. Playing off of their utility there so nicely. This shot from Kayak is the pick of the bunch, but with the position of their turret, they knew that the plant was being made behind that box. They go for the wallbang, get the second kill. Lockdown is there to buy a little bit more time for the rotate, but with that much time left, you feel as if David maybe played it ever so slightly wrong. But the first pistol round on the attacker's side went the way of Spike. Now we find ourselves in the second half. A second opportunity for Holak to register one here. They were able to do that previously on Haven. So if Spike win this, then they'll have won 3 pistol rounds to 1, but yet they still do trail in the series.
Yeah, it's interesting, this situation. I'm having a hard time really deciding which way this will keep going. As currently we move to the second half. Team Spike versus Team Holak, the grand finals. There's 10,000 euros on the line. 10,000! Now that is a beautiful, beautiful amount, and that is an amount that will only go to the first place victor. The other half of the prize pool will be divvied up among the rest of the participants. But obviously, let's be real here.
Yeah.
That #1 place, that's the one that matters the most.
It certainly is, and Humlik looks to be trying to find it early on. Kareem loses their life. Elzoy just bites off a bit more than they can chew. Oko from wine position will locate themselves towards heaven.
Now
Spike looks to be going down momentarily, but Kosti wants to try and take this fight first. They just don't have the numbers to try and work with, and the numbers are dropping one by one. Humlik's found 3 of them. Defenders round pistol for Spike, they get both.
Write that down, as Spike seems to continue pistol round success. And I've got to admit that right now, that might just be that kickoff, right? That springboard that we also spoke of earlier. An 8-6 seems very likely as they get weaponry on their hands. And with that 8-6, Team Spike, I mean, even better position to move further ahead.
Yeah, it's a real struggle of position that we saw in the previous round. When you trail with kills on the attacker's side, Kosti is forced to go hunting, and it just allows that retake to be so much easier. Now they don't have the weapons, and Spike, this is incredibly cheeky. Hiding in around the other side of that barrier orb. Recon will come in, not before it gets at least one tag onto Humlik, who tried to avoid it narrowly in towards
the logs, but we could be in for a meat feast here. Spike looking to take these players out, but it's the ghost of Humlik instead, and the shotgun that does get the kills is Kayak. Weapons into the hands of these players now. Oko fighting out against 2 will get a double. Kayak has to quad if they want to clutch it out, but with this Spike going down and close angles played,
as right now the shots rise through, Kayak so tagged up, has time at least to wait for something, will bait the attention with Paranoia flying through, and Kayak, I think, deservedly being paranoid. He gets taken out, and it will be the defuse to come through for Team Spike after all, but this was a hard-fought round. This did not go as easily as they might have liked it to.
Yeah, I really thought we were going to be in with that meat grinder scenario, but instead it ended up going the opposite way. You know, bodies dropped to the ground, but not in a way that necessarily favoured the defenders so greatly. And I don't know how a double... I think that's 2 players dropped with 1 burst of the shorty.
It was a bit of an oopsie there, to be honest. That also came through from Spike. That was the main issue. He moved out, but as he moved out, he hadn't noticed the fact that the Jet player had passed him by. The moment that happened, you had the issue that indeed the Jet player, as we saw, got a lot of free reign with that shorty, which ended up being fatal for, well, 2 players. Kayak now, again, pretty quick on that position. Immediately finds Humlik. Kareem also takes out Spike. And that's a Spike plant very quickly put down. A 9-6 looking all the more likely.
Certainly looks as if Holak are trying to close that gap now. They have the weapons in hand. This is the round that you would tip them to win. They won the bonus the last time out and seem to have a spring in their step, but with the way that things are right now, they're on the back foot. It's not the first time we've seen them in this situation, and we would tip them to do it yet again, but as Team Spike actually have invested into this round, they are going to be saving off those weapons and bringing them forth into the next.
I'm a big fan of pulling that off, playing it safe instead, because at least this keeps a lot of weapons in their hands. Team Holak then, with the 7-8, the attacker side, that reins it back in. That says, hey there, Team Spike, we know that you're getting all excited and the likes, but nothing too crazy now. 1 round of difference is all that remains. Team Spike, though, holding on to a lot of weaponry, and that save now exactly coming in clutch, right? That's what you needed to see. That's what you wanted to see.
I think so. Operator in the hands of Elzoy will give them a great opportunity to find some pickings here on the defender's side. Holak, they group up. This is going to be a swift push. That Paranoia will come in straight away. 0 Point clears out the close angles. This is another Kayak go kill round, and the 0 Point won't stop them from making their advance this time around. But Humlik will. Shots through the smoke enables the Hunter's Fury, which will then look to hunger them even further. They're furious with this one too, and as the shots just come back and forth between these smokes, it's absolute chaos on the side.
Bit of an oopsie almost, but Kareem ends up figuring it out. Now keeps playing around that angle. Some cheekiness, sure thing, but David saw exactly what he needs to. He manages to peek on in.
Smart. David saw just peeking off of that intel. They know where Kareem is. They have to support their teammate, and this is the synergy you want to see. They're just going to go ahead and find another one. Mystic dies on the opposite side. And now Team Holak, finally, they have that advantage when they had struggled to have anything except for a spike plant. The post looks to be moving in their position, and no one has any idea about where Kareem is. That final ping for the recall dart will give them extra information to find a kill, and Kosti will get one of their own. The 2 versus 2 flipped around, and just like that, the only thing that stands level now is the scoreline.
Oh, Team Spike, the pressure is rising. You do not have the luxury of losing a map. And on top of that, they have the lesser fortune, I suppose, instead of luxury, that they barely even get a buy-in. And all that excitement definitely visible. He's moving to win this now. He can feel that victory near him.
And Spike, they're up against it. They're struggling now to try and find anything here. It will have to be an adaptation, and that is what we're seeing. A couple of players grouped up towards short, 4 towards A.
they expect Team Holak to move elsewhere, which is fairly understandable considering B has been their happy hunting ground, somewhere that they've hit time and time again. Oko gets pinged out and moves further away. Aldrone already committed, so not something that they have to try and work within this execute. Dawid very happy to sit inside this smoke, and as Oko goes hunting with the Bucky, they're the one that gets hunted down. Buckshot out of the sky, the duck drops, and now those wings are clipped for Team Spike.
And that's one of the only 2 weapons, proper weapons that is, taken away for Team Spike. Kayak looking to get the next one, but at least Spike gets a chance. But now the Vandals, they start popping it off. Headshots for everybody, they say. As 3 kills are found, and Mizklik stands as the last man. Underwood waiting to swing on out. Not directly spotting until he sees that very slight bit of cloak. To which Kayak has a very different answer. 9-8, Team Holak, they now actually claim the advantage. And if they move further after this, Spike now can't actually negate and move back after this round where they, normally speaking, should be able to buy again. And this could be a very, very painful nail in the coffin because Team Holak getting, well, not just the 10-8, but the 11-8.
Yeah, and also looking at the rounds that have been won, the trends that are popping up here. Team Spike, they managed to win both pistol rounds as well as those anti-eco conversions, which means that half of their rounds are propped up by those, I don't want to say more RNG scenarios, but we know how pistol rounds tend to play out. And yet again, it's an incisive move from Holak. They move directly in towards the site. The null command will be coming through, followed up with a lockdown as well. They're throwing everything and the kitchen sink at this, but Elzoy, they're a plumber in their own right because they're going to be making sure that there's no clogs whatsoever in this defense. Oh, and the slow as well. I'm not sure they're going to be able to stabilize that core because of the trademark from that shot on the operator. That's huge.
Indeed, a rather unfortunate situation, but David, they'll be moving to rectify it. Spike now falling, Kayak, and just about everybody really holding those cheeky angles. Kosti also available, Kareem coming on through, but the pressure mounting. Kosti at least good for a next kill, and David at the end clutching it out. It's Team Holak narrowly winning this one. 10-8 is the result, but Team Holak, important factor, still having the margin, still having the reserves, but at least Team Spike seemingly also able to put something together. Economic situation not looking as dire as I thought it would be, but I'd say that the impact, the effect of this round being lost right now would be even more dire in comparison to what I proposed earlier.
Yeah, and Team Spike, you don't always want to pick out on a certain player when they're not doing too well, but when your captain is in the position they're in right now, I know he was complaining earlier about his performance in the semi-final, that can't do well for confidence, and right now it seems as if these players are lacking exactly that because Holak, they bounce back yet again. Every single time something is thrown their way, they get their studs on and they volley it straight onto another planet because each time the goalposts are moved, they're still hitting the back of the net.
With such sheer power and force, they throw out, I suppose, or they kick out. As at the moment, a new round is running up, and Team Holak, they began it by making a lot of noise near that B site, which has definitely drawn the attention that way. Only one player that's still there, but the entirety of them all moving to A. Oko being caught out, forced away from the position. It's going to be the heaven angle, but look at the luxury that they get, right? They can get away with the spike plant, and that already does so much. Everyone taking their position and just waiting now for everybody from Team Spike to move on out. Plus the lurk that's still there from Kosti. But the judge, that would not actually be stronger. Kayak moving through, gets himself the double in. And only Mystic, along with his teammate, remain. This seems to be undoable. There's actually pressure being put out. They're moving out, and they're eager to find the frags. It's a flawless round, and this will be Team Holak moving to set themselves up for the grand victory. The end all, have all. The play to win the grand final.
It seems like right now, Team Holak are running away with the Streamers League Grand Final on home turf in Wrocław. It's only Oko with a rifle here to try and work with. It was a mixed buy on the previous. They're staring down the throat of a potential map point, series point, and championship point. something important to note, I think, and the reason why they've had so much success was something I mentioned on the desk at the start. The initiators and the utility that they have to work with on these executes is far superior. That KO that Holak has brought in has done so much. Every single time they look to push, it helps enable Spike, and the Jet on the other side is struggling so much because it's Kayak who is getting all of these kills and finding these headshots.
Oh, he dares to move out, but will dash away. Good timing to have enabled that. Holak now moving through, takes out Spike, the captain, felled once again. Something that has been happening time after time. Spike not having the performance of his life. Kayak moving through. Kosti finds Umlik. And Mystic is the last man standing, has nothing to say. Team Holak, they stand on the championship point. They have a mere one more round left to be played. One more round to find their success. Can they do this?
Oh, I think they certainly can, RJ. They'll be up against the full set of weapons. There are now 4 championship points between or 4 map points, should I say, between Team Spike and Team Holak, because that is the gap that they've got to close if they want to keep those dreams alive. But yet again, it's that deadly combination. Kayak and Holak working together with the KO and Jet in tandem to create problems, except once that noise has been made towards B, that's the damage dealt. Both flashpoints already committed to try and work space as the echoes of the Hunter's Fury chime out from Kosti. It's the only Sova, the lonely Sova, on the opposite side towards A, which will have to go huge if they want to shut things down.
And look, they're not really expecting this. That's a fantastic start from Holak. It's just the one kill. And now Holak has got to be wary because someone retorts. They say, oh, but you're not getting away with that, are you, buddy? Luckily for Holak, he narrowly survives this. There's no sort of pressure, and there's a resurrection that comes through. It's an even start, but it's a free sight for Team Holak. Plant comes through. Holak moves to the next kill. A retort from Oko on the Odin, but David Saw moving ahead. 2v4. This is too tough. This is Kosti and David for the final kill. It was a championship going the ways of Team Holak. The 10,000 euros. It is won and deservedly goes the way of Team Holak on Polish home soil.
Time and time again, RJ, they faced adversity, but time and time again, they responded in the best way possible. When you look over across the maps, you never thought that it was an easy road for them. A lot of times it could have been easy to write them off, but eventually they come through on home soil. Polska Grom, they have won it.
Polska Grom, indeed, as they have often said, of course, as is the chant of many a Polish fans, and something that deservedly gets to be said right now. Sadly for Team Spike, this just wasn't it for them. They were having an incredibly tough time, and that is, I think, what we just saw here straight away, that constant struggle that was present for Team Spike. It could not be denied. Spike himself, that was really struggling. That was just saying, look, I'm doing my best here. I'm making and trying, but my team really has to carry me. And when you are basically fighting a battle with 4 out of 5 men, that's a really tough one to look at. Team Holak on the other side, on the other hand, they did a stellar job, and they really showed up here. They absolutely decimated, and they made their point all right.
They certainly did. I think the issues that we're facing up against Spike were maybe symptomatic of the rest of the team in some sense, because they did somewhat lack that confidence in many aspects. And Team Holak always just so mentally there, absolutely ready to deal with any scenario, and quite deservedly, they are champions, especially on that final map. I think we see it exemplified as well in terms of composition, what these players had going up against them. Bringing that KO into the lineup on Ascent, and that being the real difference between the two teams that we saw, I think was absolutely huge. Holak, time and time again, was able to enable Kayak, let them off the leash and go hunting. They were on an absolute spree and have been for this entire tournament, and I think, once again, they are deserved victors of not only that last map, but this series and tournament as a whole.
I dare say Kayak for the entire competition MVP at this point. The amount of effort, the amount of plays that he puts in to bring Team Holak to that greatness cannot be underestimated in the slightest. A stellar job from him as well. And honestly, right now, this has been a beautiful, beautiful showing. Thank you so much, Hazza, for being my co-commentator on this, of course. Thank you so much for, everybody that we were able to do this. We're going to be handing it off to the stage for the last time. And, of course, I'll be waiting a little bit longer. Look at this. We've been spared. We actually have a moment more.
We have a moment.
Do you want anything? Do you want to say anything else, Hazza?
I think, there's only so many closing thoughts that can be made. I was just about to say closing thoughts. Santa Claus has come to town and he's brought a fat trophy and a whole load of euros as well. But no, it's been an absolute pleasure. The real present, the real gift was the friends that we made along the way. And I think I've had a fantastic time here on Streamers League. And, I couldn't have done it without everyone else surrounding. The production team as well. Everyone working at 3 League has done an absolutely fantastic job. And, yeah, really not much else to say other than thank you to everyone involved.
I don't think that we could have had a better tournament. It was a real pleasure indeed, and we had some real team synergy going on as well. That is exactly what you need, and that is exactly the kind of thing that you always hope to get. Just one big cohesive unit that we often talk about in the game as well, right? That works just as well outside of the game. And all these beautiful participants, the fact that we've had such an amazing tournament that brings together people from all over the world, in this case from all over Eastern Europe, really, coming all the way from Greece, from Czechia and Slovakia, from Hungary, all those kind of things just being put together is absolutely, absolutely wonderful to see. I'm already, signing up for the next edition of this, at least, hoping that there will be one, obviously.
Yeah, and I think something else to mention as well is, the support that there has been for this event, and I think it's I don't really want to say it's a one-off, but there aren't too many events that you see like this, and I think the bespoke nature of it is what makes it so special, because with where Valorant is at this point in time, there's always room for more tournaments, and it's stuff like this, especially on a LAN setting when you get to do it in person, that really make it for me. So I think, that considered as well, it's been a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, there's nothing quite like that good old LAN experience, like that LAN feel, where we have that sheer enjoyment, right? The pleasure of being able to actually talk to these players directly, casting with each other directly as well, and just having those bonding experiences afterwards. You're all in the same location, You share food with each other, you share drinks with each other, and you just have a lovely, lovely, lovely time. Honestly, I do have to give credit as well, right? Once again, Team Holak for being able to finish it out with so much style. Players like Kayak at such a young age as well, booking results like this. I think, that this might be a lineup that, in a way, I would love to see in more, competitions, in more type of tournaments, even though it has been brought together by a streamer. I'd love to actually see some more professional angles coming through from these players.
Yeah, I mean, there is a group of players there which have experience at that kind of level, and then young players like Kayak who are active in these regional circuits and are trying to book their places in those bigger tournaments. So I think it's a great way to be able to showcase some of these players, some of these streamers as well, and some of these personalities. Having player cams, I think, was a fantastic addition to this tournament. And some of the expressions that you see through some of these streamers, I'm sure you'll be very familiar with it if you watch their streams, but it adds a lot of character to it as well, and it's something that I think we're very lucky to be a part of.
You have a particular highlight of the tournament that you'd still like to share before we round it off, Hazza?
I think, to be completely honest, it kind of speaks for itself. I don't even necessarily want to mention it, because I think it's been mentioned like 5 different times across the broadcast today, and it would be the 5 different players that Kayak managed to knock off one by one 3 times in a row, and then throwing the 6th one on there just for the hell of it, because that was a crazy clip. And I think the reason why we've mentioned it so many times is because it is like finding a 4-leaf clover. But anyway, for you?
For me, it's the exact same thing, Hazza, obviously. There's no doubt about that one. That was the most exciting moment of this beautiful tournament. And speaking of this just magical tournament, that was it for our commentary. But obviously, we still have Janira waiting for us on the stage. Thank you all so much for listening to us. Obviously, we look forward to seeing you in the future. And of course, Shini, take it away.
Thank you to the both of you, Haza and RJ, for that lovely commentary for the last couple of hours that you've put in over the last weekend. And to be completely honest, guys, that's going to be the end of it. And these are the winners. We have them lined up here today. Team Tholak, they win on home soil, walking away with 10,000 euros in their pockets. But let's hear it from them. Let's hear from the players themselves. We got Mac for the interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Ginny. So here I'm standing next to the captain of the team, of course, being Tholak. Jak się czujecie po zwycięstwie? 2-0, wczoraj były większe problemy 1-1, ale widzę, że dzisiaj chłopaki dali z siebie wszystko tak samo jak i ty.
No co, jesteśmy szczęśliwi, myśleliśmy, przyjedziemy tutaj po szybką przegraną, wszyscy nam grozili, że dostajemy 0-2 w grupie. No co, Dawidek zweryfikował, napił się lekko perełki, poszło dalej, pnęliśmy to, szybki finał 2-0, no i teraz idziemy się napić i tyle.
Rozumiem, Tholak. Ty bardzo jesteś skromnym gościem, mówisz, że nie, no wcale tutaj takiego mocnego ognia nie dawałeś na serwerze, no ale też wiem, że masz mega utalentowanych zawodników, może kilka słów o każdym z nich.
Słuchaj, no na pewno mi się wydaje, że Incognito musi zastanowić nad zmianami w zespole, mi się wydaje, że Dawidek powinien wrócić na Igla, Kajak również. Kosti, gwiazda wschodząca sceny, młody, utalentowany Thanos, no i Karemę, gwiazda i tyle, no i co tutaj dużo mówić, wydaje mi się, że scena Valoranta będzie w przyszłości mocno zmieniona i podejrzewam, w przyszłości topowe składy będą miały któregoś z tych zawodników.
Aha, rozumiem, czyli nie ma tutaj konkretnych planów na wspólną przyszłość, myślisz, że wypuścisz zawodników na europejskie szerokie wody Valoranta?
Tak, są wolni totalnie, mi się wydaje, że to już nie dla mnie, nie te lata, żeby iść w pro, więc...
Rozumiem. Panowie, nie będę was więcej męczył, na pewno chcecie to fantastyczne trofeum w tym momencie wznieść i razem celebrować. 10 000 euro trafia na konto tych zawodników, tak samo jak i główna nasza nagroda w postaci fantastycznego pucharu, który trzyma Ginny. Zdaję sobie sprawę, że nie przetłumaczyłem żadnego słowa, but the players are really happy. They are looking forward to actually continue their esports careers and well, just enjoy the time remaining in Wrocław.
As I'm assuming Matt already mentioned, we have a trophy for these players as they're going to be walking away for that first place. I'm going to have to hand it to the captain of the team. Or to Kayak himself, the man of the hour. Every single one has mentioned him. Guys, feel free to lift it. You've definitely deserved it. Can we have some cheers? That's it from us from today. We're going to have to bring this show to a close. It was an absolute pleasure being here, and honestly, the commotion already behind us on the stage as these players are so incredibly happy walking away with the prize. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you all for being here, and hopefully there's going to be more to come.
Hey, chat.
Surfshark is an easy-to-use, feature-packed VPN. 3,200 servers in 65 countries allow you to go anywhere in the world in a split second. With one license, you can log onto an unlimited number of devices, such as computers, smartphones, smart TVs, and gaming consoles. Surfshark takes your privacy seriously, so no data is stored as part of your use of the service. Test Surfshark risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. With the code SLV83, you get 83% off plus 3 months for free on a 2-year plan.
We promised that Wrocław would wait for you, and we would meet again soon. We always keep our promises. The time has just come. There is so much to discover, to see, to experience. Make good use of your time. It would be great to see you again. We are waiting for you whenever you are ready. Let's meet in Wrocław.
Might not wanna get close. We a little wild war, covered in tattoos. Run it up, taking all the views. Stepping on place, feeling the fear. I know you feeling it in the air. Whole squad wearing all black. Motivation's looking real bad. We back to the bone, raising a fire alone. We ain't never needed nobody. Give me 6 feet, this is my party. Ain't got no feelings, we heartless. Take a peek inside the darkness. Blow up the spot, then we run it. Ready or not, here we coming. Somebody better say a prayer for me. Tonight may get a little crazy. You can meet me outside, but you better buckle up. It's a wild ride. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild side. Yeah. Party till 5 in the morning. Do it again in the morning. Do it like we did this rhyming. I think the government watching. Minister perfect society. Struggling with my sobriety. Struggling with my anxiety. Are you feeling the insanity? Anger inside of me. There is a war in me. And it keep trying to me. Blinded by all of the vanity. Snakes all around and they rattling. Tell them to shut up the chattering. Blow up the spot, then we run it. Ready or not, here we coming. Somebody better say a prayer for me. Tonight may get a little crazy. You can meet me outside, but you better buckle up. It's a wild ride. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild, wild, wild. Welcome to the wild side. Wild side. Hope you're ready for it now. We gon' be running your town. Oh, we ain't playing around. We gon' be shutting it down. Hope you're ready for it now. We gon' be running your town. Oh, we ain't playing around. We gon' be shutting it down. Welcome to